Longevity, starting by creating my own liquor goo. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement, this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 351 Out of Control. May 20th, 2024. Author, Xiangkangshenze Shui Wu. By Nian. Master Sun nodded, not asking any further questions. His powerful soul force quickly probed various locations within the Yan family compound. Each alchemist's soul was exceptionally strong. His perception was even stronger than that of the Wind King and Thunder King. With careful investigation, few secrets of the Yan family could escape his notice. Soon, he found 30 secret chambers underground within the Yan family compound. The contents of 25 of these chambers were clearly visible to his soul force. The other 5 chambers were protected by powerful formations, and what they contained was unknown to him. Master Sun pondered. If Yan Tixin inside was truly an avatar, then he was certain that Yan Tixin's true body was within one of these 5 chambers. His eyes flickered, and he used soul transmission to say something to the Wind King, Thunder King, and the others. The Goo Kings looked enlightened and gave Yan Tixin a meaningful look. Since Patriarch Yan doesn't intend to make a deal, then I won't force you. Let's go, Master Sun said, immediately heading towards the door. The Yan clan leaders were stunned. They hadn't expected Master Sun to come with so many people only to actually leave. Was Master Sun really that easy to talk to? However, before they could catch their breath, they quickly realized they had been overthinking things. As soon as Master Sun and his group left, the Goo Kings rushed towards the clan's various secret chambers at incredible speed. Yan Tixin's expression immediately changed, and he thought to himself, oh no, they want to loot my clan's treasury. Stop them, Yan Tixin roared. The other Yan clan Goo cultivators were startled, then their anger flared, and they all rushed forward. With Yan Tixin's words, a conflict erupted, and a chaotic battle broke out. Large numbers of Yan clan Goo cultivators arrived and clashed with Master Sun's side. The conference room collapsed instantly from the aftershocks of the battle, leaving the scene in complete chaos. Master Sun's Goo cultivators were of extremely high quality, their overall cultivation level far exceeding that of the Yan clans. However, this was the Yan clan's home ground, giving them both an advantage in terms of terrain and numbers. This was a battle for the life and death of the Yan clan, so all of their spirit gathering and marrow cleansing stage Goo cultivators gritted their teeth and charged forward. This greatly increased the pressure on Master Sun's side, and even though their numbers far exceeded those of the Yan clan's Goo cultivators, they suffered considerable casualties in the initial exchange. On the other hand, the Yan clan's Goo cultivators suffered even greater losses, with numerous low-level Goo cultivator corpses lying haphazardly on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. Under the slaughter of the high-level Goo cultivators, the ground was quickly covered with corpses, but many Yan clan Goo cultivators still fearlessly charged forward. Master Sun's Goo cultivators, now bloodthirsty, were no longer satisfied with the rewards offered by Master Sun and began to seize the opportunity to attack the Yan clan's various treasure vaults. They were determined to go all out and plunder the Yan clan's wealth, taking whatever they could get their hands on. This enraged the Yan clan's Goo cultivators even more, making their fight even more desperate. Long Zhuan, however, remained largely passive, engaging in a minor skirmish with a red-eyed, early-stage Spirit Sea Realm Yan clan Goo cultivator before focusing his attention elsewhere. He was prepared to observe the battlefield closely and flee at the first sign of trouble. No battle is guaranteed victory, including this one. Unforeseen events could occur at any moment. Even though Master Sun had made thorough preparations and it was practically a sure win, he dared not be complacent. Meanwhile, Goo cultivators from other families in the city rushed over, standing on distant rooftops, excitedly watching the chaotic battle. Everyone watched with great interest, many with schadenfreude. Despite being fellow Goo cultivators from the same city, not a single one stepped forward to support the Yan clan. Just as the Yan family's leaders had predicted, the other families in the city were eager for the Yan family to be wiped out so they could divide up the Yan family's territory. They certainly wouldn't offer any assistance. At this moment, The leaders of the other 4 major families in the city were gathered together, discussing how to divide the Yan family's territory. In their view, after this calamity, the Yan family, even if not dead, would be severely crippled and certainly unable to maintain its position as the number 1 family in the city. Just then, Lei Wang's loud laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, found you. I told you to hide, so keep hiding. With that, he forced Yan Tixin's figure out from a large hole in the ground. Seeing his plan exposed, Yan Tixin was instantly enraged. You're courting death? With that, he attacked Lei Wang like a madman. Your opponent isn't me, it's us. We'll see just how strong you are with heavenly fire. Lei Wang's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing next to Feng Wang in an underground chamber. At this moment, the Wind King was plundering treasures in the secret chamber. Although he hadn't found Yan Tixin's true form there, he had discovered a large number of valuable treasures. After eliminating all the guards, he unceremoniously pocketed all the treasures. Just as he was reveling in his success, he saw the Thunder King flying over and was startled. Forget about the treasures. Yan Tixin has broken through to the peak of the Gu King realm. With a heavenly fire's blessing, I can't possibly contend with him alone. Quickly join forces with me to fight him, the Thunder King shouted. Yan Tixin caught up at this moment. Seeing that all the clan's treasures had been looted, his eyes widened in fury, and he roared, I'll kill you all. His entire body instantly became covered in fiery red flames, releasing intense heat, and he charged towards the 2 like a human torch. The Thunder King and the Thunder King both showed solemn expressions. These fiery red flames were the Sunset Divine Flame. Enveloped in the Sunset Divine Flame, Yan Tixin was like a porcupine. Anyone who touched him would be injured. How could the 2 dare to make contact with him? Unable to maneuver freely in the cramped chamber, the 2 dodged Yan Tixin's attacks and fled together. Where do you think you're going? Leave behind my clan's most treasured artifact, Yan Tixin roared, giving chase. Seeing the fiery red flames on his body, Master Sun was overjoyed, recognizing the Sunset Divine Flame. He exclaimed excitedly, this is its true form. Wang Yan, Liu Yiming, you 2 go support Thunder King and Wind King. The 4 of you quickly subdue Yan Tixin. We'll finish this quickly, get the Sunset Divine Flame, and run. The Yanting Empire's law enforcement is definitely on their way here. This is no place for us to linger. As Master Sun finished speaking, 2 late-stage Gu Kings immediately broke through the chaos and charged toward Yan Tixin. These 2 late-stage Gu Kings initially wanted to rush into the other chambers, but were blocked by the Yan clan's Gu Kings, and the 2 sides were locked in combat. However, Master Sun's side had 8 Gu Kings, while the Yan clan only had 5, and the Yan clan's Gu Kings were currently fighting outnumbered. The Yan clan's Gu Kings were already in dire straits due to the numerical disadvantage, but now that 2 of their opponents had been eliminated, their pressure was greatly reduced, and they breathed a long sigh of relief. The remaining Gu Kings were now fighting one-on-one, and the outcome wouldn't be decided quickly. While these Yan clan Gu Kings were relieved, Yan Tixin was in trouble. He now had to contend with 4 Gu Kings, 2 of whom were at his level, and the other 2 were late-stage Gu Kings. Under the combined attack of these 4 Gu Kings, he immediately found himself in grave danger, constantly taking blows and quickly sustaining injuries. His heart sank, and a hint of despair appeared in his eyes. He knew that if the fight continued, he would surely die. He had no chance of defeating all 4 Gu Kings simultaneously. Finally, he relented, quickly turning to Master Sun and saying in a deep voice, "Stop fighting. I agree to trade heavenly fire for your 300-year lifespan pill. How about we call it quits now?" Master Sun sneered, shouting from a distance, "You think you can just stop fighting like that? Why didn't you do this earlier? I already gave you the chance, but you didn't appreciate it. I've already killed someone, earned a bad reputation, violated the laws of the Yanting Empire, and offended you all. I'm destined to have a blood feud with your Yan clan. I've paid such a high price, and you think you can just end it with a simple stop fighting? Dream on, there's no turning back now. I can't change this situation." Master Sun looked in other directions. The Gu cultivators he had brought were frantically loading the Yan clan's property. How could he possibly stop them with just a few words? These people weren't his loyal subordinates, they were merely partners bound together by mutual benefit. There was no superior-subordinate relationship between them. In the face of treasure, his words were nothing. If Yan Tixin had just agreed to the deal, this scene would never have happened, but at this moment he was truly powerless. Chapter 352 Obtaining Fire. 2024-05-20 Author, Xiangkangshan Zai Shui Wu by Nian Fine. Since you won't let me live in peace, then you won't have it easy either. I'll take one of you down with me even if I die today. Yan Tixin's eyes flashed with madness as he finally began to fight desperately, manipulating the heavenly fire to condense fireball after fireball and hurling them at his opponents like they were free. In this desperate situation, he began to use the power of the heavenly fire without regard for the consequences. However, without complete mastery of the heavenly fire, it could easily go out of control, making this an extremely dangerous act. Seeing the heavenly fire attack, both the Thunder King and the Wind King paled and hurriedly dodged. A single hit from the heavenly fire would either kill or cripple the opponent. Fortunately, the Wind King was skilled at manipulating the power of wind, and the Thunder King was skilled at manipulating the power of lightning. Both were speed-type goo cultivators, so dodging the heavenly fire attacks was not difficult. Moreover, Yan Tixin had only recently obtained the Sunset Divine Flame and had not yet had time to perfectly master its power. At this moment, the heavenly fire was completely beyond his control, causing his attacks to lack accuracy. Even the two late-stage goo kings had difficulty hitting him. His use of the heavenly fire not only failed to hit anyone, but also burned many of his own people to death. Under his heavenly fire attack, the Yan family was quickly engulfed in flames, with buildings everywhere ablaze. Many Yan clan members had already perished in the fire. The Yan family was now suffering a severe fire, and if it wasn't put out in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that the heavenly fire posed no threat to him, the Wind King laughed loudly. Haha. Yan Tixin, are you attacking us or your own people? We haven't killed many Yan clan goo cultivators, but they're dying in droves under your heavenly fire attack. You're an undercover agent we planted. Haha. With that, he threw a palm lightning bolt at Yan Tixin. The lightning was extremely fast and struck him precisely in the chest. Although his body was protected by a layer of heavenly fire, the lightning didn't cause him any substantial injury, but it still made him groan. You're courting death. Today, I'll risk the lives of all my clansmen to slaughter you. Yan Tixin's eyes flashed with madness as he once again unleashed the power of the heavenly fire. He knew perfectly well that the heavenly fire's power was immense, and that fighting here would inevitably affect the rest of his clansmen, yet he showed no regard for the lives of his many clansmen. Instead of using the heavenly fire cautiously, he recklessly and wantonly destroyed everything around him. Both the goo cultivators on Master Sun's side and the Yan clan's goo cultivators were caught in the crossfire, suffering heavy casualties on both sides. Everywhere was scorching heat, everywhere were screams of agony. Even the numerous onlookers were horrified, retreating hastily, fearing they would be caught in the indiscriminate heavenly fire. Master Sun, after dodging a stray fireball, wore a grave expression. He knew that Yan Tixin wasn't just desperate, he had never intended to care about the lives of his clansmen from the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden himself, trying to provoke a conflict and sent many of his clansmen to their deaths. What exactly was Yan Tixin trying to do? Had he gone mad? At this moment, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Long Zhuan also frowned, fighting his opponent while keeping his gaze fixed on Yan Tixin in the center of the battlefield. Yan Tixin was no match for the combined attack of the four goo kings. Even with the help of heavenly fire, he was still seriously injured under the siege of the four goo kings. The injury was a minor matter. What was terrifying was that he had not fully controlled heavenly fire. Overusing the power of heavenly fire while his body was in poor condition would lead to its backlash. At this moment, Yan Tixin showed pain, and his expression became increasingly crazed, clearly already beginning to suffer from the backlash of heavenly fire. Besieged by the four goo kings from the outside and rebelling with heavenly fire from the inside, Yan Tixin was doomed to die, and soon at that. Knowing that he was going to die today, what crazy things would he do? Long Zhuan became wary. A dying man would always drag many enemies down with him. He initially thought the same, so he fled and retreated, fearing being caught in Yan Tixin's dying counterattack, quickly moving away from Yan Tixin's position. But he soon discovered that things were far more serious than he imagined. When his X-ray vision saw the fire seed within Yan Tixin's body rapidly cracking, his pupils constricted, and his hair stood on end. Damn it, Long Zhuan cursed in shock, abandoning his opponent and running desperately towards the city gates at the fastest speed he had ever run. His face was deathly pale. This Yan Tixin actually intended to self-destruct his heavenly fire. Had he gone mad? The power of a self-destructing heavenly fire was immense. It was no exaggeration to say that with a single explosion, all Yam Clan Gu cultivators would be killed by the power of the heavenly fire, and the Yam Clan would be completely wiped out. Yan Tixin actually intended to take all his enemies down with him at the cost of his clan's extinction. He was utterly insane. This heavenly fire explosion would kill not only all the Yan Clan Gu cultivators and all the invaders, but the entire Imperial Flame City would be razed to the ground. Everyone in the city was going to die, not a single one would survive, including all the Piku kings. Terrified, Long Zhuan used his fastest speed ever, running far, far away from Diyan City in the blink of an eye. When Diyan City had become a tiny black dot behind him, he instinctively turned around. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted behind him, the ground trembled violently, and the vast Diyan City was instantly engulfed in flames. The fiery red flames released intense heat, spreading rapidly in all directions. Long Zhuan, who had already run a long way, was quickly swallowed by the oncoming flames. Water bear Gu. Hold on, Long Zhuan roared from within the sea of fire. Deep within the sea of fire, his clothes were instantly torn apart by the heavenly fire, revealing his soul armor underneath. Stimulated by the heavenly fire, the soul armor shimmered with a dark, flowing light, resisting the impact of the fire. At the same time, he rapidly circulated the Purgatory true demon art, enduring the intense heat generated by the heavenly fire. In other words, the first level of the Purgatory true demon art involved swimming in magma, which gave him extremely high resistance to high temperatures. Plus, he was already very, very far from the explosion's epicenter, otherwise, he would have been instantly reduced to ashes like the Gu Kings under the blast of heavenly fire. Propelled by the flames, Long Zhuan flew a great distance until the flames dissipated, at which point he crashed heavily to the ground, his hands on the ground, coughing up blood. Looking back at the scorched earth behind him, Long Zhuan gave a bitter smile. Indeed, accidents could happen anywhere. This time, an accident had finally occurred. Everyone was dead, the entire city was dead, and only he, who had escaped far ahead, was the sole survivor. Long Zhuan quickly checked his injuries, his heart sinking. His injuries were incredibly severe. Even his third-tier soul armor had been destroyed, and he had only survived thanks to the water bear Gu's immunity to fire and high temperatures. Even so, he was half dead, and the water bear Gu had exhausted all its power and fallen into deep sleep. The water bear Gu's transformation process is one of destruction before construction, a cycle of fortune and misfortune. Although it suffered severe injuries this time, the water bear Gu could use this opportunity to complete its transformation. However, Long Zhuan felt no joy at this. He immediately used the far-sighted ability of his heavenly eye to look towards Emperor Flame City. Emperor Flame City was nowhere to be seen. Its towering walls had vanished, and the entire magnificent city had disappeared into thin air, leaving only a huge, charred pit, devoid of any living creature. Everything in Emperor Flame City, people and objects alike, had been vaporized by the power of the heavenly fire. Seeing this terrifying scene, Long Zhuan was horrified and couldn't help but gasp. Was this the destructive power of the heavenly fire? It was terrifying beyond belief. What kind of being could survive the power of the heavenly fire? Long Zhuan took a deep breath and continued to look at the center of the pit. The center of the pit wasn't entirely empty, it still held two items for him. One was a small, fiery red flame, flickering in the wind, seemingly about to be extinguished at any moment. The other was a black storage ring. Don't ask why this storage ring wasn't destroyed by the power of the heavenly fire, he didn't know either. He guessed that the storage ring's material was special, allowing it to withstand the power of the heavenly fire. Seeing the small flame flickering in the wind, Long Zhuan was immediately overjoyed, his heart pounding wildly. This flame was the seed of the Sunset Divine Flame. Although the Sunset Divine Flame had self-destructed, it seemed that only most of the seed had been destroyed, with a small fragment remaining. This incomplete seed was severely damaged, extremely fragile, as if it could be extinguished by a gust of wind at any moment. Long Zhuan could no longer suppress his joy, enduring his weakened body, and rushed towards the seed. Although the powerful Sunset Divine Flame had self-destructed, leaving only fragments of the seed. But he was already quite content. Every cloud has a silver lining. The significant weakening of the Sunset Divine Flame's power was, in a way, a good thing for him. What use was the Sunset Divine Flame if he couldn't control it? The stronger the heavenly fire, the less likely a Gu cultivator could devour it, especially not someone of his low cultivation level. Normally, with his current strength, devouring the sunset divine flame would be extremely dangerous, practically a death sentence. But now that its power had been greatly weakened, it could be safely devoured by him, a low-level goo cultivator. The fire seed could also be repaired. He could allow the sunset divine flame to grow along with his own cultivation level, gradually returning to its peak state. In his view, exchanging the weakening of the sunset divine flame for absolute safety was entirely worthwhile. Long Zhuan excitedly ran over, but soon stopped. The center of the explosion was incredibly hot, or rather, the heavenly fire seed was incredibly hot, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. If he were at his peak, he might have been able to withstand the intense heat and retrieve the fire seed. But now that his body was severely injured, he naturally couldn't easily approach the heavenly fire. Helpless, Long Zhuan could only remove the devouring world toad that was clinging to his rear. The worm-breeding pouch had just been destroyed by the terrifying power of the heavenly fire explosion, revealing the devouring world toad inside. Fortunately, the devouring world toad could use the precious energy generated by all the treasures within its body to form an extremely powerful defense. And all his goo worms and all his treasures were inside the devouring world toad. Therefore, the heavenly fire explosion only destroyed his clothes, not any of his treasures. Otherwise, if he hadn't had this devouring world toad, he would have suffered heavy losses in this calamity. Stop playing dead. See that fire seed ahead? That's the most top-tier, heaven-defying treasure in this world. No treasure can surpass its value. Go and swallow it now, and your size will increase considerably. Long Zhuan threw the devouring world toad on the ground, finally deciding to entrust it with the difficult task of retrieving the fire seed. The devouring world toad, still trembling on the ground, its eyes filled with terror, clearly shaken by what had just happened and still reeling. It reluctantly glanced back at Long Zhuan. It wasn't blind. It was extremely sensitive to treasures and had long since sensed that heaven-defying artifact. The crucial point was that it was scalding hot. How could it dare swallow it so easily? If it weren't so hot, it would have already rushed over and devoured it. Chapter 353 Blood Lotus Pill 2024-05-20 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu Bai Nian. Finally, the devouring world toad succumbed to Long Zhuan's tyranny, hopping and leaping towards the seed of the sunset divine flame. After only a few steps, it was drenched in sweat and let out a croak. A short pain is better than a long one. Go and come back quickly, Long Zhuan urged from behind. He had no choice but to hurry. The explosion of the heavenly fire was too loud and could easily attract powerful figures nearby. He was currently closest to the seed of the sunset divine flame, and he had to take it away as quickly as possible and leave this place. Any further delay might cause some Goo King to suddenly arrive, and then the heavenly fire seed would naturally be gone. The devouring world toad let out another croak, and then leaped up, jumping directly to the heavenly fire seed from a great distance, before turning its head and swallowing the seed whole. The moment it swallowed the fire seed, the space inside its body instantly expanded considerably. The precious energy of the heavenly fire was astonishing, an absolute boon to the devouring world toad. After the fire seed entered the devouring world toad's internal space, it floated far away from the main island, without melting the spiritual herbs on the island. The devouring world toad turned and devoured the black storage ring not far away before leaping up and hopping to Long Zhuan's side. Well done. Long Zhuan happily stroked its head and said, let's leave quickly now. You run towards the city of Sin as fast as you can, the faster the better. As soon as Long Zhuan finished speaking, he immediately ran into the space inside the devouring world toad's body. He was covered in wounds and couldn't walk fast at all, so he could only let the devouring world toad carry him. Not long after the devouring world toad hopped away, the law enforcement officers of the Yanting Empire finally arrived in droves. Seeing the scorched earth, all the law enforcement officers showed expressions of shock. What happened here? What kind of attack was that? How could it be so destructive? Someone exclaimed in the crowd. The others also discussed amongst themselves, their faces showing shock. Never mind this, let's hurry to rescue the Yan family, or it will be too late. The leading man, who was releasing the aura of a Piku King, frowned, stepped on a flying sword, ignored the anomaly, and quickly flew towards the Yan city. The others dared not delay and followed the man on their flying swords. However, when they arrived at Dian City, they stared at the huge crater and were stunned. Everyone's mouths were wide open, big enough to fit an egg. Where was Dian City? Where was Dian City? Where's the city? I clearly remember there was a city here. How did it disappear? Someone in the crowd immediately exclaimed, rubbing their eyes hard, wondering if they had seen wrong, and looked again. However, all that appeared in their sight was a conspicuous crater. There was no trace of Dian City. Dian City had truly vanished into thin air. A murmur of discussion arose behind him. Everyone was stunned by the scene. The leader finally picked up some scorched earth, sniffed it, and his expression turned grave. These are traces left by heavenly fire. Someone used the power of heavenly fire here. It seems that Emperor Flame City was burned to the ground by heavenly fire. The people and the city were burned to ashes. Only the power of heavenly fire could make a city evaporate into thin air. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped. Emperor Flame City was a large city. It was unbelievable that it had simply evaporated. An old man in the crowd sighed. We came to the rescue immediately after receiving the Yan clan's distress talisman, but we were still a step too late. I never expected that Yan Tixin would be forced to self-destruct with heavenly fire, perishing together with all his enemies. However, his actions will also cause the entire clan and all the innocent people in the city to perish with him. This man was a selfish and self-serving person. He deserved to die. The old man's face was filled with anger as he looked at the vanished city. His heart was bleeding. Such a large city is rare even in the entire Yanting Empire, and the loss of such a city would cause immeasurable damage to the empire. Once this news reaches the capital, it will surely cause a great shock throughout the court and the country, and His Majesty will be furious. The leading man sighed. When people are pushed to the limit, they'll do anything. They won't care about the lives of others, but this Yamtixin is too impractical. He could have just handed over the heavenly fire and there wouldn't have been any problems. Why fight to the death with the enemy and drag his entire clan and the whole city down with him? The leading man's anger slowly surfaced, and he roared, the people of the Radiant Moon Empire dare to come to my Flame Court Empire and wreak havoc. If this isn't dealt with seriously, what will become of the dignity of my Flame Court Empire's laws? Immediately issue the bounty on those people and issue a warrant throughout the Central Plains. Hearing this, the old man looked puzzled and hesitated. The power of the heavenly fire's self-destruction was so great, those people must all be dead. Why issue a warrant and a bounty? The leading man said in a deep voice, we still have to put on a show. With such a big incident, we law enforcement can't just do nothing. Besides, you only think everyone is dead. My goo worms clearly sense the presence of living people here, meaning there's at least one survivor. HMPH, I wonder who's so lucky to survive the might of the heavenly fire. Immediately order a full-scale manhunt for this person. Long Zhuan was unaware that a group of law enforcement officers from the Anting Empire had arrived the moment he left. He was certainly quick on his feet. After entering the space within the devouring heaven world toad's body, he immediately picked up the black storage ring, his eyes filled with seriousness as he studied it intently. This storage ring, surviving the heavenly fire, was clearly no ordinary object. Its owner was long dead, burned to ashes. Now that the storage ring was ownerless, he effortlessly probed its contents with his soul, examining the treasures hidden within. Through the contents of the storage ring, Long Zhuan could roughly determine its owner. The ring contained numerous pill formulas and elixirs, as well as various books on alchemy. It wasn't hard to guess that the owner of this storage ring was none other than Master Sun. He was the only alchemist among their group. There was no one else. Upon seeing the pile of king-reaching pills in his storage ring, Long Zhuan couldn't help but grin. These king-reaching pills were the payment Master Sun had intended to make to the 80 Spirit C-Stage Goo cultivators, to be settled later. Unfortunately, everyone was dead, so these king-reaching pills naturally ended up in his possession. He could disguise himself as Master Wei and sell these pills at his pill shop. 80 king-reaching pills were a considerable fortune. After selling all these pills and the rest in the storage ring, he could make a fortune. After selling all of Master Sun's pills, he would consider looting everything in Master Wei's pill shop. In this way, he would definitely have the money to refine the Blood Lotus pill. Long Zhuan smiled slightly. This Blood Lotus pill was the magical pill from novels that could increase the success rate of devouring heavenly fire. After taking the Blood Lotus pill, a thick blood scab would form inside and outside the body, thus isolating it from the burning of heavenly fire. He planned to create this Blood Lotus pill immediately. Now that he possessed the Sunset Divine Flame Seed, his immediate priority was to research a pill that would increase the success rate of devouring heavenly flame. He simply wondered if such a heaven-defying pill would attract unusual phenomena, or even a heavenly tribulation. Long Zhuan pondered this. Suddenly, He remembered something and hurriedly rummaged through the pile of pills in his storage ring, finally finding a bottle containing a white pill. Looking at the white pill, Long Zhuan was overjoyed. This white pill was indeed the longevity pill that Master Sun had mentioned, capable of adding 300 years to one's lifespan. He never expected that this priceless longevity pill would ultimately fall into his hands. Truly, life is unpredictable. He wasn't excited about the longevity pill itself. He didn't lack lifespan and had limited interest in treasures that could extend it. What interested him was the pill's refining process. Since Elder Sun possessed the longevity pill, he most likely also had its formula. His first transformation of the venomous goo involved consuming a longevity goo, altering its innate lifespan to complete the metamorphosis. This second transformation, naturally, would also follow the same pattern, requiring the development of a more potent longevity goo or longevity pill for the venomous goo. The venomous goo's abilities were crucial to him, potentially even surpassing those of a top-grade goo, and he had been researching methods for its second transformation. However, his lack of knowledge in this area led to frequent writer's block, causing his research on a new longevity goo to stagnate. But now, with a longevity pill formula, he could draw inspiration from it, perhaps even finding the key to overcome the persistent problem. The transformation of the venomous goo might not be far off. Long Zhuan rummaged through Master Sun's collection again and indeed found a formula for the longevity pill. Long Zhuan smiled slightly, quickly scanned the formula, and then clicked his tongue in amazement. The ingredients on the formula were incredibly rare, even collecting all of them would take him a considerable amount of time. With such a miraculous pill as the longevity pill, how could the ingredients be so easy to collect? Chapter 354 Distinguished Guest. May 21, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu Bai Nian. Half a month later, Long Zhuan finally returned to the familiar city of Sin. He didn't immediately go back to Master Song's insect armor shop, but instead disguised himself as Master Wei and returned to Master Wei's pill shop. As soon as he entered the shop, a young boy immediately came out to greet him. "Master, you're finally back. There are many orders from customers that urgently need your attention." Long Zhuan looked at the boy and, seeing his appearance, knew that he was unaware of Master Wei's death. Having been Master Wei's neighbor for so long, he knew many things about him. Master Wei had more than 50 apprentice medicine boys. These apprentice medicine boys were his laborers, and most of the low-grade pills sold in the shop were made by them. This boy was one of these 50-odd apprentice medicine boys, and he was the most talented in alchemy among Master Wei's apprentice medicine boys. Many second-grade pills in the shop were made by this apprentice medicine boy, and he was highly valued by Master Wei. However, this meant that those around Master Wei would know him very well and might recognize him as an imposter. Long Zhuan's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent rising within him, but it quickly dissipated. It would be a waste to kill so many laborers. It was better to keep them to work for him. These low-level goo cultivators posed no threat to him, and even if they recognized his identity, it wouldn't matter. He only needed to send 50 fragments of his soul to possess these 50 medicine boys, allowing him to monitor them constantly and take their lives in an instant. I will handle the accumulated orders later. I had other opportunities on this trip and obtained quite a few pills. You are responsible for selling these pills as soon as possible. I need to go upstairs to cultivate in seclusion. Unless something important happens, don't disturb me. With that, Long Zhuan placed 80 bottles of king-piercing pills on the counter and then went upstairs. Too much talk leads to mistakes. The more he spoke to this medicine boy, the greater the risk of exposure, so he only said one sentence before quickly going upstairs. The young apprentice, not yet suspecting Master Wei's identity, glanced at the 80 king-level pills on the counter, his eyes widening in surprise. As an alchemist, how could he not know the value of 80 king-level pills? Selling all 80 of them would be an immense fortune. Had Master Wei gone out to assassinate a genius alchemist? The young apprentice couldn't help but wonder. Back upstairs, Long Zhuan entered the space within the devouring heaven world toad's body, officially beginning his seclusion. The business downstairs could be handled by the young apprentice. To avoid increasing the risk of exposure, he decided to remain out of the public eye for a while. At the same time, Master Song's insect armor shop, opposite Master Wei's pill shop, reopened. Long Zhuan was essentially running two shops simultaneously, both thriving and generating substantial profits. He would then continue his seclusion, researching the blood lotus pill formula, while simultaneously using these two shops to quickly gather the necessary materials. Unbeknownst to him, half a year had passed. In a small pavilion on the main island, Long Zhuan looked at the pill formula in his hand, a satisfied expression on his face, and then stretched lazily. The formula for the 300-year lifespan pill exclusive to the Suogu is finally complete. After the Suogu transforms by consuming this pill, it will be able to teleport with a Gu cultivator at the Spirit Sea stage. Long Zhuan smiled, slowly signing the formula before placing it in a small box. This 300-year lifespan pill exclusive to the Suogu was naturally based on Master Sun's 300-year lifespan pill formula. He gained a lot of inspiration from this formula, finding answers to many problems that had previously stumped him. Therefore, his research on this pill progressed rapidly without any setbacks, and after 2 months, he finally succeeded. The 300-year lifespan pill formula was found on Master Sun's person, whose stored ring naturally contained many materials related to this formula. Because of the connection, the Suogu exclusive pill formula created by Long Zhuan was very similar to this formula, so he didn't need to bother searching for most of the materials. Even the most difficult to collect main ingredient for the longevity pill was already in Master Sun's storage ring, so he didn't need to bother collecting it. The remaining ingredients weren't particularly rare, and collecting all the ingredients on this formula wouldn't take him much time, saving him a lot of trouble. With that, the problem of the Blood Lotus pill's transformation was solved, and it was only a matter of time before the Blood Lotus pill could carry Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators for teleportation. Long Zhuan then pulled out another formula from the small box and studied it intently. At the top of this formula were the 3 large characters Blood Lotus pill, and below were the 3 smaller characters written by Long Zhuan, the handwriting neat and orderly. He had completed the Blood Lotus pill 2 months ago, and for that long he had been collecting the ingredients on the formula. From the moment he wrote down the first ingredient in his Blood Lotus pill formula, he had the 2 major shops collect the ingredients for the formula, and so far, he had been collecting the ingredients for half a year. In that time, he had collected almost all the necessary ingredients for the formula. He glanced at the ingredients on the pill formula, then quickly checked the materials the 2 shops had collected for him over the past 6 months. He soon discovered that the ingredients for the Blood Lotus pill formula were basically complete, except for the main ingredient, the Blood Lotus. Thinking of this Blood Lotus, Long Zhuan felt a headache coming on. The first ingredient he guessed correctly was the Blood Lotus, yet he hadn't found it after 6 months of searching, demonstrating its difficulty in acquisition. The Blood Lotus was a rare spiritual herb that only had a chance of being born when contaminated with the blood of high-level spirit beasts. Blood lotuses ranged from grade 5 to 12th, but there were none below grade 4. This gave him a major headache. Due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in the world, spiritual herbs above grade 5 simply didn't grow in this world. Where was he supposed to find Blood Lotus? The only possible place for Blood Lotus in this world was in ancient tombs from extremely distant times. In those distant times, spiritual energy was abundant, and Blood Lotus could grow in this world. If it had been taken into a tomb by the dead and permanently sealed, it might have survived to this day. But the probability of finding it was extremely low. He had considered replacing the Blood Lotus with another material or creating a similar formula. However, he quickly realized it was impossible. The pills that increased the success rate of devouring heavenly fire were simply too powerful, their grade far exceeded 4th rank, and the main ingredient also had to be above 4th rank to refine them. He could only use a large amount of low-grade materials to downgrade them, just like when he refined the heaven-mending pill, to refine it using his own cultivation level. In other words, the secondary ingredients of the powerful pill could be compromised, but the main ingredient had to be of a high grade and could not be skimped on. To research a pill similar to the Blood Lotus pill, the main ingredient had to be a high-grade spiritual herb above 4th rank. Using spiritual herbs below 5th rank as the main ingredient made it impossible to research such a pill. And what difference was there between collecting other spiritual herbs above 4th rank and collecting Blood Lotus? Long Zhuan could only grit his teeth and collect Blood Lotus. Whether he could ultimately collect it depended entirely on luck. He had no other choice. However, just as Long Zhuan was racking his brains over collecting the Blood Lotus, the black storage ring on his finger trembled. He stroked the ring, and soon a communication talisman appeared. Upon seeing the contents of the talisman, his eyes widened, and he quickly stood up, his face beaming with joy. He couldn't help but sigh. Good fortune was truly unstoppable. The talisman had been sent by the apprentice tending the business downstairs. He had previously claimed he was in seclusion and not to be disturbed, so the apprentice hadn't dared to knock and instead used the talisman to send him a message. The talisman stated that a customer wanted to buy the shop's prized possession. The talisman contained only this one sentence, very concise. Selling the shop's prized possession was something an ordinary shop assistant couldn't decide on their own. Naturally, they had to inform Master Wei, who was in seclusion upstairs. Upon seeing the talisman, Long Zhuan immediately and impatiently emerged from the space within the devouring heaven world toad's body and quickly headed downstairs. The most prized possession in his shop was a dual-element ice and fire pill. He had refined 3 of them while making them for Yangzan. He gave him one, and with the remaining 2, Long Zhuan decided to display one of them in the shop to attract customers. The trading method for the dual-element ice and fire pill was a blood lotus. Since this person dared to come and trade for the pill, he must have already found the blood lotus. How could Long Zhuan not be delighted? Meanwhile, inside Master Wei's pill shop, a fat man stared intently at a shelf of pill bottles. This shelf was made of precious white jade, flawless, and protected by a barrier, making it difficult for anyone to take the pill bottles placed within it. The pills on such an extraordinary shelf were naturally not ordinary items. The pills on the best shelf in the shop were undoubtedly its prized possessions. The fat man gazed greedily at the pill, his breathing becoming rapid. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Someone actually managed to refine the ice-fire dual pole pill. It's divine. This is one of the few elixirs capable of attracting extraordinary phenomena. Its refining difficulty is notoriously high. Even the slightest mistake can cause the furnace to explode, killing the alchemist. Even 4th-grade alchemists struggle to refine such a pill. How exactly did your shopkeeper refine this ice-fire dual pole pill? His alchemy skills are probably unmatched in the entire Central Plains. I never imagined such a small city of Sin would harbor such hidden talents. Faced with the fat man's incessant mutterings, the medicine boy remained silent. Did he know Master Wei's alchemy level? This ice-fire dual pole pill couldn't possibly have been refined by Master Wei. Remembering how Master Wei had suddenly produced a pile of king-climbing pills that clearly weren't his, the medicine boy deduced that this ice-fire dual pole pill and that batch of king-climbing pills were all from the same person, obtained by Master Wei through murder and robbery. Long Zhuan went downstairs and saw the fat man excitedly circling the ice and fire dual-purpose pill. He seemed extremely interested in it. It's clearly stated on the shelf that our shop's prized possession is only available through barter with Blood Lotus. Do you have any Blood Lotus? Long Zhuan asked immediately as soon as he came down the stairs, feigning composure. Of course. My Xiao family is a family of tomb raiders. You can't find Blood Lotus anywhere else, but that's no problem for my Xiao family. Our Xiao family obtained this Blood Lotus from an ancient tomb 500 years ago, but unfortunately, the recipe for it no longer exists in this world, so it has been preserved until now. I've brought the Blood Lotus with me. Let's make the transaction now. Xiao Shuang looked at the ice and fire dual-purpose pill again, gazing at it with great excitement. Chapter 355 The God of Gamblers appears. 2024-05-21 Author, Xiang Kangshan Zai Shui Wu by Nian. Long Zhuan nodded, suppressing his joy, and asked, what grade is your Blood Lotus? A 6th grade Blood Lotus. How about that? Scared, huh? Xiao Shuang said smugly. Hearing this, Long Zhuan showed a look of disappointment. This grade was a bit low. Although it could be used to refine Blood Lotus pills, the effects were much weaker. Most importantly, if the main ingredient of the pill was of too low grade, the medicinal effect would inevitably not be very miraculous, and naturally, it would be difficult to attract a tribulation. This was what he was most concerned about. Pills refined from a 6th grade Blood Lotus would probably only attract unusual phenomena, not a tribulation, which greatly disappointed him. Hey! What kind of expression is that? This is a 6th grade spiritual herb. A 6th grade spiritual herb? Do you know what a 6th grade spiritual herb means in this world? It means it's the highest level spiritual herb in this world, and you're still complaining. Noticing his disappointed gaze, Xiao Shuang immediately showed displeasure. Alright, let's make the deal now. You can take the ice and fire dual-purpose pill, and give me the grade 6 Blood Lotus, Long Zhuan said, opening the barrier protecting the ice and fire dual-purpose pill. Something is better than nothing. He had no choice but to make do with this Blood Lotus. He figured the Sunset Divine Flame Seed had been severely damaged, reducing the danger to him to almost nothing, and this grade of Blood Lotus pill should be sufficient. Seeing the barrier protecting the blood lotus pill open, Xiao Shuang was immediately drawn to it. He took out a red medicine box and tossed it to Long Zhuan, then eagerly picked up the pill bottle himself, poured out the pills, and examined them in front of everyone. His eyes narrowed quickly, revealing a look of delight. It really is the ice and fire dual element pill, and of excellent quality. Its efficacy has increased by 3% out of nowhere. This is the first time I've ever seen a pill of such high quality. The person who can refine such a pill must have reached the pinnacle of alchemy. Few alchemists of the same rank can match them. Xiao Shuang looked up at the shopkeeper with a serious expression, a desire to befriend him rising within him. Long Zhuan took the red medicine box and eagerly opened it, immediately examining the spiritual herb inside. Inside was a blood-red lotus flower, containing immense spiritual power. However, due to the corrosive effects of time, even though the herb had been carefully preserved, it now appeared slightly withered. Long Zhuan's face lit up with delight, and he quickly closed the box to prevent further loss of its medicinal power. Upon hearing Xiao Shuang's words, he casually replied, "Reaching the pinnacle is probably beyond my reach. I believe there are many in this world whose alchemy skills surpass mine. How could I dare underestimate anyone?" Xiao Shuang shook his head, looking at him earnestly, and said, "Brother Wei, don't be modest. I dare say that with your current alchemy level, you're more than capable of winning the alchemy competition a year from now. This is not flattery, you truly have the ability. You should know that even 4th-grade alchemists struggle to refine the ice and fire dual-purpose pill. If you refine such a pill in the alchemy competition, you'll be able to easily defeat everyone." Xiao Shuang looked at him seriously, not joking. "Alchemy competition? Is there an alchemy competition being held nearby?" Long Zhuan asked casually, showing curiosity. If the prize for winning the alchemy competition was tempting, he wouldn't mind taking it. He was very confident in his alchemy skills, and regardless of the rules of the competition, the prize was like a free gift to him. Why not take it? Such a big event in the alchemy world, even an outsider like me knows about it, and you, a 3rd-grade alchemy master, don't know. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuang's eyes widened, and she looked at him in disbelief. "I'm sorry to have troubled you. I've been in seclusion recently, so I'm out of touch with the outside world. I really didn't know about this matter. Could you tell me the details?" Long Zhuan said. Xiao Shuang suddenly understood. Without suspecting anything, he patiently explained, "Then I'll let you know the news. It would be a real shame if someone of your skill didn't participate in this alchemy competition. This alchemy competition is the largest in the Western regions in 10,000 years, jointly organized by the 10 strongest empires of the Western regions. This competition will gather most of the alchemists from the entire Western regions. The entire Western regions are vast. Don't underestimate the rarity of 3rd-grade alchemists. With all the genius alchemists of the Western regions gathered together, the number of 3rd-grade alchemists at this grand alchemy event will be countless." Tisk, what an exciting alchemy event. I wonder how many prodigies will emerge, and how many heaven-defying pills will be created. The spectacular scene of 10,000 3rd-grade alchemists refining pills together is enough to go down in history. Such a breathtaking spectacle. Even I, an amateur, have to go and join the fun. I might learn a lot. Xiao Shuang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He wasn't joking. He genuinely intended to travel far and wide to witness the spectacle. This grand alchemy gathering would attract not only alchemists but also a vast number of people like Xiao Shuang who enjoyed watching the excitement. Even Long Zhuan was slightly surprised by the scale of the event. An alchemy competition spanning the entire Western regions, covering 1/5 of the Gu realm. He wondered how many alchemists would participate. "Do you know what the prize for the champion of this alchemy competition is?" Long Zhuan asked again. He decided it wouldn't be too late to consider participating after hearing about the prize. Xiao Shuang chuckled. "This alchemy competition will be held in Xianfang City, the capital of the Xianfang Empire. I don't know what the champion's prize is, but the prizes for this competition are extremely generous. The top 30 will be awarded the Xianfang Empire's national treasure, enlightenment tea, by the royal family." Tisk, what exactly is enlightenment tea? "I think you, a 3rd-grade alchemist, know better than I do, don't you?" Xiao Shuang looked at him with a smile. Hearing this, Long Zhuan's spirits lifted, a flash of greed crossing his eyes. How could he not know what enlightenment tea was? Among the 10 divine trees were the world tree, the heaven-mending tree, and the enlightenment tea tree. He forgot its ranking. The effect of enlightenment tea was that one sip would grant immediate enlightenment. Some people, after drinking a sip, could create cultivation techniques. Some could create goo formulas, and some could create pill formulas. The effects of enlightenment tea vary from person to person. The higher one's comprehension, the richer one's experience, and the more books one reads, the more terrifying the creations one will produce after drinking enlightenment tea. However, although an enlightenment tea tree can produce many enlightenment tea leaves, one person can only drink it once every 50 years, drinking it too often will damage the brain. If there were no such restriction, and the most comprehension-rich person in the Heavenly Phoenix Empire drank enlightenment tea every day, the Heavenly Phoenix Empire's various heaven-defying inheritances would have long been as vast as the sea. Faced with such a terrifying divine tree, how could Long Zhuan not be tempted? His devouring world toad desperately needed this level of heaven-defying treasure. That's right, at this moment, Long Zhuan wasn't just eyeing the enlightenment tea, he was clearly eyeing the entire enlightenment tea tree. He was already thinking about how to dig it up without anyone noticing. The enlightenment tea tree is a divine tree, a spiritual herb surpassing the 12th grade. The Heavenly Phoenix Empire is willing to offer such a heaven-defying treasure as a prize? Are they crazy? Long Zhuan said incredulously. If we didn't bring out a treasure of this caliber, how could we possibly attract all the genius alchemists in the entire western regions? Xiao Xuan laughed. However, don't assume the Heavenly Phoenix Empire would do something that loses money. The rules of this alchemy grand competition are that participants must be under 50 years old, and 2/3 of the pills refined during the competition will go to the organizers. The number of alchemists participating in this competition will exceed your imagination. Everyone will refine the most valuable spiritual pills on the field. How many rare spiritual pills will the organizers get for free? The value of the pills is secondary. The 10 great empires will use this opportunity to recruit a massive number of talented alchemists. This is an immeasurable wealth, and that is the ultimate purpose of this alchemy grand competition. The prizes for the competition are jointly provided by the 10 great empires. The Heavenly Phoenix Empire is only contributing 1/10 of the prize's value, and don't think that the Heavenly Phoenix Empire's royal family values enlightenment tea much. Enlightenment tea is priceless in the eyes of any clan, except for the Phoenix clan. Don't forget what the Phoenix clan's strongest unique goo formula is, the infamous evil Phoenix True Eye, a terrifying existence capable of replicating all laws. What kind of inheritance doesn't the Feng clan possess? The Feng clan certainly doesn't lack inheritances gained through drinking enlightenment tea, so its effect on them is limited. To be precise, the Feng clan also treasures enlightenment tea, just not nearly as much as other clans. That's why they were willing to offer large quantities as rewards. Hearing Xiao Xuan's explanation, Long Zhuan suddenly understood. He accepted Xiao Xuan's explanation. He still vividly remembered the pile of books he found in the Long clan's library tower in the western lands. The Long clan's ancestors, relying on the complete evil dragon emperor's eye to decipher all laws, actually recorded the methods for deciphering all laws on paper, permanently preserving them for posterity. If the Long clan's ancestors could do it, why wouldn't the Feng clan's ancestors? The Feng clan, relying on the complete evil Phoenix True Eye to replicate all inheritances in the world, might they also record all laws on paper for permanent transmission? Long Zhuan thought this was highly likely. If so, what kind of inheritance wouldn't the Feng clan possess? The enlightenment tea had virtually no effect on them. It was entirely possible that they would use the precious enlightenment tea as a reward. Just as Long Zhuan was lost in thought, Xiao Xuan chuckled. There's something else interesting I forgot to tell you. Also about this alchemy grand gathering, usually, wherever there are ruins or competitions, the competing forces will make bets, and this time is no exception. However, this bet is a bit too big. The Feng clan and the Long clan are sworn enemies. As the Long clan alliance has grown stronger, the Xianfeng Empire has also formed a Feng clan alliance to counter it. These two sworn enemies are actually using this alchemy grand gathering to gamble on their clan's fate. The bet is that whichever clan's alchemist achieves the highest ranking in this alchemy grand gathering will be able to plunder half of the other clan's fate. Tisk, the Huayu Empire and the Yanting Empire have also bet half of their clan's fate, using the exact same method. They're playing such a big game, they're simply insane. Upon hearing this news, Long Zhuan's pupils immediately contracted, and his expression instantly changed. He was completely unsettled. The Phoenix Alliance and the Dragon Alliance were actually gambling half of their clan's fortune, which immediately threw him into panic, making him want to curse. Who knew if the Dragon Alliance lost the bet and lost half of their clan's fortune, would that affect him? Strictly speaking, he was also a member of the Dragon Alliance. If the Dragon Alliance lost half of its clan's fortune, would his luck also decline? He had no idea. Cold sweat poured down Long Zhuan's back. This bet posed a fatal threat to him. How could he not panic? Long Zhuan took a deep breath, muttering in disbelief, how is this possible? Can clan fortune be gambled away? Suddenly, he thought of something, his eyes widened, and his face instantly turned extremely ugly. There was a power that could gamble clan fortune. He thought of the god of gamblers in the Heavenly Island ruins. Some damned person had released the god of gamblers, and now he could appear anywhere. This god of gamblers had at least 10 million puppets under his command, and all of them were high-level puppets. If he were to appear, the world would be thrown into chaos. This god of gamblers was simply a menace. He had a premonition that this was just the beginning, and the god of gamblers would stir up even bigger trouble. Since that was the case, he really had to attend this alchemy competition. He didn't trust those Dragon Clan alchemists. How could he entrust his fate to them? He had to win first place at this alchemy competition. Long Zhuan slowly clenched his fist. Chapter 356 The Conspiracy of the Four Evils. 2024-05-22 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu Bai Nian. It seems you've already guessed. That's right, this is the power of the gambling god Gu. Only the gambling god Gu can gamble with the ethereal fate of a clan. Xiao Shuang clicked his tongue. A Gu worm that can gamble with everything, truly amazing. I have to go now, so I'll leave first. I'll give you 10 communication talismans. Let's keep in touch. Once I find a good tomb, I'll take you with me. With that, Xiao Shuang left 10 communication talismans on the shelf, finally ending the idle chatter, and left Master Wei's pill shop. Long Zhuan looked at the 10 communication talismans on the shelf, thought for a moment, and finally accepted them. Someone who could produce a 6th-grade blood lotus could not be a simple person. This person might really come in handy later. Tomb raiding families have quite a few good treasures. Seeing that the shop's prized possession on the shelf was empty, Long Zhuan thought for a moment and took out a grade 3 soul-restoring pill to fill the gap. Just then, a cold, sharp voice came from the doorway. I want this prized possession. Name your price. Hearing this familiar female voice, Long Zhuan's heart trembled. It was jade-faced Rakshasa. What was she doing here? A Piku King would never easily come to a grade 3 alchemist shop, and the effect of a grade 3 soul-restoring pill on a Gu King would be negligible. Her sudden appearance here couldn't possibly be for buying pills. She probably had something to instruct him on. Long Zhuan became wary and turned to jade-faced Rakshasa, revealing a professional smile. This junior only wants the essence blood of a divine beast? Does senior have any? This was precisely what he intended to exchange the soul-restoring pill for. The divine power of the Purgatory true demon art was a Dharma image. With each level of cultivation, the cultivator could gain another Dharma image. However, the Dharma form requires the essence and blood of a divine beast as a medium, and divine beasts are long extinct, making their essence and blood extremely difficult to find. It's estimated that, like the blood lotus, it can only be found in ancient tombs. Now that he's preparing to cultivate the 3rd level of the Purgatory true demon art, he naturally needs to prepare the materials for cultivating the Dharma form as soon as possible. Divine beasts are already extinct in this world. Where am I supposed to find their essence and blood for you? Fine, it seems I'm destined to be without this treasure. The jade-faced Rakshasa withdrew her gaze from the soul-restoring pill. As a Gu King, most 3rd-grade pills were ineffective against her. Although she vaguely sensed the extraordinary nature of this pill, it wasn't something she absolutely needed. I've summoned you here for another important matter. You, a 3rd-grade alchemist, should know about the alchemy competition the Heavenly Phoenix Empire is holding, right? The jade-faced Rakshasa looked at him, finally getting to the point. Long Zhuan nodded and smiled. I just heard about it. He was currently guessing the jade-faced Rakshasa's intentions. The jade-faced Rakshasa, an amateur, actually brought up the alchemy competition. Could this old demon be planning something during this competition? Just as Long Zhuan was thinking this, the jade-faced Rakshasa said, I won't hide my purpose anymore. We, the Four Evils, are preparing to join forces to steal the Enlightenment Tea Tree, the national treasure of the Heavenly Phoenix Empire. Forced acquisition is definitely out of the question. Even with our immense power, it would be difficult to snatch a treasure from a nation's capital. This alchemy competition is a good opportunity. There's a competition segment where finalists must find their own spiritual herbs in a special space. The enlightenment tea tree is in that space. This is our chance. You must make it to the finals of this alchemy competition. I'll let you know what to do next. You'll be well rewarded afterward. The jade-faced Rakshasa's tone wasn't one of negotiation, but rather an announcement, brooking no refusal. Hearing this, Long Zhuan was shocked. The four evils of the land of sin were actually planning to join forces to steal the enlightenment tea tree of the heavenly Phoenix Empire. These four villains each possess unparalleled combat power among their peers. If they joined forces, they would be enough to shake any power. If these four villains were to cause trouble at the alchemy competition, then this competition would indeed be in for a major upheaval, and there would be quite a spectacle to watch. Long Zhuan hesitated, a troubled expression on his face, and said, "Even without your instructions, Senior, I will strive to reach the finals, but as you know, Senior, this alchemy competition will gather most of the genius alchemists from the entire western regions. There are countless prodigies. Although my alchemy skills are not bad, how dare I presume to stand out among such alchemy prodigies? I wish to do something for Senior, but unfortunately, my strength is insufficient, and I fear I might jeopardize your important plans." Although Long Zhuan was absolutely confident in his abilities, Master Wei's identity was not that of a spy, and he naturally refused such a dangerous task if possible. The jade-faced Rakshasa was well aware of Master Wei's alchemy skills. She said, "Of course I know your level. Reaching the finals with your alchemy skills is indeed a stretch, but we've sent far more than just you. As long as we send enough people, we're bound to succeed at least one. You're just the one with the lowest success rate among our chosen targets. Whether you make it to the finals or not doesn't matter. Just do your best." With that, the jade-faced Rakshasa threw a stack of communication talismans on the counter, then turned to leave. But as she reached the door, she suddenly stopped, turned her head, and said, "You need to disguise yourself to participate in this alchemy competition. Once our actions are exposed, all alchemists in the land of sin will be investigated. You'd better not use the identity of Master Wei." After saying this, the jade-faced Rakshasa finally left. Watching her departing figure, Long Zhuan pondered. As expected, the upcoming alchemy competition was bound to cause a major incident, and he wondered how far it would escalate. He put away the communication talisman left by the jade-faced Rakshasa on the counter. He also planned to seize the enlightenment tea tree. The power of the four evils might be useful. After returning upstairs, he entered seclusion again. The alchemy competition was still a long way off. He had a year to prepare, so there was no need to go so early. Half a month later, after the two shops had collected all the materials for the longevity pill exclusive to the raincoat goo, he immediately began refining the pill. The raincoat goo's hut was unusable, making everything extremely inconvenient. He was eager to upgrade the raincoat goo. After refining the pill in less than a day, he immediately threw the longevity pill into the raincoat goo's mouth, allowing it to transform. Another half-month later, the raincoat goo finally awakened, successfully completing its transformation into a rare goo. Long Zhuan was overjoyed. By this time, a month had passed since the sale of the ice and fire dual pole pill, and the new treasure of the temple had been displayed in the shop for a month. As expected, the soul restoration pill's ability to repair the souls of goo cultivators below the spirit sea stage attracted considerable interest from goo cultivators, with countless wanting to trade it. However, the trading rules for this treasured artifact required only divine beast essence blood, which was not easily obtained by ordinary goo cultivators. Therefore, despite attracting the attention of countless goo cultivators, the soul restoration pill remained unsold after a month. Seeing that he hadn't found any divine beast essence blood after a month, Long Zhuan finally decided to give up. He ransacked Master Wei's pill shop, leaving Sin City disguised. He also ransacked Master Song's insect armor shop, closing it down. Pills that could attract auspicious phenomena couldn't be refined in the city. He would go to Thunder Swamp to refine blood lotus pills that could attract such phenomena, and then head to the Heavenly Phoenix Empire to participate in an unprecedented alchemy event. He wouldn't be able to return to Sin City for a long time, so both shops naturally had to be closed. After the Suogu successfully completed its transformation, leaving was also convenient. After placing a small, hidden hut in Master Song's insect armor shop, he entered and instantly appeared in the Thunder Swamp. Having not returned to this place for a long time, Long Zhuan still felt a sense of kinship. Gazing at the sky filled with lightning, He smiled slightly. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he looked towards the center of the thunder swamp. There, a mysterious soul was hidden, carrying the seed of heavenly water. This soul still couldn't forget heavenly water and was still pondering how to seize it. Although water can extinguish fire, ordinary water could never extinguish heavenly fire, only heavenly water could withstand it. Therefore, if he possessed heavenly water that could restrain heavenly fire, devouring it would be much easier, and the success rate would greatly increase. However, he quickly abandoned this idea as soon as it arose. The logic was sound, but wasn't devouring heavenly water dangerous? To reduce the danger of devouring heavenly fire by devouring equally dangerous heavenly water meant that the safety rate was neither reduced nor increased. Moreover, before he could devour the heavenly water, he would likely need to create a pill to increase the success rate of the devouring process, which would waste a considerable amount of time. Ultimately, Long Zhuan decided to postpone devouring the heavenly water for now. Things had to be done one at a time. The heavenly water was fixed in place and couldn't be moved. He took a deep breath and finally retrieved the 6th grade blood lotus, along with all the spiritual herbs needed to refine the blood lotus pill. He was officially preparing to begin refining the blood lotus pill. 7 days later, large swaths of dark clouds gathered in the sky, making the already sunless thunder swamp even darker. Of course, the thunder swamp itself was always shrouded in dark clouds, and the newly appearing clouds overlapped with the existing ones. On the surface, the thunder swamp remained unchanged. Those active near the thunder swamp naturally wouldn't notice the commotion. Therefore, although the pill Long Zhuan was refining had attracted an unusual phenomenon, no one noticed it. After the phenomenon lasted for some time, the blood lotus pill was finally completed, the phenomenon disappeared, and the dark cloud slowly dissipated. But the thunder swamp remained largely unchanged, with thunder still rumbling and dark clouds still gathering. Who would have thought that someone had just refined a pill here that could attract such a phenomenon? Suddenly, the alchemy furnace was shaken away, and 5 round, red pills flew out. Long Zhuan reacted swiftly, completely ignoring the pill's scalding heat, and grabbed all 5 in one go. Looking at the 5 pills radiating a red glow in his hand, Long Zhuan was overwhelmed with excitement. The blood lotus pill was complete. Next, he needed to devour the heavenly flame, and he would then be a person with heavenly flame. Flame clone, it's all up to you now. Don't let me down. With that, Long Zhuan tossed one of the blood lotus pills to his flame clone, who involuntarily shivered. Chapter 357 Devouring Heavenly Fire. May 22, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshan Shui Wu by Nian Long Zhuan, fearing damage to his belongings during the absorption of the heavenly fire, did not allow his flame avatar to complete the absorption within the space of the devouring world toad. Instead, Long Zhuan randomly selected a cave in the thunder swamp and decided to have his avatar absorb the heavenly fire there. He planted lightning rods around the cave and protected it with the 5 elements reversal array, thus completing the protection of his secluded cultivation location. Finally, he had a sudden inspiration and took out the frost fire divine flame and the frost jade bed, placing them inside the cave. The reason absorbing the heavenly fire was dangerous was because it was extremely hot. Preparing something very cold beforehand would significantly reduce the danger. He had one last trick up his sleeve, learned from absorbing the frost fire divine flame. When the flame avatar was about to succumb to the flames, all the avatars could hold hands and use the power of the 5 elements cycle to collectively resist the fire. The power generated by the 5 elements cycle was far more than simply 5 ones added together. The power of the flames would then be divided into 5, to be shared by the 5 clones, greatly increasing the success rate of devouring the heavenly fire. Therefore, Long Zhuan left all his clones in the cave, giving each one a blood lotus pill. He himself, sensitive to the heat, left the cave and observed from a great distance. Having made so many preparations, and given that the sunset divine flame was a fragmented seed, he felt the success rate of the flame clone devouring the heavenly fire was almost perfect. Therefore, he wasn't particularly worried about the flame clone's safety. The flame clone was already accustomed to cultivating on the jade bed. After circulating his body refining technique, he wasn't afraid of the cold. He had already stripped off all his clothes and was completely naked. Since the heavenly fire would burn all his clothes anyway, he naturally didn't want to waste any more. Sitting on the cold jade bed, he glanced at the sunset divine flame seed floating in the air, finally no longer hesitating. He closed his eyes and immediately threw the blood lotus pill into his mouth. The blood lotus pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, its medicinal power seeping from the tip of his tongue into his bone marrow, his meridians, and every inch of his body. Soon, the flame avatar felt excruciating pain throughout his body, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Immediately afterward, crimson blood began to seep from his skin, quickly congealing into scabs. These scabs soon covered his entire body, transforming him into a blood-soaked figure. The scabs weren't limited to his internal organs, they also formed scabs on his esophagus, his internal organs, and every other surface part of his body. Now, he was protected by scabs everywhere. The blood lotus pill's protective properties were far beyond simply absorbing heavenly fire. Consuming a single pill during battle would grant him extremely high defense throughout his body, enough to give any opponent a headache. However, this wasn't the end of it. After swallowing the blood lotus pill, the flame avatar summoned the frost fire that Long Zhuan had thrown into the cave and swallowed it whole. As the frost fire entered his stomach, the blood scabs that had just formed on his body were now being covered by layers of ice, encasing them completely. His esophagus was now entirely covered in ice, and his entire body was sealed off. Long Zhuan, watching from a great distance, nodded. With these 2 layers of defense, he truly didn't believe he couldn't subdue the sunset flame today. The cultivation process of the second level of the Purgatory True Demon art involved tempering the body with cold energy. His flame clone, who had cultivated on the jade bed for many years, had already perfected the second level of the technique. He now possessed extremely high resistance to cold energy, so even with the combined attack of the jade bed and the frost fire covering many parts of the cave, he remained silent. He beckoned to the sunset flame seed in the air, and drawn by his soul power, the seed flew into his mouth along with the frost fire. The flame, enveloped in soul power, shielded a significant portion of the burns. However, after slicing through his esophagus, it easily broke through the ice layer, burning the scabs beneath, causing him to groan in pain. The flame clone quickly swallowed a healing pill, which melted instantly, rapidly repairing his esophagus, which had been scalded by the flame. "Swallow it," the flame clone roared, his eyes snapping open, seemingly reflecting 2 balls of fire. Simultaneously, his body was instantly engulfed in raging flames, the ice layer created by the frost divine flame crumbling in an instant. Watching from afar, Long Zhuan clenched his fists, silently cheering for his clone. Although the sunset divine flame's flame was severely damaged, its power far exceeded his expectations. The clone attempted to use the frost divine flame to counter the sunset divine flame's power, but the frost divine flame was instantly defeated. The power of spiritual fire ultimately could not withstand heavenly fire, even if it was severely damaged. At this moment, what filled his body was no longer cold, but extreme heat. Fortunately, the blood scabs formed by the blood lotus pills were specifically designed to resist the heavenly fire. These scabs had a strong heat insulating ability, and coupled with a continuous chill released by the jade bed, the flame clone was ultimately not instantly burned to ashes. However, the pain caused by the burning of the heavenly fire was unavoidable. The burning power of the heavenly fire would cause one to suffer pain worse than death. At this moment, he let out painful roars, only managing to suppress his screams through his strong willpower. At this moment, the other clones no longer hesitated, each throwing a blood lotus pill into their mouths. When their bodies were covered with thick blood scabs, they rushed forward together, joining hands with the flame clone to share the damage caused by the heavenly fire. The power of the heavenly fire also began to split into 5, burning all 5 of them simultaneously, greatly reducing the pressure on the flame clone. With the combined efforts of the 5 clones, they were finally able to contend with the sunset divine flame, and the 2 sides entered a stalemate. The sunset divine flame couldn't instantly incinerate the 5 blood-covered figures, nor could its 5 clones instantly refine the flames. Both sides were draining each other's power. This was destined to be a protracted battle, with a side that exhausted its strength inevitably being devoured by the other. Long Zhuan watched this scene with astonishment. The power of the heavenly fire was truly terrifying. Even though the sunset divine flame was ranked very low and was now a remnant, its current power far less than a tenth of its peak, the force it unleashed was still terrifying. The cave was already slowly melting under the high temperature. As time went on, the cave would likely be evaporated by the heavenly fire, and the dark clouds above could be seen directly from inside. Even with all his preparations, including various strategies to counter his opponent, blood scab pills, frost fire divine flame, frost jade bed, healing pills, High temperature resistance body tempering techniques, sharing the heavenly fire's power among 5 people, the water bear goo, soul armor, and the fire dragon fruit's fire immunity buff. He still found it somewhat difficult to contend with a mere remnant of the heavenly fire. Little did he know, he was currently only a minor spirit C-stage goo cultivator, his cultivation level far too low. For someone of such a low cultivation level to devour heavenly fire was practically suicidal, unprecedented in history. He might be about to make history, becoming the first spirit C-stage goo cultivator capable of devouring heavenly fire. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 The Little Medicine Boy Appears. May 24, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu By Nian. Time passed second by second, and after an unknown amount of time, the temperature in the cave gradually decreased. At this point, the cave could no longer be called a cave, it had long been melted by the power of the heavenly fire. Above, there was a huge hole, through which one could see the dark clouds and the endless thunder in the sky. Is it finally going to succeed? Long Zhuan, who was watching from afar, murmured softly, finally relaxing his clenched fist and letting out a long sigh. Only now could his tense mood ease. The danger of devouring the heavenly fire had exceeded his expectations. The situation just now was extremely perilous. Even if the power of the heavenly fire had been just a little stronger, his 5 clones would have been burnt to ashes, and he would have lost 5 clones in one fell swoop. Fortunately, luckily, the clones had withstood the danger, and the heavenly fire was finally beginning to be refined little by the 5 clones. The temperature in the cave had disappeared. It seemed that the heavenly fire had been successfully refined. Seeing that his 5 clones had simultaneously opened their weary eyes, Long Zhuan took a deep breath, opened his right hand, and a ball of red flame rose from his palm. The red light emitted by the flame reflected on his excited little face. The clones would return all the results of their cultivation to the main body. The success of the clones in devouring the heavenly fire meant that the main body had also successfully devoured the heavenly fire and could use its power at any time. All dangers were borne by the clones, while the main body could simply sit back and enjoy the benefits. This kind of technique was simply shameless. Is this the power of the heavenly fire? It's terrifying. There are only 36 kinds of heavenly fire in the world, and they are extremely difficult to find. Devouring heavenly fire is the lifelong dream of every alchemist. I never thought I would have the opportunity to obtain such a treasure. The flame that rose in Long Zhuan's hand dissipated, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. Are you all right? Long Zhuan finally entered the cave and asked with concern. He used his soul power to examine the body of the flame clone, and found that it was charred black all over, with burns everywhere. Its body was riddled with holes, and there was no intact part left. Such injuries would likely have killed an ordinary person long ago. His survival is nothing short of a miracle. I'm fine, the flame clone said weakly. This kind of injury would be fatal to others, but the water bear goo has already completed its transformation. With the water bear goo's 3rd tier immortal power, it won't be long before I recover to my full strength. Hearing this, Long Zhuan finally felt relieved. He was also grateful that he had given the water bear goo the opportunity to transform during his journey to Emperor Flame City. Otherwise, the outcome of this heavenly fire absorption would have been uncertain. The 3rd level of the Purgatory True Demon Art is heavenly fire body refinement. Now that he possessed the heavenly fire, he could finally begin cultivating the 3rd level of the body refinement technique. Just as he was thinking this, the flame clone got up from the cold jade bed and sat on the ground on the other side. Red flames immediately rose from his body, burning every inch of him, turning him into a fiery figure. The flame clone was now trying to refine his body with heavenly fire, preparing to see its effects. Even without moving, Long Zhuan could feel his physical strength increasing at a visible rate. The effect of tempering his body with the power of heavenly fire was truly terrifying. Long Zhuan revealed excitement, clenching his fist tightly to feel his power. He sighed inwardly again, thinking this technique was simply cheating. Who was the freak who created it? The other clones also sat cross-legged on the ground, their bodies covered in red flames, beginning to try tempering their bodies with heavenly fire. Long Zhuan immediately felt his physical strength increasing even faster, 5 times faster than before. His cultivation speed was like riding a rocket, making him grin. No destruction, no construction. He discovered that although his clones had suffered severe injuries, they had also touched the bottleneck of the mid-stage spirit sea realm. They were not far from breaking through to the mid-stage spirit sea realm. Perhaps they would break through the next time they opened their eyes. And their breakthrough was equivalent to his breakthrough. He, Long Zhuan, could suddenly reach the mid-stage spirit sea realm without doing anything. It was simply amazing. He had only been a few years since breaking through to the spirit sea stage of Gu cultivation, a speed that was incredibly fast compared to other spirit sea stage Gu cultivators. Perhaps his improved aptitude also played a role. Long Zhuan stopped disturbing the group of clones and slowly left the cave. He took out a map and prepared to consider his next plan. Currently, both the Calamity Poison Gu and the Dragon Gu had successfully transformed, and he had very few Gu worms left that hadn't transformed yet. After a moment's thought, he decided to upgrade his Blade Gu next. On the map, he was currently located in the land of Sin, to the west of which was the Radiant Moon Empire, to the south the Dragon Ascension Empire, and to the north the Flame Court Empire. The land of Sin was situated at the intersection of these three empires, a no-man's land. To the north of the Flame Court Empire was the Heavenly Phoenix Empire, a vast empire bordering many other empires, and to the southeast, it shared a large area with the Dragon Ascension Empire, his longtime enemy. The alchemy competition that had shaken the entire western regions was being held in the Heavenly Phoenix Empire's capital city, a place he absolutely had to go to. He was in the land of Sin, Thunder Swamp, heading straight for the imperial city of the Heavenly Phoenix Empire, determined to traverse the entire Flame Court Empire. Speaking of the Flame Court Empire, Long Zhuan thought of a powerful sect called the Sword Washing Pavilion. While other professions existed in the Gu realm, they were extremely rare, and the Sword Washing Pavilion was a powerful sect entirely dedicated to sword cultivators. In the Flame Court Empire, many people with poor talent in Gu cultivation would go to the Sword Washing Pavilion to practice swordsmanship. Sword cultivation was barren elsewhere, but in the Flame Court Empire, it could be considered one of the holy lands of swordsmanship in the Gu realm. The Sword Washing Pavilion was undoubtedly an extremely powerful sect in the Flame Court Empire, easily ranking among the top 5 sects in the entire empire. Presumably, such a large sword cultivation sect must have some members who could comprehend sword intent, so Long Zhuan now had the idea of upgrading his Blade Gu at the Sword Washing Pavilion. Since he was going to the Heavenly Phoenix Empire to participate in the alchemy competition and would have to traverse the Flame Court Empire anyway, since he was passing by the Sword Washing Pavilion, he might as well upgrade his Blade Gu there. He decided that once his 5 avatars had recovered from their injuries and broken through to the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm, he would immediately head towards the Sword Washing Pavilion. In the Yangting Empire, on a desolate mountain. It was already late at night. The young medicine boy dragged his weary body here, his eyes adorned with large dark circles, clearly having not rested well for a long time. That mysterious voice came from here. The young medicine boy looked at the long-abandoned temple before him, his brows furrowing deeply. As the saying goes, it's better to spend the night in a graveyard than in a temple. Don't assume that Buddhist holy sites are free from evil spirits. On the contrary, encountering a long-abandoned temple in the wilderness is actually a very ominous place. Those who spend the night in abandoned temples often encounter great danger. This temple was built in such a desolate place, far from any town or village, where no strangers would ever come. The very existence of a temple here was highly unusual. Perhaps a demon was imprisoned beneath this temple, or a terrifying ghost was lurking within. In short, nothing good could possibly happen here. It was late at night, and the wind was howling, its howling echoing in his ears. Amidst the gale, eerie, piercing sounds emanated from the temple, creating an atmosphere of terror. Dark clouds gathered, obscuring the moonlight, threatening a downpour. He decided to seek shelter in the temple. He knew this temple might harbor unknown dangers, but he desperately wanted to know what the sounds were. Ever since he arrived in the Western lands, he had been hearing voices, intermittent and indistinct, their words unclear. But the voices seemed to beckon him to some place. The noise kept him awake at night. He felt he would go mad if he didn't deal with them soon. Therefore, despite Leodeo's advice, he insisted on coming here. Now, he vaguely sensed the voices were coming from this temple, and even knowing the immense danger it concealed, he decided to venture inside. Death was preferable to being tormented to death by these sounds. The young apprentice gritted his teeth, finally mustering his courage, and stepped into the temple. Pushing open the door, he found the temple dimly lit, so dark he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He took out a wall lamp he'd dug up from a cave in the far west from his storage bag and, using its faint light, cautiously made his way deeper into the temple. Whether by coincidence or not, the moment he stepped inside, a torrential downpour began, and the wind slammed the door shut behind him, as if trapping him there for the night. The young apprentice took a deep breath, turned around, and looked around the temple. He found it had been abandoned for a long time. The ground and the incense burner were covered in dust, and cobwebs clung to the walls and beams. There had been no trace of human activity for a long time, and the air was thick with a musty smell. He frowned deeply. He didn't know why. But the voice he'd heard had clearly come from here, and had been luring him into this temple. Yet, once he actually arrived, the voice had mysteriously vanished. "Who are you? What do you want with me here? Speak," the young apothecary shouted, mustering his courage. But no one answered for a long time. The annoying voice that had been bothering him remained silent. "If you don't speak, I'm leaving," the young apothecary shouted again. Seeing still no response, he made a move to walk outside. But as soon as he opened the door, a gust of wind rushed into the room, even sweeping in rainwater. A bolt of lightning struck at that moment, illuminating his face as white. The young apothecary quickly closed the door. "Never mind, I'll just stay here for the night," the young apothecary muttered to himself. Actually, he didn't really intend to leave. He knew very well that as soon as he left, the voice that kept him awake would definitely start again. He had traveled through mountains and rivers, spending countless years to reach this place. How could he be satisfied without completely eliminating this voice? After closing the door, he began to dust the place. He once again displayed his old style. A thief never leaves empty-handed, taking whatever he could find, even junk, and stuffing it all into his storage bag. So the incense burner, wooden fish drum, large Buddha statue, murals on the walls, even the old table and prayer cushions, were all dusted off and stored in his bag. After he had looted everything visible in the temple, he didn't stop there. He began digging deep into the ground, trying to find hidden treasures. He tapped and examined the walls and floors, as if searching for secret rooms or hidden compartments. Finally, his efforts paid off. He tapped on a spot in the ground and heard a hollowing sound. His eyes lit up with joy. He eagerly took out a small hammer from his storage bag, broke the floor tile, and quickly pulled out a golden Buddha statue. The golden Buddha statue was lifelike, as if it were alive, radiating a dazzling golden light. It was clearly no ordinary object. The young medicine boy was overjoyed. Although he hadn't figured out the item's function after studying it for a long time, he still put the golden Buddha statue away, intending to study it later. Having made a discovery, the young medicine boy examined the floor tiles more carefully. Soon, he struck again, producing a hollowed-out sound. His eyes lit up, and he took out his small hammer again. Before long, he unearthed another identical Buddha statue. Time passed slowly, and after searching every corner of the temple for a long time, he finally found 16 more golden Buddha statues. Now he had a total of 18 golden Buddha statues. These 18 statues seemed to be a set. Each one was hidden in an extremely concealed location, and he hadn't missed a single one. After digging out the 18 golden Buddha statues, the young medicine boy was a little out of breath and sat down to rest. He smiled slightly, and just as he was about to take out the 18 statues to study their function, the voice that had been disturbing his mind rang out again. "It really was you. I knew you would touch these Buddha statues. No matter how well they were hidden, you would still find them by digging 3 feet into the ground." The moment this voice rang out, the young medicine boy jumped in fright, hurriedly standing up and shouting in panic, Who is speaking?" His heart sank. This person seemed to know him very well, even able to predict his actions, knowing he would touch the Buddha statues. Wait, he deliberately remained silent just now. Could it be that he wanted him to touch the Buddha statues? Could it be that the 18 golden Buddha statues buried deep inside are untouchable? A bad premonition arose in his heart. "You remained silent just now so that I would touch the Buddha statues?" the young medicine boy asked hastily, his expression changing. The mysterious voice rang out again, "That's right. I understand your character very well, because I am you, and you are me. How could I not understand myself? You are my most virtuous side. Only the most virtuous can touch the 18 golden Buddhas that seal me. Only those without a trace of evil can be called truly virtuous. There are very few people in this world who can move those 18 golden Buddhas. If I ask you to dig up those 18 golden Buddhas, I know you. You definitely won't do as I say. Instead, you'll try to strengthen the seal. If I say nothing, you will definitely take all the treasures here. No matter how deeply the 18 golden Buddhas are hidden, you will definitely find them. Hearing this, the young medicine boy's heart sank. He realized that he had probably unintentionally released an extremely terrifying being. Anything sealed must be extremely terrifying and must have caused harm to a region, otherwise, how could it be sealed? Once this demon is released, it could very well wreak havoc on the world. His face paled slightly. This temple really did seal a demon. The consequences of unintentionally releasing this demon were unimaginable. Chapter 359 Powerful Goo. 2024-05-24 Author, Xiangkangshen Shui Wu Bai Nian. Who exactly are you? You say I am your benevolent side, but I don't understand. The little medicine boy suppressed his fear and asked. You don't need to understand. You just need to know that I am you, and you are me, that's all. The benevolent and malevolent sides cannot devour each other. I cannot devour you, and you cannot devour me. One side can only be expelled from the body, or both can share a body, so after we merge, you don't need to worry about dying. If I could truly devour you, I wouldn't have expelled you in the first place, the mysterious voice said again. Hearing this, the little medicine boy's face immediately changed. The word merge was definitely not a good one. Regardless of whether it constituted possession or not, if he really merged with this demon, would he still be himself? Oh no, the little medicine boy showed fear and hurriedly ran outside. HMPH. Run? You think you can escape? As the voice faded, a dark shadow flew swiftly from the ground. Before the young apprentice could even open the door, the shadow had already burrowed into his body from behind. The apprentice's hand, reaching for the door, finally froze. After a long silence, a sinister smile slowly spread across his face. How? A young body is truly wonderful. After being trapped for so long, I can finally see the outside world again. Those old bald monks, you'd better wait for me. With that, he glared fiercely in a certain direction, then slowly closed his eyes, beginning to carefully probe the memories in the apprentice's mind. Soon after, a smile of interest appeared on his lips. A little strong goo? Interesting. Interesting, as expected of my benevolent side, it perfectly inherited my imagination. It can even make so many variations out of a mere low-grade goo worm, transplanting all the special organs in the world into one's own body, not limited to parts of alien races and powerful divine beasts. That's really a great idea. Piecing together various powerful organs can really create an extremely terrifying monster. The corners of his mouth curled up, his interest growing stronger with each thought. However, you're too timid. You have such a great idea but don't dare to use it. Besides, the little strong goo is just a low-grade goo worm. Transplanting ordinary organs is fine, but transplanting powerful organs like the 7-aperture exquisite heart sword bone would surely cause the body to collapse. It seems I have to use my own wisdom to create a great strong goo. I really want to see how terrifying a monster that pieces together the strongest organs in the world would be. His words exuded powerful confidence, as if creating a goo formula was a piece of cake for him. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the sword-washing pavilion, his eyes narrowing as he murmured ambitiously, that place has so many sword bones. One sword bone might have limited strength, but if I replaced every bone in my body with sword bones, how terrifying would that be? 4 months later, on the main island. It was the season of blooming flowers again. The island's flower beds a riot of colors, releasing a variety of intoxicating fragrances. Bees danced among the flowers, happily collecting nectar. Occasionally a blue bee would dart into a flower, revealing half its rear end. After the bee flew away, a puppet would approach, collect the flower that had been drained of nectar, and replant it. These mature flowers were then delivered by the puppet to a rabbit to be used to refine the myriad flower pill. The refined myriad flower pill was then delivered by the puppet to Long Zhuan. The vast island was meticulously managed by these puppets. Although Long Zhuan was not a puppeteer and did not know how to create puppets, but he possessed a repair goo, he only needed to break off a part from the puppet, and the repair goo could complete it, conjuring up a puppet out of thin air. As time passed, the number of his puppets would only grow larger and larger. It could be said that he could have as many puppets as he had in the future, just like he could have as many divided souls. With so many puppets, he could manage even the largest herb garden. At this moment, Long Zhuan was preparing to expand his herb garden. He was gazing at a red fruit seed, a smile of excitement on his face. Today, not only was there a bumper harvest of spiritual flowers, but a world tree fruit had also ripened. This fruit was full of fiery energy, and the world within the seed must also be a fiery land, perfect for planting spiritual herbs that could only grow in fiery lands. After removing the pulp, he held the world tree seed, but before he could admire it for long, the seed flew up in his hand, controlled by the devouring world toad, and flew off into the far distance. Long Zhuan naturally knew what the devouring world toad was going to do, so he quickly chased after the seed, his eyes filled with excitement. Similar to the previous encounter with a wooden island, after flying a certain distance, the seed's surface suddenly became covered with dense cracks and trembled incessantly. Then, with a loud boom, the world tree seed exploded, and a huge island appeared out of thin air not far to the east of the main island. A suspension bridge, hundreds of meters long, was erected to the east of the main island, connecting it to the floating island. This was a fiery floating island, its oil a fiery red, and the ground temperature extremely high. Fireballs frequently flew across the island, and within the labyrinth and underground caverns, fireballs also wandered, like will-o'-the-wisps, clearly not ordinary flames. Long Zhuan, showing curiosity, quickly flew to the fire-floating island, preparing to study its function. Each world within the world tree seed had a special function, and this fire-floating island was likely no exception. The fire-floating island's special function wasn't complicated. Long Zhuan merely used his soul power to sense the fireballs and recognize them as precious spiritual fire. These spiritual flames varied in size and strength, ranging from low-grade to mid-grade, high-grade, and even top-grade. The island had the most low-grade flames, but the strongest top-grade flames were few, though their strength was only slightly weaker than his frost fire divine flame. It was clear this place was a place for nurturing fire. Not only could spiritual flames be born here, but those placed here would also be nourished, gradually growing stronger over time. When he placed the frost fire divine flame and the sunset divine flame here, he found they were very active and clearly showing signs of strengthening, further confirming his suspicions. Long Zhuan was overjoyed. This was truly a valuable asset, a timely help for him. He had been struggling to repair the damaged seeds of the sunset divine flame. Knowing that the repairing goo couldn't repair a treasure like heavenly fire, and he was still clueless. Now he no longer had a headache. It was truly a case of what he lacked arriving just in time. He had just absorbed the heavenly flame and was still thinking about how to repair it, but unexpectedly, the means to repair it arrived. As long as he placed the sunset divine flame on this floating fire island, it would eventually recover to its full strength, although the process would likely be very long, and he wasn't in a hurry at all. The floating fire island could not only nurture fire, but also cultivate spiritual herbs that could only grow in fiery terrain, and the growth rate of fire attribute spiritual herbs would increase significantly here. This was also a good ability for him, as spiritual herbs with special requirements for their growth terrain could not be grown, even with top-grade spiritual soil. And spiritual herbs that could not grow in human herb gardens were naturally extremely rare, which led to them fetching astronomical prices on the market. If his herb garden could grow such spiritual herbs, it would be enough for him to make a small fortune. Growing herbs was a minor matter, the spiritual fire on the floating fire island was the most important thing. Although he already had the heavenly flame, the spiritual fire on the floating island was useless to him, but he could still sell it for money. The island's spiritual fire seems to be infinitely regenerating, making it a golden goose that lays golden eggs. Which group is most irresistibly drawn to spiritual fire? Undoubtedly, it's alchemists and weapon refiners. The upcoming alchemy competition will gather countless alchemists. With so many wealthy and powerful alchemists gathered together, a massive trade fair is inevitable. If you were to sell these spiritual fires at the fair, even a vast quantity would be snapped up by the countless alchemists, making him incredibly wealthy. A slow smile crept onto Long Zhuan's lips. Next, I should start collecting spiritual herbs and seeds that only grow in fiery lands on a large scale. The alchemy competition trade fair will be a good opportunity. Every alchemist will carry a large quantity of spiritual herbs and seeds, Long Zhuan murmured softly before finally stepping out of the space within the devouring heaven world toad's body. He wanted to see where he was. Since his clone broke through to the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm a month ago and recovered from his injuries, he had immediately set off towards the sword-washing pavilion of the Flame Court Empire. After acquiring the devouring world toad, He used it for transportation wherever he went. Often, he only needed to seclude himself for a period of time, and when he opened his eyes, he would already be at his destination. The devouring world toad had been traveling for a month now, and at its speed, it was likely already deep within the Flame Court Empire, not far from the location of the sword-washing pavilion. The devouring world toad had just noticed the situation and stopped, staring ahead with a wary expression. Upon emerging, Long Zhuan immediately saw a dilapidated town ahead. Collapsed houses were everywhere, some engulfed in flames. Corpses littered the ground, each drained of spiritual energy. Blood flowed freely in the streets but hadn't dried, and the stench of blood was still strong, suggesting the tragedy hadn't occurred long ago. At this point, the entire town was deserted. Long Zhuan frowned slightly. Which powerful demonic cultivator had massacred the town? Since there were no survivors, Long Zhuan quickly walked inside. He certainly wasn't interested in finding out who the murderer was. He wasn't that bored. Long Zhuan planned to loot the corpses. With so many bodies, houses, and hidden chambers, he figured a thorough search would yield valuable items. With this in mind, he quickly entered the town. However, while his initial thought was correct, this killer was different. The killer searched meticulously, leaving no treasure behind despite the numerous corpses and houses. Even the most deeply hidden chambers were thoroughly searched, leaving no stone unturned. Long Zhuan used his X-ray vision and powerful soul force to quickly scan the entire town, but found not a single spirit stone. Even many worthless items were taken. He was completely dumbfounded. Who could be so thorough, leaving not a drop of soup behind? They searched even more thoroughly than the young medicine boy. Chapter 360, a groundbreaking idea. May 24, 2024. Author, Xiangkangshan Zeshui Wu by Nian. After a quick search, Long Zhuan finally gave up, unable to find even a single spirit stone. His eyes could see the progress of everything, no matter what treasures were hidden here, no matter how well they were concealed, they couldn't escape his eyes. Yet, even with such terrifying investigative abilities, he still hadn't found a single treasure of any value, demonstrating the meticulousness of the murderer. Long Zhuan's curiosity grew. He decided to see who was capable of such ruthlessness. He used the far-seeing ability of his heavenly eye to look into the distance. His heavenly eye could see extremely far, and since even the blood here hadn't congealed, the murderer certainly hadn't been gone long. With his 1,000-mile eye, he might actually be able to find the perpetrator. Long Zhuan looked around, and soon he saw a familiar back. This back filled him with deep apprehension, and his eyes even held a rare hint of fear. At this moment, he finally understood why all the corpses in the town had been drained of their spiritual energy. This person was terrifying. Under the magnifying power of his heavenly eye, he clearly saw that this person possessed countless spiritual seas. Not only did this person have a spiritual sea in his danshan, but at a microscopic level, every cell in his body also had a spiritual sea. In other words, he had as many spiritual seas as he had cells. However, most of his spiritual seas were depleted and not filled with spiritual power. Yet, how many cells were there in the human body? Even if less than 1/10,000th of his spiritual seas had spiritual power, his total spiritual power already far surpassed that of a Piku king. This person seemed to possess a wicked technique that could absorb the spiritual power of others. This wicked technique would allow him to possess endless spiritual seas. In order to cultivate this wicked technique, he had slaughtered everyone in the town and absorbed all the spiritual power of the Gu cultivators there. If nothing unexpected happened, he would kill even more people to fill all his spiritual seas with spiritual power. Just how many people would he need to kill to fill his endless spiritual seas? Long Zhuan's heart trembled. The Yanting Empire was likely to be thrown into chaos. This was the first thought that arose in his mind. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Who has such an imaginative mind to create such an advanced technique? Long Zhuan was greatly surprised. This was the first time he had ever encountered a native whose imagination could rival his own. Just as he was about to use his X-ray vision to see the person's face clearly, the person seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around, meeting his gaze. He saw that the person had a double pupil in his left eye, a yin-yang eye in his right eye, and a vertical third eye between his eyebrows. Seeing these three eyes, Long Zhuan's pupils shrank instantly, and he thought to himself, this is bad. These three types of eyes are all special human organs, each one appearing only once in 1,000 years. He didn't know why these three eyes coincidentally grew on the same person, But these three eyes could probably see him. Just as the person turned to walk towards the town, a voice suddenly came from his soul. Don't. He paused, but finally turned back and left. Seeing this, Long Zhuan finally breathed a long sigh of relief. And the hand that was tightly gripping the Bailey talisman relaxed. This was the second 100-mile talisman created by the repairing Gu, and currently his only one. It was his confidence in going to the sword-washing pavilion without fear of being trapped. He had just had the urge to tear up the 100-mile talisman and run away. He had absolutely no confidence in defeating that monster. Even using the power of the life and death gate, he wasn't sure he could kill it. Could it be him? Long Zhuan murmured, his eyes filled with doubt. The face clearly resembled the little medicine boy. Although he had matured considerably over the years, he still recognized him. The little medicine boy was most adept at creating imaginative ideas, second only to himself in the far west market. Perhaps only his imagination could create such terrifying evil techniques? But it didn't seem like it. This person's eyes were somewhat fierce, carrying a trace of resentment. This was definitely not the little medicine boy's gaze. Moreover, this was not the little medicine boy's fighting power at all. He was far too terrifying now. Could it be that the little medicine boy had been possessed? Long Zhuan couldn't help but wonder, his mood gradually becoming heavy, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Just as he was lost in thought, his heavenly eyes suddenly spotted a flying boat rapidly approaching from afar, carrying a group of spirit sea stage Gu cultivators. Long Zhuan's first thought was to leave immediately, lest these people mistake him for the murderer who massacred the town. However, upon seeing a sword painted on the flying boat, the symbol of the sword-washing pavilion, he abandoned the idea of leaving immediately. The sword-washing pavilion wasn't a place one could simply enter. Perhaps he could ask these people to take him in. So, Long Zhuan quickly changed his attire in a house. This attire was the exclusive attire of a 4th-grade alchemist, complete with a fake 4th-grade alchemist rank badge hanging on his chest, and his aura was disguised as that of a Gu king. He figured these people wouldn't dare offend a 4th-grade alchemist. He intended to infiltrate the sword-washing pavilion as a 4th-grade alchemist. A 4th-grade alchemist was a guest of honor in the sword-washing pavilion. Even the pavilion master and the elders would personally come out to greet him with utmost courtesy. As for the possibility of being exposed and killed by the enraged sword king of the sword-washing pavilion, he had no worries whatsoever. His disguise as a 4th-grade alchemist wouldn't be revealed, because he genuinely could refine 4th-grade spirit pills. Anyone who dared to question him could simply refine a batch of 4th-grade spirit pills for them to see. Moreover, he had a 100-mile talisman as a backup plan. Even if something unexpected happened, he could escape at any time. This trip was more than enough to ensure his safety. After transforming into an aged appearance, he walked out of the house with an arrogant expression. Not long after, the group of sword cultivators from the sword-washing pavilion finally arrived. The sword cultivators from the sword-washing pavilion jumped off the boat one by one. Seeing the tragedy in the town, they all gripped their sword hilts tightly, their eyes filled with rage. We're too late. Quickly check if the killing arm is still there. First the demon emperor's heart, then the earth-hearing ear, then the double pupils, and now even the killing arm has fallen victim. Next, he'll definitely be after the earth lung of the two clan. I wonder if we'll make it in time. Hearing the discussions, Long Zhuan thought to himself, luckily we arrived late, otherwise all the spirit sea stage Gu cultivators on this ship would have died here. That monster is beyond human capabilities. At the same time, hearing the words they were using, Long Zhuan's gaze turned serious. If he still couldn't guess what that monster was planning, he'd be a fool. The Kilin arm is the arm of the Kilin clan. The Kilin clan is an alien race, and the strength of their arms is 400 times that of humans, making them extremely powerful in combat. In ancient times, humans suffered countless heavy blows at the hands of the Kilin clan. But the Kilin clan was ultimately wiped out by humans, and few Kilin arms have survived to this day. The earth-hearing ear is a special human organ that allows one to discern all things in the world through hearing, and it is most adept at hearing people's hearts. Very few people awaken it. The demon emperor's heart also seems to originate from a powerful alien race. Since its name contains the character for emperor, it must be the emperor of its tribe. Presumably, the owner of this heart must be far more powerful than the Gu King, possibly even 3 or 4 major realms higher. At this moment, he could easily see that the little medicine boy was collecting all the special organs in the world. He wanted to piece together the strongest organs to create a monster. This also explained why he possessed 3 powerful divine eyes simultaneously, double pupils, yin-yang eyes, and the heavenly eye. Long Zhuan sighed inwardly. This method was simply insane. Without a doubt, if he succeeded, his combat power would surpass the realm of humans, making him unmatched by any opponent of the same level, not to mention his boundless spiritual sea. He simply couldn't imagine how to kill such a monster, how many people would be needed to kill it, or what kind of person possessed the little medicine boy. Long Zhuan was filled with apprehension. After a sigh, he finally walked towards the group. You don't need to look anymore. Everything here has been taken by that demonic cultivator. There isn't even a single spirit stone left. As soon as Long Zhuan came out, he immediately stated that he hadn't killed anyone and that the perpetrator had already left. The group was startled when an old figure suddenly emerged from the alley, and they all looked at him warily. Seeing that he was wearing the robes of a 4th-grade alchemist and a 4th-grade alchemist's badge, their expressions slowly turned serious. 4th-grade alchemists were extremely rare in this world, with incredibly high status. Even a sect leader had to treat them with care. They really didn't expect to see such a big shot here. No one suspected anything. After all, the alchemy competition was about to begin, and recently, countless alchemists from the Anting Empire, which bordered the Xiangfang Empire, had indeed passed through. It wasn't hard to understand why a passing 4th-grade alchemist would appear in this remote place. Greetings, Senior. We are enforcers from the sword-washing pavilion, currently pursuing a demonic cultivator who has been massacring villages and cities. Have you seen which direction that old demon ran off to? The leading middle-aged swordsman bowed respectfully to Long Zhuan. Of course I saw him, but I don't recommend you chase after him. That's a complete monster. Every one of you who goes will die. Don't make a pointless sacrifice. Long Zhuan's expression was serious, not joking. Hearing this, the swordsmen all showed solemn expressions. The words of a Gu King were generally credible. If he said they couldn't defeat the demonic cultivator, then they probably couldn't either. Normal people are afraid of death, and many swordsmen had already given up the idea of chasing after that demonic cultivator. Chapter 361 4th Grade Swordbone Pill. 2024-05-26 Author, Xiangkangshen Shui Wu Bai Nian. Since you saw the demonic cultivator, why didn't you kill him? Do you know how many people he's killed, how many Gu cultivator families he's wiped out? From the crowd, a beautiful female sword cultivator stepped forward, mustering her courage to question him. Xiaoro. Who gave you the right to speak here? Get out of here now, or don't blame me for being merciless if you spout nonsense again. The leading middle-aged sword cultivator was startled and quickly shouted, then nervously looked at Long Zhuan, afraid of offending this 4th-grade alchemist. A 4th-grade alchemist was not someone they could easily offend. Senior, please forgive me. That demon slaughtered 18 geniuses of my washing sword pavilion who possess sword bones in order to collect a massive amount of sword bones. My younger sister also possesses sword bones. Most of the fellow disciples who were killed were her friends, which is why she lost her mind in anger and accidentally offended you. Senior, it's alright. Long Zhuan looked at her and smiled. I've often heard that sword cultivators are straightforward, and seeing it today, it's truly true. Now it seems that the demon cultivator is preparing to replace all his bones with sword bones. He's truly insane. If he succeeds, his sword can kill his peers like slaughtering dogs. Since your sister has sword bones, you must protect her well. Seeing that this 4th-grade alchemist didn't seem to mind, the leading sword cultivator finally breathed a long sigh of relief and quickly used soul transmission to instruct the people behind him to cover Xiaoro's mouth and take her away, fearing that she might say something she shouldn't. Of course, I would risk my life to protect my sister. It's just that the sword bone on her body overlaps with that of one of my deceased senior brothers, so that old demon probably won't target her. Long Zhuan nodded and added, since your sister has a sword bone, plus the 18 deceased geniuses with sword bones, your washing sword pavilion already has 19 people with sword bones. When did sword bones become so common? I clearly remember that sword bones are very powerful and rare. It's already good if one appears in one place, the leading sword cultivator explained with a smile. Senior, you may not know, sword bones are indeed rare, but there are simply too few sword cultivator forces in this world. At most, there are no more than 5, because there is no competition. We recruit disciples worldwide, searching for geniuses with sword bones globally. Sword bones are rare, but how many geniuses with sword bones are there in the whole world? To be honest, in our washing sword pavilion, There are many geniuses with sword bones, the 18 deceased are far from all of them, Long Zhuan suddenly realized, pretending to be someone who had just learned the news, and said, "This person collected sword bones and took away the killing arm from here. It seems that he is planning to transplant all the special organs in the world into his own body. What a crazy idea. I wonder how he did it." To be honest, I have my concerns for not taking action. I discovered that the spiritual power in this person's body is much greater than that of a Piku king. How could I dare to make a move without knowing the situation? Upon hearing this, the leading sword cultivator's expression changed instantly. He frowned and said solemnly, "This person is clearly at the spirit sea stage, yet his spiritual power is greater than that of a Gu king. It's simply unbelievable. I should know his origins now." He hurriedly turned to look at his fellow disciples and said urgently, "We must leave quickly. This person is not someone we can contend with. We must report this to the sect as soon as possible. Only by mobilizing the power of a Gu king can this demon be killed." After speaking, the leading sword cultivator immediately turned and walked towards the flying boat, looking very anxious, as if something major had happened. "Wait a moment," Long Zhuan quickly called out to him from behind, saying, "I have something I wish to do by visiting the sword-washing pavilion. Would it be possible to hitch a ride?" The leading swordsman stopped, thought for a moment, and finally nodded. "It would be an honor for the sword-washing pavilion if Senior wishes to pay a visit." "Please, Senior," Long Zhuan nodded, put his hands behind his back, and stepped onto the flying boat first. 2 days later, the flying boat slowly landed in front of a towering mountain peak. This mountain was called Spirit Sword Mountain, named for its resemblance to a sword piercing the clouds. The renowned sword-washing pavilion was located on this mountain, where countless swordsmen cultivated. As soon as Long Zhuan and the others disembarked, a group of swordsmen exuding the aura of sword kings emerged from the sword-washing pavilion with beaming smiles to greet them. Among them were the pavilion master and many elders whose status was second only to the pavilion master. They had already received word that a distinguished fourth-grade alchemist would be visiting today, and they dared not neglect such a person. So they all put aside their affairs and came out early to greet him. The head of the washing sword pavilion was a handsome middle-aged man. Seeing the fourth-grade alchemist alight from the ship, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "A fourth-grade alchemist's presence at my washing sword pavilion is truly an honor. May I ask how my esteemed guest is addressed?" the head of the pavilion said warmly as he approached. However, upon seeing this unfamiliar face, a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Fourth-grade alchemists were extremely rare in this world, and each one was extremely famous and renowned. There were very few he didn't know. He was confident in his status and was certainly not ignorant, but he truly didn't know the origins of this fourth-grade alchemist. A fourth-grade alchemist couldn't simply appear out of thin air. But despite his suspicions, he wouldn't easily investigate this person without absolute certainty, lest he make a wrong guess and cause a great disaster. Facing such a prominent figure as the pavilion master of the sword-washing pavilion, Long Zhuan showed no stage fright, smiling and saying, "Just call me Elder Dan, don't ask for my real name, it's inconvenient to reveal it, then I'll call you Elder Dan, and you can just call me Pavilion Master Ren. This isn't the place to talk, please come inside." The pavilion master gestured for them to enter, stepping aside to make way. Long Zhuan nodded and walked forward without ceremony. The pavilion master stood beside him, slowly walking forward, with the elders and sword king of the sword-washing pavilion standing behind them, not daring to overstep their bounds. The two walked and talked, exchanging pleasantries, and in the midst of their laughter, they had already entered the main hall of the sword-washing pavilion. To avoid saying too much and making a mistake, Long Zhuan decided to get straight to the point. After sitting down in a chair, he said bluntly, "Let me state my purpose directly. I need your esteemed pavilion's most powerful sword intent. I wonder if your pavilion can help me with this." The pavilion master, after taking the seat of honor, smiled and said, "It's no trouble at all. The strongest sword intent in the washing sword pavilion is none other than my free and unfettered sword intent. It was precisely because of my powerful free and unfettered sword intent that I became the pavilion master of the washing sword pavilion. However, many people often want to observe my free and unfettered sword intent, attempting to comprehend it through this method. My fee is naturally not low. Today, after meeting Elder Dan and having a very pleasant conversation, I have decided not to charge you any fees. Consider it making friends. By the way, my wife is about to give birth. I wonder if Elder Dan could refine a fourth-grade sword bone pill for me. I would be extremely grateful." After speaking, the pavilion master stared intently into Elder Dan's eyes. Whether Elder Dan was truly a fourth-grade alchemist or not, he only needed to have him refine a fourth-grade spirit pill to find out. If he really is a fourth-grade alchemist, that's perfect. He desperately needs a fourth-grade swordbone pill to increase the probability of his unborn child awakening a swordbone. If this person can truly refine a fourth-grade swordbone pill, it will save him the trouble of running around everywhere. Hearing this, Long Zhuan mentally complained, this pavilion master Ren is really shameless. He just said he'd give away sword intent for free, and then he said he wanted a swordbone pill. Isn't that practically a transaction? He was quite familiar with the alchemy world and naturally knew what a swordbone pill was. If a pregnant woman swallowed a swordbone pill, the baby in her womb would have a certain probability of awakening a swordbone. This pill could be considered heaven-defying. Once refined, it would be enough to attract extraordinary phenomena. And one can imagine how difficult it is to refine a spiritual pill that can attract extraordinary phenomena. This pavilion master Ren really knows how to give him a difficult problem. It's just that he's the one sitting here now. Most fourth-grade alchemists would probably be stumped by him. He could certainly refine the swordbone pill, and if he agreed to pavilion master Ren's request, he could get the precious swordbone pill formula for free. He was genuinely tempted. So he said, refining the swordbone pill is certainly possible, but as pavilion master Ren knows, the swordbone pill is a kind of pill that can attract extraordinary phenomena, and it is extremely difficult to refine. Therefore, the number of materials must be large, at least 30. In that case, let's follow the rules of the alchemy world. You provide the formula and the materials yourself. The refined pills will be divided 50-50, even numbers split equally, and the remaining one for you if there are odd numbers. If you can't refine even one, I will compensate you for all the alchemy materials in equal measure. What do you say? Long Zhuan looked at pavilion master Ren. This rule wasn't set by him, it was a rule that had always existed in the alchemy world. The rule was very reasonable, especially the last clause, which prevented alchemists from using the excuse of all failed alchemy attempts to embezzle all the materials. Hearing Elder Dan's quick agreement and the powerful confidence in his eyes, pavilion master Ren's doubts diminished considerably. He now believed there was a 99% chance Elder Dan was indeed a fourth-grade alchemist. His eyes lit up immediately. He hadn't expected this mysterious alchemist to actually be able to refine a fourth-grade swordbone pill. This greatly surprised him. Refining a fourth-grade swordbone pill was incredibly difficult, and there were very few alchemists capable of it. Even with his connections, he couldn't guarantee he could obtain a single pill. This fourth-grade alchemist had arrived at the perfect time, and he immediately felt a desire to befriend him. Good. Let's do it according to the rules of the alchemy world. I'll provide 30 sets of materials. I'll have them prepared immediately, pavilion master Ren said excitedly, slamming his hand on the table. Afterwards, Long Zhuan openly stayed at the sword-washing pavilion. After being arranged a luxurious room by pavilion master Ren, he officially began his secluded cultivation to refine the swordbone pill. His alchemy method was unique, allowing him to refine pills extremely quickly. Even with the complex steps involved in refining the swordbone pill, he could essentially complete it within a day. However, for a normal alchemist, refining the swordbone pill had an extremely high failure rate. Coupled with the tedious process, frequent failures meant that it was quite normal for it to take a month to complete. Long Zhuan didn't want to appear too extraordinary. Refining the swordbone pill, which could attract unusual phenomena, in a single day would be an unbelievable feat in the eyes of outsiders. Therefore, Long Zhuan wasn't in a hurry to refine the pill and planned to postpone it for a month before attempting to refine the swordbone pill. Chapter 362 The Origin of the Little Medicine Boy. May 26, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu Bai Nian. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, dark clouds covered the sky above the sword-washing pavilion, the black clouds stretching for hundreds of miles. A gale swept in, carrying dust and sand, and the sky exuded endless pressure. All the sword cultivators of the sword-washing pavilion were startled by this terrifying phenomenon. They all stopped practicing their swords and looked up, their eyes blankly fixed on the dark clouds. The higher-ups of the sword-washing pavilion were also alarmed by this terrifying phenomenon and rushed out, their eyes filled with shock as they looked up at the sky. The pavilion master of the sword-washing pavilion also ran out of a pavilion, excitedly looking up at the sky, his fists clenched. This is the phenomenon produced by refining the heaven-defying pill seed. Has it finally succeeded? This is indeed a true fourth-grade alchemist. It wasn't for nothing that I waited so long. Ha ha ha, Pavilion Master Ren laughed wildly, all his former dignity and seriousness gone. A heavily pregnant woman approached him, looking at him gently and smiling. You still doubt that he's a fake fourth-grade alchemist? What does he want from you, and what has he lied to you about? Yes, I was just being cynical, the Pavilion Master Ren said, pulling the pregnant woman into his arms and stroking her protruding belly. He said lovingly, the sword bone pill not only increases the probability of awakening sword bones, but it also cleanses the fetus's marrow and bones, improving its aptitude and having a calming effect on the pregnancy. This little guy is really lucky. After you consume the sword bone pill, he'll definitely be a genius. It's all because he has a good father who went to great lengths to raise the materials for refining the sword bone pill. Just thinking about those expensive materials makes my heart ache. Why wasn't I so lucky when I was born? Why didn't I have a good father? Alright, you're already the Pavilion Master of the Sword Washing Pavilion, the strongest in the Sword Washing Pavilion, and you've even married the most beautiful woman in the Sword Washing Pavilion. You're a true winner in life, yet you're still not satisfied. The beautiful woman gave him a reproachful look. By the way, I've already had someone check, and I'm carrying quintuplets. One sword bone pill probably won't be enough to feed them all, only 5 sword bone pills can take care of them. Do you think this mysterious fourth-grade alchemist can refine 5 sword bone pills? The beautiful woman looked worried. Upon hearing this, the Pavilion Master, who had just been beaming with joy, froze. After a long silence, he finally sighed, I'm afraid it's very difficult. The sword bone pill is simply too miraculous. Although there are 10 pills in total, getting even 3 is already considered incredibly lucky. Moreover, according to the rules of the alchemy world, the sword bone pills produced must be split 50-50 with the alchemist as his fee. He can only give us 5 if he produces 10, and that's assuming he's completely trustworthy. Most alchemists in this situation would try to get a few more, since nobody knows how many pills he actually produced. I can't exactly send someone to supervise. Doing so would not only displease him but also be seen as stealing his skills. Sigh, he sighed inwardly, wondering how his wife could be so fertile. 5 babies require at least 5 sword bone pills, and with the 2 of them splitting the profits, they would need to produce 10 pills in total. How could that alchemist possibly manage that? The strange phenomenon continued for a long time, its vast scope attracting the attention of countless powerful forces. Many realized this was a phenomenon caused by the birth of a heaven-defying elixir, and couldn't help but reveal greedy expressions. However, after realizing that the center of the phenomenon was the sword-washing pavilion, they had to suppress their greedy gazes. The sword-washing pavilion was truly not something they could afford to provoke. After an unknown amount of time, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, the wind stopped, and sunlight finally shone through the gaps in the clouds. The ground returned to its previous peaceful and sunny state, as if the terrifying scene had never occurred. Large numbers of sword cultivators gathered at Longzhuan's secluded cultivation spot, their eyes filled with anticipation. The pavilion master and his wife were especially anxious, nervously looking towards the closed door. Soon, the door finally opened, and Longzhuan, having deliberately stayed up for several nights, emerged looking extremely exhausted. His voice was weak as he said, "Honorable and fulfilling my mission, I have finally refined the sword bone pill." Longzhuan looked at the pregnant woman's belly and, using his X-ray vision, saw 5 fetuses inside. He sighed inwardly at her prodigious birth rate and took out 5 bottles of black spirit pills from his storage ring. 10 pills in total. According to the rules, 5 are for you, and 5 are for me. Check them. With that, Longzhuan tossed the 5 bottles of sword bone pills to the anxious-looking pavilion master. He dared not give less. What if the pavilion master decided to steal the other half? If there weren't enough for the 5 fetuses? Seeing the 5 bottles fly over, the pavilion master hurriedly caught them, quickly opened them, poured the 5 sword bone pills into his palm, sniffed them gently, and then checked them again with his soul power. Confirming their authenticity, he was overjoyed. Pavilion Master Ren was truly surprised that this 4th-grade alchemist could actually refine a full-fledged pill. He had originally thought that if the sword bone pill wasn't enough, he would exchange treasures for the other half of the sword bone pill in the alchemist's possession. If that still wasn't enough, he would have to collect more materials and ask the alchemist to refine the sword bone pill again. Now it seemed that he had underestimated this alchemist. His alchemy skills far exceeded his expectations, and he wondered about his origins. Ha ha ha, it really is a sword bone pill, and its quality is excellent. Elder Dan, your alchemy skills are probably outstanding among all 4th grade alchemists. Pavilion Master Ren revealed a burning gaze, tossed a small blue transparent ball to Elder Dan, and said, "This is a spirit sealing pearl. I sealed 5 strands of free and unfettered sword intent inside. You only have 5 chances to comprehend the free and unfettered sword intent." Long Zhuan took the spirit sealing pearl and probed it with his soul power. He saw 5 sword intents flying around inside, which instantly shattered his soul power. He was shocked and quickly withdrew his soul power. Such terrifying attack power seemed genuine. So he stored the sealing spirit pearl in his stored ring. Sect Master Ren is very generous. I only wanted 1 strand of the free and unfettered sword intent, but you gave me 5. I'll accept it without hesitation. I've been here for a month already, which is long enough. Now that our transaction is complete, it's time for me to leave. Having obtained the sword intent, Long Zhuan had no reason to stay any longer and prepared to depart immediately. Elder Dan, you've been in seclusion refining pills for a month and look quite tired. Why not rest here for a day or 2 before you leave? Sect Master Ren immediately tried to persuade him to stay. He had already developed a desire to befriend such a powerful 4th grade alchemist and naturally didn't want to let him go easily. No, I have matters to attend to at home, Sect Master Ren. Farewell. Long Zhuan cupped his hands in greeting to the Sect Master and walked forward, showing no intention of staying. Sect Master Ren showed regret, stopped trying to persuade him, and quickly followed to see him off. The other Sword Kings of the Washing Sword Pavilion also followed behind, seeing him off together. However, just as the group was seeing everyone off at the entrance of the Sword Washing Pavilion, a powerful aura of a peak-level Gu King suddenly flew towards them at incredible speed. Sensing this aura, everyone stopped talking and turned their gazes forward, their expressions turning grave. Not long after, a man in silver robes descended from the sky. Seeing all the Sword Kings of the Sword Washing Pavilion gathered at the entrance, he immediately took out a silver token engraved with the words Demon Slaughter Order from his stored ring. He held up the token to the group and said in a deep voice, "This is a Demon Slaughter Order issued by the Gu Emperor City. All Sword Kings of the Sword Washing Pavilion are hereby ordered to immediately assemble at the Great Buddha Temple to participate in the demon slaying mission. No one may disobey." With that, he tossed the Demon Slaughter Order to Pavilion Master Ren at the forefront. Pavilion Master Ren caught it, carefully examined it, and seeing that it seemed genuine, couldn't help but sigh, his face grave. Only when someone in the Gu realm appeared to refine forbidden Gu, or when a super-demonic cultivator frequently massacred cities, would the Gu Emperor City issue a demon slaughter order, conscripting all nearby experts to besiege and suppress them. The demonic cultivators worth using the demon slaughter order to deal with must be incredibly powerful figures, difficult even for a group of Gu Kings to kill together. They are not so easy to deal with. There are very few demonic cultivators with such heaven-defying combat power, and the demon slaughter order is only activated a few times every few centuries. But every time the demon slaughter order is activated, a large number of Gu Kings who go to participate in the demon slaying mission die, without exception. There have even been many instances of total annihilation, with none of the Gu Kings who went to besiege the demon lord surviving. As the number one power in the Gu world, Gu Emperor City cannot refuse the demon slaughter order. He doesn't know how many Sword Kings the Sword Washing Pavilion will lose in this demon slaying mission, and even whether he can survive this calamity is unknown. He sighed inwardly. The beautiful woman also looked at him with worried eyes. Long Zhuan frowned. He suspected that the one who triggered the demon slaughter order was that little medicine boy who is slaughtering villages and cities everywhere. But was he worth Gu Emperor City mobilizing a whole region of Gu Kings to deal with? Has he already grown to this level? What exactly happened during his month of seclusion? Surprised, Long Zhuan turned to Pavilion Master Ren and asked, "Has that demonic cultivator who collects special organs everywhere become powerful? I remember a month ago he was just a peak spirit sea Gu cultivator, right? Even you, a peak Gu King, couldn't defeat him? Is it worth using the demon slaughtering order?" Pavilion Master Ren gave a bitter smile inside. He's not some peak spirit sea cultivator, he's the deceitful ancestor Duan Xianwu, the former strongest in the Central Plains, always at the peak Gu King level. His combat power is terrifying. Before he even refined the devouring demon Gu, he had already defeated all opponents in the Central Plains. This time, he created a heaven-defying evil technique that can gather all the special organs in the world into one body. He has already collected countless powerful organs, making him far more terrifying than before. You can think of the deceitful ancestor's current body as his external avatar. This external avatar can perfectly replicate his cultivation level. As long as he keeps absorbing with the devouring demon goo, he can quickly recover to the peak Goo King level. While you were in seclusion for a month, he slaughtered countless sects and cities. He absorbed a vast amount of spiritual energy from powerful individuals and is now at the mid-stage of the Goo King realm, but his true cultivation level is at the peak of the Goo King realm. Furthermore, his cultivation technique is special, capable of storing all the spiritual energy absorbed by the devouring demon goo. His spiritual power is many times greater than that of a normal peak Goo King. How could I possibly contend with him? He has now grown to the point where I must issue the demon-slaying order. Fortunately, many teleportation arrays in the central plains connect to the central region, allowing powerful individuals from the central region to provide support in a very short time. Perhaps we can nip him in the bud before he fully reaches the peak of the Goo King realm. Otherwise, once he reaches the peak of the Goo King realm, not only will no one in the central plains be able to stop him, but the entire Goo realm will face a catastrophe. Pavilion Master Ren revealed a deep sense of apprehension. Hearing this, Long Zhuan was greatly shocked. The little medicine boy actually possessed the devouring demon goo, one of the 10 forbidden goo, ranked 9th. The terrifying aspect of the devouring demon goo is its ability to forcibly absorb the spiritual energy of others. Even if he wasn't already at the peak of the Goo King realm, starting from the spirit gathering stage and cultivating with the power of the devouring demon goo, reaching the peak of the Goo King realm wouldn't take long at all, perhaps less than 10 years. The cultivation speed of the devouring demon goo is that exaggerated. No one in the world can cultivate faster than someone who possesses it. The limitation of the devouring demon goo is that it can only absorb the spiritual power of those with a cultivation level lower than or equal to its own. However, even so, under the devouring demon domain, the devouring demon goo can remotely extract the spiritual power of all living beings in a large area, possessing the power to slaughter cities and destroy nations. No wonder the Goo Emperor's city is so anxious to deal with this person. If he truly grows to the peak of the Goo King realm, even deploying countless peak Goo Kings wouldn't be enough for him to absorb. At that time, this demon will be invincible. He must be eliminated before he reaches the peak of the Goo King realm, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Long Zhuan's expression grew increasingly solemn. He had encountered yet another forbidden goo. After speaking with Long Zhuan, Pavilion Master Ren turned to the Goo Emperor's city enforcer and asked, "My wife is pregnant, may she not go?" The enforcer glanced at the beautiful woman with the protruding belly and said, "Pregnant women naturally don't have to go." He then turned to the 4th grade alchemist who had just spoken and added, "Since she can't go, you can fill the vacancy. I don't want to know your background, but everyone has a responsibility to eliminate demons and protect the righteous path. All Goo Kings in this area must participate in the demon eliminating mission. No one is exempt, not even Goo Kings from other regions passing through." Chapter 363 The Origin of the Goo Emperor City. 2024-05-28 Author, Xiangkangshan Zeshua Iwubei Nian. Long Zhuan's expression froze instantly. This was truly an unexpected disaster. How could he possibly encounter something like this? He was no Goo King at all. A mere spirit C-stage goo cultivator like himself participating in this mission was practically suicide. That was an old demon who refined forbidden goo. With his current level, he'd probably be drained of his spiritual power before even getting close. He'd really overdone his act of pretending to be a Goo King. Faced with a Goo Emperor city's demon-slaying order, he truly had no way to refuse. When Shi Haojin's rampage across cities led to the Goo Emperor city's demon-slaying order, he had thoroughly researched the origins of this Goo Emperor city. The Goo Emperor city's origins were extremely ancient, traceable back to the very beginning of Goo cultivator civilization. In that extremely distant era, a person named Goo created the way of Goo, spreading his teachings far and wide, cultivating the first generation of Goo cultivators for the human race. Goo was thus listed as one of the ancestors of humanity. The Goo Emperor city was established by Goo, and its purpose was to gather the power of all Goo cultivators in the world to jointly resist the invasion from alien races. At that time, the land was teeming with various alien races, and humanity was extremely weak, forced to survive only by hiding in the cracks between the territories of different alien races. It was precisely because of the power of the Goo Emperor city that all the Goo cultivators in the world united, allowing humanity to survive on the land. As time passed, the Goo cultivators of the Goo Emperor city, led by the Goo, annihilated one powerful alien race after another, and humanity gradually came to rule this land, becoming its dominant force. When most of the alien races were wiped out, and the Gu also perished in battle, the Gu Emperor City did not disband due to the death of the Gu. The Gu Emperor City began to elect a new Gu Emperor, and its purpose shifted from fighting alien races to maintaining the stability of humanity. Whenever a major event occurred that could cause widespread death among humanity, the Gu Emperor City would gather the strength of all the strongest humans to jointly combat the crisis. The extermination of the demon who refined forbidden Gu was one of the major events that the Gu Emperor City had to intervene in. The Gu Emperor City was essentially a public organization, periodically selecting the strongest individuals from around the world to join. Members of the Gu Emperor City came from all sorts of surnames, and the Gu Emperor was chosen from among the strongest members. Therefore, Gu Emperor City became the #1 power in the Gu world, and has firmly held this position throughout history. Gu Emperor City is teeming with powerful figures from all over the world. Once Gu Emperor City issues an order to a certain power under the guise of justice, that power, no matter how strong, cannot refuse. Disobeying Gu Emperor City is tantamount to opposing the entire world. How could Long Zhuan dare to openly defy the demon-slaying order? He could only reach for his storage ring, the 100-mile talisman inside, which allowed him to escape at any time, gave him some peace of mind. And so, Long Zhuan, completely bewildered, walked towards the Great Buddha Temple with a group of powerful figures from the Sword-Washing Pavilion. The Great Buddha Temple is a Buddhist power. Buddhism is compassionate, and the monks of the Great Buddha Temple do not kill. When monks cultivate Gu, to avoid killing, they only allow their Gu worms to devour non-living materials. Buddhist Gu worms are another major school of Gu worm cultivation, and they are extremely powerful. Under the powerful influence of the Buddhist Gu worms, the Great Buddha Temple became one of the 5 strongest forces in the Yanting Empire, on par with the Sword-Washing Pavilion. Long Zhuan didn't know why the law enforcement officer of the Gu Emperor City wanted all the Gu kings participating in the demon-slaying mission together at the Great Buddha Temple. However, he didn't ask and could only let it be. A few hours later, a flying boat engraved with a sword sped across the sky and slowly landed at a temple. The temple was filled with golden Buddha statues, some extremely tall, even reaching 100 meters in height, standing in front of the mountain, reflecting golden light under the sun. There were many monks in the temple, but although there were many monks, it was extremely quiet. The Buddhist temple was a place of tranquility, far from the hustle and bustle of other places. As soon as Long Zhuan landed, listening to the chanting around him, his mood immediately calmed down. Following the crowd through the winding temple, Long Zhuan entered a fairly large secret room, where he finally met the other Gu kings participating in the demon-slaying mission. There were quite a few of them, roughly estimated to be 100. This was a rare group of Gu kings, a number exceeding 100 was truly terrifying. As the group from the Sword-Washing Pavilion entered the secret chamber, all the Gu kings inside turned their gazes towards them. After scanning the 7 or 8 sword kings of the Sword-Washing Pavilion, their eyes finally settled on the unfamiliar face of Long Zhuan. The demon slaughter order involved drawing personnel from nearby areas, so most people here knew each other. Besides the 10 Gu cultivators from Gu Emperor City, Long Zhuan was the only unfamiliar face, so they naturally wanted to take a closer look. Enforcement Officer Lei, approximately how many people haven't arrived yet? An elderly man in a black robe asked first. Long Zhuan looked at the old man. This old man possessed an impressive aura, lacking the humility others displayed when meeting the enforcement officers of Gu Emperor City. Given that he was the first to speak, Long Zhuan surmised that this man's identity and status were definitely extraordinary. He was likely one of the strongest Gu kings in the room and would be a key force against Duan Xianwu. Seeing Long Zhuan's gaze fall upon this person, Pavilion Master Ren introduced him via soul transmission. This person is named Qin Minun, the #1 expert of the Yanting Empire's royal family, with combat strength roughly equivalent to mine. I didn't expect the royal family to send so many powerful individuals to participate in this mission. The Qin family has mobilized nearly 20 Gu kings, definitely the force with the largest number of Gu kings here. Sending so many Gu kings, aren't they afraid of suffering heavy losses in the demon-slaying mission? A glint flashed in Pavilion Master Ren's eyes as he speculated. Duan Xianwu killed many Gu kings of the Yanting Empire in that battle, including a large number of Qin family Gu kings. The Qin family has mobilized so many people this time, led by Qin Minun. It seems the Qin family has come for revenge, determined to kill Duan Xianwu. Pavilion Master Ren's gaze sharpened. Lei, the enforcer standing beside Pavilion Master Ren, counted the number of people in the room and finally said, including the 10 from our Gu Emperor City, there are now 125 Gu Kings in the room. This is our final manpower for this demon-slaying mission. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Gu Kings in the room changed slightly. They exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Although this number of people might be able to kill the still developing Duan Xianwu, if there were more Gu Kings, the damage would be shared among the various factions, and the losses for each faction would naturally be smaller. Of course, they hoped that as many Gu Kings as possible would participate in this mission. Qin Minun's eyes flickered, and she said in a deep voice, "Isn't the number a bit too small? This is our only chance to kill Duan Xianwu. We can't be careless. If we fail this time, it will be difficult to deal with him again. To be on the safe side, I suggest that we gather at least 300 Gu Kings to surround and kill him again. It's better to be prepared for the worst. Only with this number of Gu Kings can we ensure that we succeed." Upon hearing this, all the Gu Kings in the room nodded in agreement. HMPH. I think you're trying to spread the damage by sheer numbers, thus preserving the Qin family's strength to the greatest extent possible, right? Enforcer Lei glanced at him, then swept his gaze across the faces of the Gu Kings in the secret chamber, and said sternly, "Everyone is afraid of death. I understand your thoughts. I'm afraid of death too. I also want to use the demon slaughtering order to mobilize more manpower, and then, with greater certainty, launch a siege against Duan Xianwu. Who doesn't want to play it safe? But we don't have much time left, and there's simply no time to mobilize more manpower. I've already drawn all the Gu Kings from this area. Mobilizing Gu Kings from further away will take time, anywhere from a few months to half a year. You all know how fast Duan Xianwu's cultivation speed is. With a devouring demon Gu, he'll reach the peak of the Gu King realm in just a few months. What use will it be if I mobilize more Gu Kings then? Even 10 times the number of Gu Kings wouldn't be enough for him to absorb. Therefore, now is the best time for us to act. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. We'd better act today." The Gu Kings inside the room wore thoughtful expressions. Indeed, Duan Xianwu had once been a peak Gu King. His cultivation had no bottlenecks. With a devouring demon Gu in hand, he only needed to continuously absorb spiritual energy from others, and reaching the peak of Gu King status wouldn't take long. While it seemed that more people meant a higher chance of victory, the opposite was true. The more time they spent gathering more Gu Kings, the smaller their chances of winning would become. They hadn't considered this carefully. Seeing that the people in the room had been persuaded, Enforcer Lei continued, "Don't worry, these 100-odd Gu Kings are more than enough. You should have heard of Lei Wan, right? If Lei Wan were to take action, do you still think you can't defeat him?" Enforcer Lei exuded powerful confidence. Hearing this, the Gu Kings in the room showed surprise. Hearing this name, many of them felt their confidence in the battle had increased considerably. Lei Wan's reputation was immense. Even from thousands of miles away, many people in the Central Plains had heard of him. The southern region was divided into 72 regions, with the central region in the very center being the strongest. Lei Wan is the strongest in the Central Plains, absolutely on par with Duan Xianwu, the strongest in the Central Plains back then. Their combat power is probably comparable. Lei Wan possesses the Thunder Punishment Body, one of the 10 extraordinary physiques, which allows him to control powerful lightning force, making him invincible among his peers. With this physique, his combat power ranks among the top tier in the entire world. Most importantly, the lightning punishment released by the Thunder Punishment Body is specifically effective against demonic cultivators. In addition, he is 2 realms higher than Duan Xianwu. With him taking action, the chances of winning this battle are extremely high. Chapter 364 The reason Duan Xianwu possessed demonic power. 2024-05-28 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu by Nian. Qin Minun's expression immediately changed. After cupping her hands to Lei Wan, she said with great enthusiasm, "So, Enforcer Lei is the famous Lei Wan. I've heard so much about you. I never expected that the strongest person in the central frontier would become an enforcer in Guwang City. Meeting you today is truly an honor. Lei Wan's name is renowned far and wide, and I naturally admire your strength, Enforcer Lei. However, what truly worries me is not the odds of winning. What I'm most worried about is his devouring demon Gu." Qin Minun's expression turned extremely solemn, and she said with great apprehension, "The devouring demon Gu is not so easy to deal with. Although as long as one's cultivation level is higher than his, one can ignore the power of the devouring demon domain, but the devouring demon goo is one of the 10 forbidden goo. How can the power of the devouring demon goo be broken so easily? Goo cultivators with higher cultivation levels can only avoid having their spiritual power drained remotely within his devouring demon domain. Once they come into contact with his physical body, their spiritual power will still be drained. If there are external injuries, the speed at which spiritual energy is absorbed will be even faster. That means that no matter whether we, the group of Goo Kings, win or lose against him, a large amount of spiritual energy will be absorbed, and we might even collectively be downgraded by one level. Under such circumstances, how can we possibly fight with our full strength? And if we hesitate and look back, our combat power will inevitably be much weaker. If he wants to escape, no one will even dare to rush over to stop him. Under such circumstances, how can we possibly win? Kinmanitun asked worriedly. That's right. That's exactly what I'm worried about. The abbot of Dofusi Temple, his hair white, clasped his hands together, his brows furrowed, and said with deep concern, our Dofusi Temple has sealed Duan Xianwu, and Duan Xianwu will definitely seek revenge against Dofusi Temple. That's why Enforcer Lei plans to gather everyone here, to set up a trap for Duan Xianwu. But Enforcer Lei, have you considered the ordinary monks here when you put the battlefield here? Their cultivation levels are low, and their spiritual power can be drained remotely by the devouring demon Goo's devouring domain. If a chaotic battle breaks out, Dofusi Temple will suffer heavy losses, except for a few powerful Goo Kings at the mid-stage or above. All the monks of Dofusi Temple will become crippled. After this battle, Dofusi Temple will probably be expelled from the temple, and we can't withdraw all the ordinary monks. Otherwise, if Dofusi Temple becomes an empty city, Duan Xianwu will inevitably become suspicious. Does Enforcer Lei have a way to completely counter the devouring demon Goo? The abbot looked at Lei Wan with a tense expression. Longzhuan nodded. This was exactly what he wanted to say. He was also a low-level cultivator, and his spiritual power could be ruthlessly drained from him by the devouring demon Goo, with no way to defend against it. He was currently having a headache. Lei Wan glanced at the two of them and smiled. Don't forget, Lei Wan, will also participate in this demon-slaying mission. Moreover, as the strongest here, I will naturally be responsible for the main attack. And the spiritual power drained by it will inevitably be the most. How could I not consider this? The method to completely restrain the devouring demon Goo is very simple. All you need is a purification Goo. The purification Goo can eliminate all negative effects, including various fields that can affect oneself. I have already applied for the right to use the purification Goo in Goo Emperor City. My cultivation level is higher than his, so when the purification Goo's purification field is activated, I guarantee his devouring demon Goo will be completely crippled. Under the purification field, you don't need to worry about low-level monks having their spiritual power drained by the devouring demon Goo. Hearing this, the abbot breathed a sigh of relief, finally at ease. Longzhuan also put down the weight in his heart, finally feeling at ease. Lei Wanshi's smile faded, and he said solemnly, I'm not worried about his devouring demon Goo at all. What truly worries me is that he possesses the heart of the demon emperor. This is the only variable in this battle. This person has actually created a heaven-defying, evil technique that allows him to graft all sorts of special organs from around the world onto his own body, and the demon emperor's heart he transplanted into his body is what I fear most. The owner of that heart is many realms above a Goo King, possessing power that doesn't belong to a Goo King. The demon emperor's power is truly terrifying. It's something we Goo Kings can't possibly contend with. Does anyone have a way to destroy the demon emperor's heart? If someone can destroy the demon emperor's heart, I guarantee our chances of winning this battle will be 100%. Lei Wanshi looked around and asked seriously. I have a plan, but I can't guarantee its success, Kinmanitun said, frowning slightly. Speak freely, Lei Wanshi said, looking at him. Kinmanitun sighed, his cloudy eyes filled with reminiscence. He said, 200 years ago, the Yanting Empire and the Wei Yu Empire fought a great war, which ended in the Yanting Empire's defeat. The Yanting Empire was forced to send Princess Zaiyu to marry a foreign ruler. Unexpectedly, Princess Zaiyu already had a secret affair with a terrifying monk from the Great Buddha Temple, which ultimately led to this disaster. On the day of the marriage, that monk suddenly jumped out to steal the bride, fighting his way through an army of 200,000, killing countless Goo Kings from both countries. In that battle, that monk revealed his forbidden Goo technique. Under the power of this forbidden Goo, countless powerful figures from both countries perished. all suffering severe injuries and taking a long time to recover. I don't know what happened afterward. At that time, the monk killed so many Gu kings that no one dared to approach. Only the high monks of the great Buddha temple pursued him relentlessly. The reason I recount this story is to tell you all that monk was deeply in love with Princess Xiyu. He would inevitably lose his mind whenever he saw her. My kin clan has a female Gu king who looks exactly like Princess Xiyu. This Gu king might be able to ambush him, and it's not impossible that she could pierce his demon emperor's heart. Qin Miniu looked at a stunning female Gu king wearing a white veil not far away. Upon hearing this, the entire audience fell silent, speechless for a long time. Many people knew about this matter, and many others did not, but even those who did not know could easily guess from this that the protagonist of the story was Duan Xianwu. Many people now turned their gaze to the old abbot of the great Buddha temple. Lei Wan looked at the abbot and narrowed his eyes, asking first, Duan Xianwu is a monk of your great Buddha temple, and it was your high monks who carried out the final pursuit after that battle. After my Gu Emperor's city received news that someone was refining forbidden Gu, I paid attention to this matter, and you clearly claimed that Duan Xianwu had died under the pursuit of the great Buddha temple, but now he is alive again. Can you give us a reasonable explanation? All the Gu kings in the audience focused their gaze on the abbot, waiting for his next words. The old abbot's face was itched with wrinkles. After a long silence, he finally sighed. Since the trouble originated from our great Buddha temple, it is naturally the great Buddha temple that should end it. In the battle, it was indeed the great Buddha temple that carried out the final pursuit. Originally, with our strength, it was impossible to kill him successfully. We were all prepared to die. However, when we chased him to a desolate mountain, we found him with lifeless eyes, slumped on the ground, motionless, while Princess Xiyu, with a smile on her face and her eyes closed, had already passed away in his arms. Duan Xianwu successfully brought Princess Xiyu out, but Princess Xiyu was not a Gu king. Her physical body was far too weak. Duan Xianwu fought several powerful Gu kings in succession. The residual power of the battle was far too strong for her early-stage spirit sea realm to withstand. Although Duan Xianwu successfully abducted the bride with his heaven-defying combat power, the lovers could not ultimately be together. With Princess Xiyu dead, Duan Xianwu completely lost his mind. We managed to kill him without any injury during our sneak attack. If he was already killed by you, why is he alive again now? Someone in the crowd immediately asked impatiently. Alice, the abbot sighed heavily. We did kill him, but we only killed his body. His soul wasn't completely destroyed. A wisp of his spirit remains. After all, we were fellow disciples, and we couldn't bear to see him utterly destroyed, without even a chance to reincarnate. So we used our great supernatural powers to seal this wisp of spirit on the spot. Once this wisp of spirit's lifespan is exhausted, Duan Xianwu will be truly dead. Duan Xianwu has very specific requirements for his physical body. Even if something unexpected happens and his wisp of spirit manages to escape, it cannot possess anyone. He is destined to have no chance of rising again, so we became less vigilant and gradually forgot about him. Unexpectedly, accidents happen everywhere, and in the end, this wisp of spirit still managed to be reborn in another body. Lei Wan's doubts deepened, and he quickly asked, didn't you say he couldn't possess anyone? Then how did he manage to possess someone now? The old abbot shook his head and smiled bitterly. He truly cannot possess anyone. The reason he can be reborn in another body is not through possession, because that body is his own. What difficulty is there in his soul returning to his own body? Upon hearing this, many people showed surprise. The idea of one person having two bodies was undeniably inconceivable. Although many Gu kings in this world possessed avatars, these were not true physical bodies. No one could be reborn by possessing their own avatar, otherwise, the world would be in chaos. Many people's doubts deepened, awaiting further explanation. Long Zhuan also became curious. He was quite curious about the little medicine boy's true nature. He hadn't known the little medicine boy's name or background. Everyone simply referred to him as Little Medicine Boy. Today, this mystery might be solved. Long Zhuan looked at the abbot. The abbot didn't keep them in suspense and quickly explained, our great Buddha temple possesses a powerful forbidden technique called the two pure corpse slaying technique. Cultivators can expel all their evil thoughts from their bodies, leaving their minds completely free of distractions. Their progress is rapid, and reaching the peak of the Gu King realm is incredibly easy. Furthermore, monks completely free of evil thoughts are best suited for Buddhist practice. Those who cultivate the two pure corpse slaying technique possess high moral character. profound understanding of Buddhist teachings, and exceptional comprehension, naturally leading to a rapid increase in combat power. It is precisely because of this forbidden technique that our great Buddha temple has produced countless enlightened monks who refrain from killing, with numerous powerful figures. This technique has made the great Buddha temple the leading sect among the 5 great sects of the Yanting Empire. However, powerful forbidden techniques often have both advantages and disadvantages. Any forbidden technique is extremely dangerous. The danger of this forbidden technique lies in the fact that when the cultivator separates all their evil thoughts from their body, these evil thoughts will transform into a physical entity, another person. This body of evil thoughts and the body of good thoughts belong to different souls, have different thoughts, and there is no distinction between primary and secondary. Therefore, the malevolent body will inevitably devour its master, while the benevolent body, lacking any evil, dislikes killing and is often reluctant to kill the malevolent body, thus leaving behind endless trouble. The malevolent bodies separated from the high monks of our great Buddha temple are generally not destroyed. They are all sealed in demon sealing boxes, which are then permanently stored in the demon sealing tower. The less malevolent a person is, the younger and weaker the malevolent body they separate after practicing the 2 pure corpse slaying technique. The more malevolent a person is, the larger and stronger the malevolent body they separate will be after practicing the 2 pure corpse slaying technique. Duan Xianwu separated a boy of 8 or 9 years old. The old abbot suddenly narrowed his eyes and sighed deeply, but we were all deceived by him. We knew long ago that Duan Xianwu had an affair with Princess Xiaoyu. When we learned that the royal family was planning to use Princess Xiaoyu for a marriage alliance, we knew we were in trouble, so all of us forced Duan Xianwu to cultivate the 2 pure corpse slaying technique, thinking that as long as Duan Xianwu separated all his evil thoughts from his body, he would become a perfectly virtuous person, to avoid another war between the 2 countries, which would lead to widespread suffering. He would definitely sever his relationship with Princess Xiaoyu and wouldn't cause trouble during the marriage alliance between the 2 countries, but he deceived us. On the day he cultivated the 2 pure corpse slaying technique, what he separated from his body was all his good thoughts, not his evil thoughts. We didn't discover his trick at the time, which ultimately led to a terrible mistake. Duan Xianwu, without a trace of good thoughts, began to become ruthless and inhuman. Even when his fellow disciples tried to stop him from stealing the bride, he would kill them without mercy. In the end, he slaughtered countless people in that battle and completely fell into demonic possession. Alice, could it be that the body Duan Xianwu is using now is that of the boy who is transformed from his perfectly virtuous thoughts? Lei Wan asked in shock. That's right, the body he's using now is the very body formed from his good intentions. The old abbot's face aged considerably in an instant, and he said bitterly, all living beings sealed within the demon sealing tower will have their consciousness, lifespan, and soul frozen. Everything about these living beings will be frozen by the demon sealing tower. In this state of complete stillness, no one can escape from the demon sealing tower. From ancient times to the present, through countless millennia, no one has ever successfully escaped after being sealed by the demon sealing tower, including the strongest beings in this world. Therefore, we are confident in sealing the evil intentions separated using the 2 pure corpse severing technique here. The only thing that can break the demon sealing tower is human calamity, and decades ago, the demon sealing box that sealed Duan Xianwu's good intentions was lost. The good intentions within the demon sealing box escaped and, under the influence of Duan Xianwu's evil intentions, sought them out, which led to Duan Xianwu's rebirth. Alice, upon hearing this, Longzhuan suddenly understood, finally realizing what the little medicine boy was all about. He hadn't expected the little medicine boy he encountered in the far western market to have such an extraordinary background. However, how he had traveled from the central plains to the distant far west remained a mystery. Perhaps there were secrets to be found. Longzhuan pondered, considering another matter. This demon sealing tower could freeze everything about a person, thus perfectly sealing them away, preventing anyone from escaping. But everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Freezing everything about a person, seemingly a perfect seal, was not without its drawbacks. Freezing everything included freezing lifespan, and the abbot had just mentioned that the demon sealing tower could freeze lifespan. That was a huge problem. Good intentions outside would die from exhaustion, while evil intentions within the demon sealing tower would remain forever because their lifespans were frozen. Every monk left their evil intentions within the demon sealing tower. Over countless millennia, how many powerful individuals' evil intentions would accumulate within it? Just thinking about it, it was undoubtedly beyond imagination. If someone were to open the demon sealing tower one day, releasing the evil thoughts of all the powerful beings inside. What would become of them? Would an invincible final boss appear, plunging the world into chaos? Longzhuan felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. Releasing the evil thoughts of so many powerful beings could potentially lead to the end of the world. He could only pray that such a thing wouldn't happen to the great Buddha temple while he was still alive. Those old bald monks were truly harmful. They created a bunch of demons and chose to keep them alive instead of killing them. They must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Just wait, they'll end up burning themselves. Duan Xianwu is already a living example. However, what Longzhuan didn't know was that the old abbot was looking towards the demon ceiling tower, his expression grave and his heart heavy. There was something he hadn't dared to say. Decades ago, it wasn't just Duan Xianwu's demon ceiling box that was lost. All the demon ceiling boxes in the entire demon ceiling tower were gone. He dared not speak of this, fearing he would be beaten to death by the angry crowd here. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 The Deal with Revan. May 28, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshan Zeshui Wu by Nian Lei 1 took out a green wooden sword from his storage ring and looked at Qin Minun, saying, "Your plan is good. Although it's full of flaws, it might really be effective against someone so deeply in love. This is an evil-repelling sword made from the heavenly grade spirit herb, evil-repelling divine bamboo. It can release evil-repelling divine thunder, which is not much weaker than a lightning tribulation. Although the power of the evil-repelling divine thunder is weaker than the life-destroying thunder, it is far superior in its ability to restrain demons. If you just let that female Gu King plunge this evil-repelling sword into Duan Xianwu's demon emperor heart, I guarantee he'll be badly injured, if not dead. Even if he's still alive, he'll have to use most of his strength to suppress the evil-repelling divine thunder surging into his body, and he won't be able to unleash much of his full power. In this situation, if we, over 100 Gu Kings, swarm in and still can't kill him, then we're truly pigs." Lei Wan snorted coldly and tossed the evil-repelling sword in his hand to Qin Minun. Qin Minun caught the flying sword, a glint of greed flashing in her eyes before quickly disappearing. This evil-repelling sword was crafted from the legendary heavenly grade spirit herb, the evil-repelling divine bamboo, capable of unleashing evil-repelling divine lightning comparable to tribulation lightning bolt. This lightning was indestructible, and how could he not covet it? However, he only thought about it. He didn't actually intend to possess this treasure. The law enforcement of the Gu Emperor city was someone he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Longzhuan also looked at the evil-repelling sword, a hint of solemnity in his expression. Although he possessed a stronger annihilation lightning, his current tribulation Gu was far from being able to unleash its full power. At present, the power of the annihilation lightning was probably even less than that of the evil-repelling divine lightning released by the evil-repelling divine bamboo. If Duan Xianwu were truly struck in a vital spot by the evil-repelling divine lightning, he would likely be crippled if not killed. Longzhuan now developed a considerable interest in the evil-repelling divine bamboo and considered planting it in his herb garden. Since acquiring the devouring world toad and his vast mobile herb garden, he had developed a collecting obsession with rare and precious medicinal herbs, rarely letting any slip by. So, he spoke up at this moment, "I am a 4th-grade alchemist, and I need to use the evil-repelling divine thunder to refine a pill called the evil-repelling pill. I wonder if Enforcer Leia has any spare evil-repelling divine bamboo?" Hearing this, all the Gu Kings in the room turned to look at him, curious. Evil-repelling pill? They had never heard of such a pill before. Were they simply ignorant? Lei Wan also turned to look at him, pondering for a moment before saying, "I don't have any evil-repelling divine bamboo left, only one seed, but heaven-grade medicinal herbs aren't easy to grow. The evil-repelling divine bamboo must grow in a place where thunder gathers, and even if I found such terrain, it's highly unlikely it would survive. I was afraid of wasting this treasure, so I've kept it until now." "What treasure do you intend to exchange with me?" Lei Wan asked, showing interest. A 4th-grade alchemist must possess a considerable number of mysterious 4th-grade pills. 4th-grade pills are attractive to any Gu King, so given Longzhuan's status as a 4th-grade alchemist, Lei Wan considered making a deal with him. Hearing that the evil-repelling bamboo required a place where lightning gathered to grow, Longzhuan pondered for a moment but decided to trade anyway. Although the devouring world toad didn't yet have a thunder-floating island within its body, the Calamity Goo could release lightning. With a Calamity Goo present, it was possible to keep the evil-repelling bamboo alive. A try wouldn't hurt. Therefore, Long Zhuan said, I don't carry any extra 4th grade pills, but I have a 300-year lifespan pill. If you're not interested in the 300-year lifespan pill, I can help you refine any 4th grade pill. However, you must provide the formula and materials yourself. Upon hearing this, all the Goo Kings present couldn't help but gasp. He could help refine any 4th grade pill? What a boast. Could he really refine the most difficult 4th grade pill in this world? Everyone was taken aback by his tone, and couldn't help but look at him strangely, secretly wondering what his identity was, whether he was just bragging, or if he really had the ability. Lei Wan smiled wryly and said regretfully, I really wanted to test you, to give you the most difficult 4th grade pill formula in the world to refine, but unfortunately I don't have any 4th grade pill formulas on hand. If I had a 4th grade pill formula that was more valuable than the longevity pill, I would definitely have you refine a 4th grade spiritual pill for me, which would undoubtedly be the most cost-effective, but since I'm too poor, I can only take your 300-year longevity pill. Hearing this, Long Zhuan sighed inwardly. He was already addicted to getting a 4th grade sword-bone pill formula for free, and wanted to get more heaven-defying 4th grade pill formulas for free, but unfortunately Lei Wan wasn't very helpful, wasting his awesome identity. Alright, since Enforcer Lei is going to take the 300-year longevity pill, let's make the deal now. After saying that, Long Zhuan threw the 300-year longevity pill left by Master Sun to Lei Wan. A fleeting look of joy crossed Lei Wan's eyes as he hurriedly accepted the longevity pill. Who wouldn't be excited about a treasure that could increase one's lifespan by 300 years? Even someone of his high status was no exception. He took the longevity pill, examined it publicly, and after confirming its authenticity, discreetly stored it in his storage ring. At the same time, he took the seed of the evil-repelling bamboo from his storage ring and tossed it to Long Zhuan, saying amicably, we have enough manpower to deal with Duan Xianwu, but we still lack a physician to treat the wounded. You don't need to go up, just stay at the back and treat the wounded. I think no one will object to this arrangement, right? Lei Wan glanced around. This 4th grade alchemist was rather arrogant, daring to boast that he could refine any 4th grade spiritual pill, so he wanted to befriend him and planned to arrange for him to stay at the back as a favor. Long Zhuan naturally accepted this favor, already overjoyed. He had initially thought he would need to use a 100-mile talisman to escape this calamity. But now it seemed he could save that effort. He could now openly hide in the back and watch the show without anyone saying a word. At this point, who dared to voice any objection? To do so would not only offend the powerful enforcer of Guhuang City, but also a mysterious 4th grade alchemist. Therefore, although some harbored discontent, none showed it on their faces. Instead, they all voiced their approval. This arrangement is excellent. If a 4th grade alchemist is there to aid the wounded, it will save us many lives. This 4th grade alchemist should not only stand at the very back, but we must also protect him at all costs. Qin Minun was the first to agree. Many people inwardly scoffed. What a load of rubbish. Who doesn't carry some life-saving pills when traveling? What use is a lark following behind? Very good, since everyone agrees, then it's settled. Lei Wan smiled and said, from now on, we'll stay hidden in the secret chamber and give him a surprise when he arrives. This secret chamber is protected by an array, ensuring that Duan Xianwu's 3 eyes can't detect us. To be on the safe side, none of us should go out. Those 3 eyes can see very, very far. The only one who can go out is the female Goo King, who looks a lot like Princess Ziyu. We just need to hide here and wait for her news. Everyone nodded. Qin Minun reluctantly threw the evil-repelling sword in her hand to the veiled female Goo King, saying earnestly, from today onwards, your name will be Qin Yuiao. Whether our mission succeeds or not depends entirely on you. The female Goo King caught a flying evil-repelling sword, nodded, put it away, and walked out of the secret chamber. 7 days later, at night, a bald monk flew through the air and slowly landed on the head of the golden giant Buddha in the great Buddha temple. He looked down and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. HMPH. Great Buddha temple, I'm back. Today I'll show you just how severe the consequences of not killing are. The Buddhist principle of not killing is wrong. Eliminate evil completely. Today I will slaughter every single evil being in the demon ceiling tower. Recalling the past, he clenched his fists, ready to charge down. However, When he saw a figure sitting in the pavilion drinking tea, his eyes widened, his spirits trembled, and he cried out, "You!" He flew towards the pavilion like a madman. "You!" Duan Xianwu rushed forward without hesitation and pulled the woman into a tight embrace. Before he could say anything, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down in disbelief, he saw a long sword crackling with lightning piercing his heart. The sword had pierced his demon emperor's heart, and the lightning sealed within it surged wildly into his body. Yet, at that moment, he seemed oblivious to the excruciating pain. "You!" Duan Xianwu roared in fury. His killing arm clenched into a fist and swung heavily towards her heart. The killing arm moved with incredible speed. The female Gu King had no time to dodge. However, just as the fist was about to pierce her, it suddenly transformed into a palm, and he withdrew his force, gently pushing her away. The female Gu King landed, somewhat incredulous. She hadn't expected it to succeed so easily. Were all infatuated men stupid? How could such a flawed plan have actually managed to ambush him? Ha ha ha. Duan Xianwu, the taste of the evil repelling divine thunder was quite good, wasn't it? The evil repelling divine thunder has entered your body. Today is your death day. Amidst laughter, Lei Wan burst from the secret chamber, flying towards them with a large group of Gu Kings following closely behind. How, even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. No matter how powerful a figure is, they will ultimately die at the hands of a beauty. Duan Xianwu, you're finished. Today I will avenge the Qin clan Gu King who died at your hands. Qin Minun followed closely behind Lei Wan, grinning maliciously as she charged towards Duan Xianwu. You wicked creature. Stop committing further murder. Repent before it's too late, the old abbot roared, following closely behind. Chapter 366 Falling into the Trap. 2024-05-28 Author, Xiangkangshen Shui Wu by Nian Shore. There's no shore behind me. Behind me is an endless sea of demons. Stop lecturing me. I've had enough, Duan Xianwu roared. He looked at the group of Gu Kings that had suddenly appeared before him, his face slowly darkening. At this moment, he could no longer fail to realize that he had fallen into a trap. Over 100 Gu Kings had laid an ambush here beforehand. He belatedly realized what was happening, finally feeling waves of excruciating pain in his chest. Looking at the thunder sword piercing his heart, his spirits sank to the bottom. Being stabbed in a vital spot was a minor matter, the thunderous power released from the sword was far too deadly for him. This kind of thunder possessed the power to ward off evil, and it was most harmful to a demonic cultivator like him and his body full of demonic goo worms. At this moment, the thunder was rampaging through his body, frantically destroying everything within him, causing severe damage to all his organs. Especially the devouring demon goo within him, after being struck head-on by the warding off divine thunder, was almost on the verge of death. He clearly could no longer use the devouring demon goo's power. In other words, the powerful goo could grant him immortality, preventing him from dying instantly. Otherwise, such injuries would have been fatal for anyone else. He endured the excruciating pain and immediately mobilized all his strength to suppress the rampaging evil-repelling divine lightning within his body. At this moment, a large number of Gu Kings arrived. He gritted his teeth, drew the evil-repelling sword from his body, and faced the charging Gu Kings. You are despicable, Duan Xianwu roared in anger, releasing the aura of a late-stage Gu King. As soon as the battle began, a sword king from the sword-washing pavilion had his spiritual sword severed and died tragically under his sword. Lei Wan's pupils immediately contracted. Duan Xianwu had actually cultivated to the late-stage Gu King realm. Such rapid progress. The mid-stage and late-stage Gu King realms were completely different concepts. Once Duan Xianwu broke through to the late-stage Gu King realm, he could go toe-to-toe with a peak Gu King, making him a formidable opponent. The evil-repelling divine lightning has entered his body, he's almost finished. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Everyone, attack with all your might. Lei Wan finished speaking and, controlling the sky full of lightning, charged towards Duan Xianwu like a thunder god. With the evil-repelling divine lightning wreaking havoc inside and the heavenly punishment divine lightning, which could also restrain him, bombarding his body from the outside, Duan Xianwu was coughing up blood repeatedly under Lei Wan's full-force attack. Even the blood he spat out was crackling with lightning. The commotion caused by the battle of hundreds of Gu Kings was immense. Patches of walls collapsed in the center of the battlefield, and Gu Kings were constantly being thrown out, crashing into buildings. Lightning punishment rained down from the sky, ravaging everything below and destroying countless structures. The area around the great Buddha temple was instantly reduced to ruins, and the small pavilion that had been there moments before had vanished without a trace. Large numbers of monks frantically ran outside, their eyes filled with terror. Monks were frequently caught in the crossfire of the Gu King's attacks, dying tragically on their escape. The entire great Buddha temple was now in chaos. To prevent Duan Xianwu from escaping, the temple activated its protective formation, a barrier firmly enveloping the entire temple. Not only could Duan Xianwu not easily escape, but the other ordinary monks were also trapped inside, helpless and unable to escape. They could only hide away from the center of the battle, watching the chaos with bated breath. Long Zhuan was among them. He was obedient. Duan Xianwu had told him to hide at the very back of the crowd, and he did just that, observing the battle from afar with great interest. At this moment, Duan Xianwu was fighting against 100 Gu Kings without being at a disadvantage for a short time, occasionally slaying one. Now possessing a body of sword bones, the evil repelling sword in his hand was unstoppable. Under the evil repelling sword, he slaughtered Gu Kings as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. In just a short while, countless Gu Kings had perished under his sword. Duan Xianwu had completely gone mad with killing intent. Long Zhuan watched in astonishment. Although Duan Xianwu was severely injured by the evil repelling divine thunder and could no longer use the power of the devouring demon Gu, he still relied on his sword bones and special human organs to fight his way in and out of the Gu King horde, without a single opponent. Apart from Lei Wan, Pavilion Master Ren, and King Minun, who could exchange blows with him, the other Gu Kings could not withstand a single move from him. The power of his sword bones truly made killing those of the same level as slaughtering dogs. Long Zhuan's eyes showed a solemn expression. He found that Duan Xianwu's style was very similar to his own. The Gu insects, spiritual techniques, and physical techniques he used were all unheard of and had no origin in this world. Duan Xianwu's swordsmanship could instantly kill opponents of the same level, indicating a very high level. Such a powerful swordsmanship should have been renowned, yet he couldn't discern its origin or even hear of it. He had never heard of any technique that granted the user an endless spiritual sea. All of Duan Xianwu's abilities seemed unique to him, even his own powerful Gu worm had been mutated in Duan Xianwu's hands, making him practically immortal. Despite severe injuries to vital organs and internal organ chaos, he remained undead. However, every Gu worm has its limitations and limits. Repairing the parts severely damaged by the evil repelling divine thunder required a massive amount of mysterious energy, which was clearly inexhaustible. As long as he continued to be injured and deplete his energy, Duan Xianwu's immortality would eventually be broken, and he would inevitably die. At this moment, Duan Xianwu clearly realized the situation was dire. He knew his injuries couldn't be delayed any longer, and he had to break through as quickly as possible to force out the evil repelling divine thunder within him. Continuing to entangle with this group was unwise. If the battle dragged on, and he couldn't suppress the evil repelling divine thunder, the consequences would be unimaginable. Duan Xianwu dared not linger. Relying on his powerful immortality, he ignored all the attacks hitting him and forcefully rushed out of the great Buddha temple. He ignored the attacks and ran away. And the other Gu Kings really couldn't stop him. Seeing that he had successfully escaped the encirclement, Lei Wan roared angrily, "Duan Xianwu, you can't escape. This is the great Buddha temple, protected by the temple's protective formation. The outside is a barrier that even Gu Kings can't forcibly break through. Where can you run to?" Lei Wan shouted as he chased after him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Duan Xianwu raised his red kiln arm high and slammed it heavily against the barrier that was blocking him. With a deafening boom, the barrier, which even the Gu Kings couldn't break through, was blasted open by the brute force of the kiln arm, creating a large hole. Duan Xianwu jumped out of the barrier and quickly fled. Lei Wan was stunned. He then realized that the kiln arm's strength was 400 times that of a normal human, an incredibly exaggerated force that most formations couldn't withstand. Damn it! Chase him. Don't let him get away, he's seriously injured, he can't run fast at all. I refuse to believe he's faster than me. Lei Wan's face turned ashen. Suddenly, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, disappearing into the hole at an astonishing speed. The other Gu Kings frantically followed, but the hole was only large enough for one person to pass through. Although the abbot quickly removed the temple's protective formation, it still wasted some time. The Gu Kings were incredibly fast. The wasted time was enough for most of them to fall behind. Seeing this, Long Zhuan sensed something was wrong. With so many Gu Kings separated, the battle might become unpredictable. Once all the Gu Kings had caught up, Long Zhuan trailed behind, following at a leisurely pace. He didn't use his heavenly eye to observe Duan Xianwu. Back in that small town, he had only glanced at Duan Xianwu with it, and Duan Xianwu had already keenly noticed. Duan Xianwu could clearly sense others' gazes, so Long Zhuan dared not use his heavenly eye now, fearing it would attract his attention. The group chased for a long time, covering a great distance. Lei Wan and Duan Xianwu were incredibly fast, leaving everyone far behind at full speed. Long Zhuan now had a bad feeling. Most of the Gu Kings weren't fast enough, even with their best efforts, they couldn't catch up with the two ahead. Lei Wan would have to fight Duan Xianwu one-on-one for a while, without any support. In this situation, if Lei Wan were to be defeated and killed by Duan Xianwu, then this demon-slaying mission would inevitably end in failure. As if on cue, the moment Long Zhuan had this thought, the group finally arrived. However, only Qin Minun stood there, stunned. At his feet lay Lei Wan's corpse in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable, dying with unfinished business. Duan Xianwu was nowhere to be seen. He had long since escaped the perception range of the Gu Kings and successfully fled. All the Gu Kings stopped and surrounded the corpse, their faces grim, their hearts heavy. How could this be? Duan Xianwu is clearly severely injured, already at his last gasp. With Lei Wan's strength, and his abilities being a natural counter to this demon, even if he was no match, there was no way he could have been instantly killed by this demon. The Gu Emperor city enforcers rushed forward frantically, their expressions sorrowful, their eyes filled with disbelief. Damn it! It seems our mission to annihilate Duan Xianwu has failed. If we fail this time, it will be much harder to deal with him next time. Duan Xianwu is already in the late stage of Gu King, and he will soon reach the peak of Gu King. Once he breaks through to the peak of Gu King, he will be invincible. No matter how many people we send, it will be difficult to kill him. Pavilion Master Ren's face was ashen. He punched a tree beside him, breaking its thick trunk in one blow, and the tree fell heavily to the ground. Sigh, Qin Minun sighed. When I arrived, Enforcer Lei was already lying on the ground. I didn't see Duan Xianwu. I didn't expect Duan Xianwu to be so fast. He even killed the powerful Enforcer Lei instantly. It's my fault too. If I had been faster, perhaps Enforcer Lei wouldn't have died, Qin Minun said remorsefully. One of the Gu Emperor city enforcers stood up and looked at him, saying, "You don't need to blame yourself. You were fast enough. We were the slowest. If anyone's to blame, it's us. We Gu Emperor city enforcers travel everywhere to exorcise demons, always putting our lives on the line. We were prepared to die on this mission. We just didn't expect that the one who died would be the powerful Enforcer Lei, and that his vital point would be pierced by his own evil repelling sword. It was truly a matter of timing and fate. It seems this demon's power far exceeded our expectations. We must take Enforcer Lei's body back to report as soon as possible. We must report this to the Gu Emperor as quickly as possible. Duan Xianwu has gained power and will inevitably unleash endless calamities. Things are about to change here. Everyone, prepare yourselves." With that, the enforcer hurriedly left, carrying Lei Wan's body, followed closely by the other Gu Emperor city enforcers. 367. Request 1 day off. 2024-05-28 Author, Xiangkangshan Zai Shui Wu by Nian. A relative came to visit, so I strolled around for a day. Chapter 367 Playing with Fire. 2024-05-29 Author, Xiangkangshan Zai Shui Wu by Nian. After they left, only the local Gu Kings of the Yanting Empire remained. The Gu Kings sighed deeply, exchanging bewildered glances, their faces all showing bitterness. Well, it seems this operation to encircle and annihilate Duan Xianwu has failed. Let's all go home and find our mothers, one Gu King sighed. No wonder he was the deceitful ancestor who could massacre the entire demonic path back then. Even after being severely injured by the evil repelling divine thunder, he still possessed such terrifying combat power and managed to escape successfully. If he were at his peak, we probably wouldn't be enough for him to kill. What can he do now that he's recovered his peak Gu King power? Another Gu King smiled bitterly, revealing deep apprehension. Is everyone alright? Are there any wounded? Seeing that there was no longer any danger, Long Zhuan finally came over from the back, ready to fulfill his duty as the team's medic. He was a member of this demon-slaying mission and couldn't just do nothing. Qin Minun looked at him and said, Duan Xianwu is ruthless, Every move is aimed at a vital point, he never holds back, and those he injures are basically all dead. He only showed mercy to that old abbot, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The old abbot was injured by his heart-questioning finger. The heart-questioning finger is one of Duan Xianwu's unique and heaven-defying techniques. Those struck by it won't die immediately, but it will awaken their inner demons. Those struck by the heart-questioning finger, those who successfully overcome their inner demons live, those who fail die. You can't heal the wounds left by the heart-questioning finger, they can only rely on themselves. Qin Mintun's gaze fell on the old abbot, who was already sitting on the ground. At this moment, his inner demons had flared up, large beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground, struggling to stay upright, his expression seemingly one of great pain. Qin Minun revealed a cold smile, and said with amusement, "Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Only those who have done wrong have inner demons. I never thought this highly respected old abbot would have one, and the inner demon seems quite significant. What wrongdoing did he commit? Could it be that he broke his vow of celibacy? How? Just kidding, just kidding. Now that this matter is over, and the enforcers of Gu Emperor City have left, shall we disperse?" Sighs rose again from the crowd, and the Gu kings finally dispersed. Even the old abbot, whose inner demons had relapsed, was anxiously carried away by a group of monks, unsure if he could survive this ordeal. Long Zhuan ultimately didn't dare use his heavenly eye to search for Duan Xianwu's figure and left, bored. In the end, only Qin Minun remained standing there, and it was unclear why he had dismissed all the Qin clan Gu kings but stayed behind himself. "Uncle, you ambushed Lei Zhifa from behind, killing him instantly, didn't you? Otherwise, with Lei Zhifa's combat strength, even if he was no match, he could never have been killed instantly by Duan Xianwu, who was already severely injured." At this moment, a female voice suddenly came from behind Qin Minun, making his body stiffen. He slowly turned around and looked at the woman who looked exactly like Qin Yuiao, and said helplessly, "Why would you suspect me? Everyone knows that our Qin family has a deep hatred for Duan Xianwu. Why would I kill Lei Wan to save him? It is true that Lei Wan died after being stabbed in the heart, but it is also possible that Duan Xianwu ran here and hid, and when Lei Wan ran here, he was caught off guard and ambushed and killed by him. It is also possible that Duan Xianwu was too fast and directly flashed behind him. You should know that it was the evil repelling sword that killed him. This is irrefutable proof that Duan Xianwu killed him," Qin Minun said solemnly. The female Gu king shook her head and said, "Your story might fool everyone, but it won't fool me. When the evil repelling sword was in my hands, I was afraid Duan Xianwu would escape our encirclement. To make it easier to track him, I tampered with this sword. I know the exact location of the evil repelling sword, and now it's on you. You killed Lei Wan." The female Gu king stared intently at him, questioning him sharply. Hearing this, Qin Minun finally fell silent, a bitter smile slowly appearing on his face. He finally stopped pretending and sighed, "I never thought my flawless plan would be seen through by you. You're really meticulous, even tampering with the evil repelling sword. Why did you save Duan Xianwu? Our Qin clan mobilized so many people this time precisely to completely eliminate him, didn't we?" The female Gu king questioned again, her expression grim. Qin Minun shook her head and sighed, "It's true that we have a life or death feud with Duan Xianwu, but you must remember, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Our mission this time is indeed to kill Duan Xianwu at all costs, but after hearing the old abbot's words in the secret chamber of the great Buddha temple, I changed my mind. Duan Xianwu cannot die now, at least not within a year." "Why?" the female Gu king asked hurriedly. Qin Minun looked at her solemnly and said seriously, "Because he is from the Yamting Empire. The alchemy competition is about to begin, and our Yamting Empire is betting half of its national fortune against the Huayu Empire. Whichever empire's alchemist ranks highest in the competition can plunder half of the other's national fortune. Facing this old rival, our Yamting Empire doesn't have a guaranteed victory, so I plan to have Duan Xianwu participate. Don't be fooled by the age limit of 50 for the alchemy competition. The demon sealing tower can freeze the lifespan of those it seals." Judging from the abbot's words, Duan Xianwu's current body is definitely under 50 years old. This is her chance to cheat. Qin Minun clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with madness, and excitedly said, "With the spiritual energy of heaven and earth becoming increasingly scarce, very few people can achieve the 4th grade alchemy master before the age of 50, but Duan Xianwu is a prodigy. He is the only alchemy genius in 10,000 years to achieve the 4th grade alchemy master before the age of 50. In the previous Western region's alchemy competition, Duan Xianwu was the only fourth-grade alchemist in the entire competition, which allowed him to crush all other participants and easily win the championship, making him famous throughout the world. How, in this era, besides him, no one can become a fourth-grade alchemist before the age of 50. This year, all the participants in this alchemy competition will be third-grade alchemists. And he, as a fourth-grade alchemist, is more than capable of sweeping them all. With him here, we are certain to win this bet with the Radiant Moon Empire. There will be no surprises. Qin Minun revealed a burning gaze, a sinister smile curling at the corner of her lips. Upon hearing this, the female Gu King's expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed, "You're playing with fire. You saved someone who refines forbidden Gu, and you killed a law enforcement officer from the Gu Emperor city. Do you know the disaster this will bring to our clan if it's exposed?" Qin Minun immediately turned to look at her, her expression ferocious, and she said with great agitation, "Then do you know what will happen if the Yanting Empire loses this gamble? Do you know what it means for an empire to lose half of its national fortune? If an empire loses half of its national fortune, it's very likely to perish. What consequence could be greater than national annihilation? Between two evils, choose the lesser. As long as we successfully conceal this, nothing will happen to us. If we win half of the Huayu Empire's national fortune, countless geniuses will emerge in the Yanting Empire in the future, and our country will prosper for at least 1,000 years." Qin Minun gazed into the distance, clenched her fists, and revealed an ambitious look. Chapter 368 Innate Spirit Gu Wisdom Gu. May 29, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu by Nian. In a secluded mountain cave, Duan Xianwu sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes tightly closed, trying to force the evil-repelling divine lightning within his body out little by little. Who exactly is that woman? How could she make you lose your composure like this? The mistake you made this time is truly rudimentary, a voice echoed in Duan Xianwu's mind. She is Qin Yuao, the woman I love most. Duan Xianwu showed a pained expression, remaining silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Actually, I knew from the beginning that she wasn't the real Qin Yuao, but seeing her appearance ultimately made me lose my mind." You knew she was fake, yet you are still hurt by her? You're truly stupid. Women are stumbling blocks on the path of cultivation, yet you are bewitched by a woman. You're truly pathetic. The voice in his mind spoke disdainfully again. I am you, and you are me. When you say I am, you are talking about yourself. My stupidity is your stupidity. Duan Xianwu snorted coldly. The young apprentice remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Could you tell me about her? I felt a sudden pang of heartache when I saw her. Duan Xianwu was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Very well, we are one. There are some things you should know, lest you remain as naive as a blank sheet of paper. As soon as Duan Xianwu finished speaking, he transferred a portion of his memories into the young apprentice's soul. The young apprentice quickly sensed a flood of familiar memories rushing into his mind, and he was immediately startled. In a temple courtyard, a group of monks gazed at a handsome, fair-skinned monk, whispering amongst themselves, their eyes filled with admiration. Senior brother Huzeng is incredibly powerful. His great Buddha sword technique has been rated as a top-tier heaven-rank sword technique. Even the sword-washing pavilion doesn't have a top-tier heaven-rank sword technique. There are only a few top-tier heaven-rank inheritances in the central region, and even those are few. I never thought I would see a top-tier heaven-rank inheritance in my lifetime. Huzeng started cultivating at 3, gathered spiritual energy at 7, reached the spirit sea at 10, broke through to the king level at 20, and created the inquiry Buddha Gu at 25. Since then, he has been invincible in the central region, becoming the strongest person in the central region. He is truly a genius. That's not the most terrifying thing. Throughout his cultivation career, he created countless unique techniques, cultivation methods, Gu formulas, pill formulas, Buddhist scriptures. There is nothing he couldn't create. The great Buddha temple is much stronger than before because of these inheritances. His Dharma name, Huzeng, is truly worthy of his name. His wisdom is truly invincible. Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, the handsome, pale-faced monk entered the abbot's room and sat down opposite him. The old monk opened his cloudy eyes and looked at him, a look of satisfaction on his face. He smiled and said, Huzeng, you've actually created another late-stage heaven-rank sword technique. I'm very pleased. There are very few late-stage heaven-rank inheritances in the entire world. You're already famous in the Gu world. Huzeng sat on the futon, And upon hearing this, he showed no pride or arrogance. His expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, "This is not my achievement. What merit do I, Huzeng, possess to create a high-grade heaven-rank sword technique? It's all thanks to the wisdom goo. I merely offered some of my own ideas." Hearing this, the old monk smiled and shook his head, saying, "You don't need to belittle yourself. I took you in as my closed-door disciple because you possess the wisdom goo, one of the 10 great innate spirit goo. How could I not understand the wisdom goo? Although the wisdom goo can create countless techniques based on the ideas provided by its host, this is limited. The simpler the inheritance the wisdom goo deduces, the higher the success rate. The more complex the inheritance, the lower the success rate. Furthermore, the wisdom goo requires a long cooldown period each time it uses its ability. The probability of the wisdom goo deducing a late-stage heavenly rank inheritance is almost zero. Otherwise, with so many geniuses parasitized by the wisdom goo throughout history, late-stage heavenly rank inheritances would have long been rampant. But you are different from those geniuses who obtained the wisdom goo before. Your comprehension and imagination are very high. Many of your ideas are wildly imaginative. Even without the power of the wisdom goo, you have the ability to create your own inheritance. Every time you want to create an inheritance, you don't just propose the idea, you also propose the principles for realizing these ideas, and add a lot of details and theories. Only after this idea forms a complete framework will you hand it over to the wisdom goo for deduction. In this way, the success rate of the wisdom goo deducing a heaven-defying inheritance in your hands will naturally be greatly increased. The strength of the wisdom goo varies depending on the host's wisdom. Your wisdom is very high, and the wisdom goo in your hands is like a tiger with wings. At least half the credit for your creation of the great Buddha sword technique depends on yourself. Don't be modest. After praising Wei Zheng, the old monk suddenly sighed, his smile vanished, and the tone shifted. However, I have discussed this with the abbots. The great Buddha sword technique is too murderous, with every move aimed at a vital point. Those who are injured will either die or be maimed. Such a cruel sword technique does not conform to the compassionate principles of the great Buddha temple. Therefore, this sword technique will not be promoted throughout the great Buddha temple. Monks are supposed to be compassionate, and monks' weapons are mostly staffs and sticks that leave room for the enemy. They rarely use swords or other deadly weapons. You should study staff and stick techniques instead of blindly pursuing lethality. You are too attached to appearances. What? Huzeng's eyes widened suddenly, looking at the abbot in disbelief. His previously calm face now showed a rare change. Cruelty lies in the user of power, not power itself. If a staff technique falls into the hands of a ruthless person, does that mean the staff can kill? If a deadly sword falls into the hands of a compassionate person, does that mean that person is ruthless? What kind of logic is this? My pursuit of destructive power isn't for killing, but for self-preservation. If I encounter a powerful enemy who can kill me in the future, should I use the Buddhist staff technique, which always leaves room for maneuver, to spare their life? True cruelty lies in showing mercy to the enemy. This is the ultimate truth of the goo world. Huzeng's eyes showed disappointment. This scene had happened countless times before, and he had debated Buddhist teachings with the abbot and other monks countless times. Although each debate ended with him leaving the monks speechless, people's minds are the hardest to change. Now that the Buddhist temple had rejected his great Buddha sword technique, he felt only deep disappointment and once again lamented the pedantry of the monks of the great Buddha temple. Huzeng, stop spouting your fallacies. I don't want to debate with you today. Your thinking is far too extreme. The old monk sighed. Huzeng was good in every way, except that his thinking was too extreme. He firmly believed in eradicating evil completely, which was incompatible with Buddhist thought. He wondered if such extreme thinking would lead him to make a grave mistake in the future, and sighed heavily again. You're asking the Buddha goo formula has been sealed away, and the entire temple is forbidden from refining it. The Buddhist principle is against killing, even in goo refining. The main insect can only devour non-living materials, but you're asking the Buddha goo formula contains many live insects, violating the principle of non-killing. Refining this goo will inevitably leave the refiner with endless sins. What? Huzeng's eyes widened again, his face filled with disbelief. He finally couldn't help but stand up from his prayer mat, shouting excitedly, "You are also pedantic. I ask you, Buddha said that a bowl of water in the Buddhist temple contains 48,000 insects. He clearly knew there were countless tiny insects invisible to the naked eye in the water, yet he still drank it. What? Refining goo and killing insects is considered killing, but drinking water and killing insects isn't? You're applying double standards, old abbot. How much water have you drunk in your life? How many insects have you killed? Your sins are too heavy, simply unforgivable. The old monk's eyes widened, speechless at the question, his finger trembling as he pointed at Zen. Thinking of the countless times he had drunk water and killed countless insects, indeed committing countless acts of slaughter, he couldn't help but turn pale, almost going mad. Damn it, this boy has corrupted his resolve. These words will surely cause the faith of countless high monks to crumble. Shut up. Don't you dare say that again. It's fallacy. Fallacy. The old abbot's face was somewhat ferocious. He dared not debate Buddhist teachings with him any further, and hurriedly rushed out the door towards the scripture pavilion. The Buddhist concept of 48,000 insects in a bowl of water seemed to be a loophole in Buddhist teachings. He had to find a way to refute it as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Watching his departing figure, Huzheng's lips curled into a cold smile. He thought Huzheng was too green to debate with him, who in the entire great Buddha temple possessed wisdom surpassing his own. The words of the wisest beings are the truth of this world, yet these self-proclaimed compassionate old monks are oblivious to this, truly pathetic and lamentable. He sighed deeply, a thoughtful expression on his face. It was the phrase, Buddha sees 48,000 insects in a bowl of water, that had just inspired him. He suddenly wondered. If Buddha had said there were many smaller insects in this world, could the human body also have smaller structures? He pondered, could these smaller structures also form a spiritual sea? If each smallest structure of the human body formed a spiritual sea, how many spiritual seas would a person possess? And how immense would that spiritual power be? In this world of sparse spiritual energy, the spiritual power of a Piku king was already the maximum limit that the human body could hold, and perhaps he could break that limit. In this way, he would essentially surpass the Piku king realm, and with such power, he might truly have the strength to cross spatial rifts and ultimately reach the spirit realm. Wei Zheng's eyes grew brighter, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. He immediately decided that he must research and develop a cultivation method based on this idea. This would undoubtedly be a heaven-defying technique far surpassing even the highest grade heavenly rank. Because this technique possessed an inexhaustible spiritual sea, he would name it Endless Battle Cannon. Endless Battle Cannon would be the #1 technique in the Gu realm, and cultivating it would grant him invincible power. Huzheng clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with ambition. However, every technique has its advantages and disadvantages, even heaven-defying techniques have limitations. The biggest drawback of Endless Battle Cannon is probably the need to cultivate an even greater amount of spiritual energy to fill the massive spiritual sea, which will inevitably slow down the cultivation speed significantly, and it's probably not just a slowdown. If the smallest structures of the human body are countless, then the cultivator's progress will likely be extremely difficult. Huzheng's smile faded, and he frowned deeply. This was undeniably a fatal flaw, enough to deter anyone from cultivating this technique, even himself. His eyes darted around, a sudden gleam appearing before quickly vanishing, replaced by a deep, conflicted expression. He was highly intelligent, having swiftly devised a solution to the technique's flaw. To refine the devouring demon Gu, ranked 9th among the 10 forbidden Gu, the devouring demon Gu could absorb the spiritual energy of others for its own use. However, others' spiritual energy was different from one's own. It was impurity and couldn't be integrated. Therefore, while those possessing the devouring demon Gu cultivated extremely quickly, the utilization rate of the absorbed spiritual energy was low. Only a small amount of the essence was useful. The majority was expelled, leaving less than 1% truly usable. This limitation meant that even if someone possessed the devouring demon Gu absorbed the spiritual energy of 100 Piku kings in a single day, they wouldn't reach the Piku king realm within a day. His own technique seemed perfectly compatible with the devouring demon Gu. He only needed to ensure the purity of his spiritual sea in his danshin, storing the absorbed spiritual energy within smaller structures of his body, without any waste. If he could utilize all the spiritual energy absorbed by the devouring demon Gu, he would instantly accumulate a vast amount of spiritual power. What difficulty would there be in cultivating a technique with an endless spiritual sea? This method was entirely feasible. His only hesitation stemmed from the fact that the devouring demon Gu was a forbidden Gu, the most evil Gu worm in the world. Those who cultivated forbidden Gu would attract the demon slaughter order, being hunted down by powerful figures across the land. How could he dare to cultivate a forbidden Gu so easily? His expression was conflicted. After hesitating for a long time, He finally clenched his fist and decided to use the power of the wisdom goo to create a high-quality replica of the legendary devouring demon goo. He firmly believed in the principle that there are no evil forces in the world, only evil people. Those who use righteous power are not necessarily good people, and those who use demonic power are not necessarily bad people. So what if the devouring demon goo's power is evil? He would never use it to absorb the spiritual energy of good people. He would only use this power to deal with the most wicked and evil. Those wicked and evil people deserve to die anyway. Their spiritual energy would be wasted after death. What was wrong with using their corpses to cultivate? Hu Zeng immediately made up his mind. He was determined to research the devouring demon goo. 2 years later, after consulting numerous materials, he finally created the Endless Battle Manual. On that day, thunder roared and endless tribulations descended. He laughed loudly, throwing his fist at the oncoming lightning. That year, he was 27 years old. 3 years later, after poring over countless scriptures, he successfully replicated the devouring demon goo, one of the 10 forbidden goo. To refine this forbidden goo, he traveled far and wide, slaughtering demons and monsters throughout the land, leaving no one in the western regions daring to call themselves a demon. At some point, he acquired the title of the Deceitful Ancestor, his name resounding throughout the entire goo world, striking fear into the hearts of all demonic cultivators. On this day, his Endless Battle Manual reached its zenith under the power of the devouring demon goo. His power had reached its peak, and he laughed loudly. That year, he was 35 years old. Chapter 369 Hu Zeng's Demonic Transformation. May 31, 2024. Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu Bai Nian. His legend was not over yet. At the age of 37, he passed a 4th grade alchemist examination, becoming the only alchemy prodigy in 10,000 years to achieve the 4th grade alchemist status before the age of 50, shocking the world. That year, an alchemy competition that shook the entire western regions was held. As the only 4th grade alchemist in the entire competition, he swept all the contestants and easily won the championship. After the competition, a stunningly beautiful girl walked up to him. The girl had delicate features, skin as white as snow, and bright, expressive eyes that seemed to speak. Hu Zeng immediately recognized her as a contestant in this alchemy competition. She was quite talented in alchemy, but it seemed that she had not studied alchemy for very long and had stopped at the finals. I am Qin Yuao, the Princess of Xiao of the Yanting Empire. We are from the same country. I often go to the Great Buddha Temple to offer incense. May I ask you questions about alchemy from time to time? The girl blinked and gave him a playful smile. Wei Zhen clasped his hands together and smiled. Of course, if you don't mind, this humble monk can take you as my disciple, HMPH. I don't want to be your disciple. The girl gave him a coquettish look, then laughed and ran away. Their acquaintance stemmed from an alchemy competition. This was their first meeting, and from then on, someone entered his life. The girl would frequently visit the Great Buddha Temple to ask him questions about alchemy, and their interactions became increasingly frequent. They refined elixirs together, gathered herbs on the mountain together, and perhaps due to the passage of time, they began to develop feelings for each other. When he meditated, the girl would cover his eyes from behind with her slender hands, giggling softly. When he fell asleep, the girl would gently touch his nose with a blade of grass, then laugh and run away. But secrets can't stay hidden forever, and as time went on, unpleasant rumors about the two began to circulate in the temple. One day, the abbot summoned him to the Buddha statue, turning his back to him, and said, "You should know the precepts of Buddhism. You have broken them." He clenched his fists, remaining silent for a long time before finally leaving. From then on, he ignored the girl. When he meditated, she would cover his eyes, but he remained silent. When a foxtail grass teased his nose as he fell asleep, he was unmoved. The girl came joyfully every day, only to leave disappointed. For a long time, they didn't exchange a single word. Finally, one day, the girl ran to him, weeping. "Monk, the Yanting Empire and the Wei Yu Empire are at war. So many people have died, including my brother." Sob. "Monk, our country has been defeated. The emperor is sending me to marry a foreign ruler." Sob. "Monk, there are only 10 days left until the wedding. Shall we elope? I only love you." "Monk, I'm getting married in 5 days. Won't you even open your eyes to look at me again? You're so cruel. I hate you. I'll never come back." That day, the prayer beads in his hand shattered on the ground, and he coughed up blood. He opened his eyes from his meditation, his heart in turmoil. That day, all the abbots of the Buddhist temple came to find him. Hu Zeng, your master was ambushed by a disciple he expelled from the sect years ago while he was away. By the time we arrived, it was too late. Your master has passed away. He knew you were extreme and had many radical ideas, so his dying wish was for you to cultivate the irking corpse slaying technique, abandoning all distractions and focusing solely on exorcising demons. An old abbot finished speaking and presented a book to him with both hands. Hu Zeng clenched his fists, his face slowly contorting into a ferocious expression. Eliminate evil completely. Eliminate evil completely. This is the price of not eradicating evil at its root. The Buddhist principle of non-killing is wrong. Hu Zeng roared like a madman, snatched the irking corpse slaying technique, and turned to walk away. Don't worry. I will fulfill my master's last wish and master the irking corpse slaying technique. I will show you a different me. Hu Zeng's voice echoed from afar as his figure gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Reaching a deserted cliff, recalling his master's dying words, he roared to the heavens, if I try to save demons, who will save me? If Buddha won't save me, I'll become a demon myself. If becoming a Buddha doesn't slay demons, then I'd rather not be a Buddha at all. His master died because of his good deeds years ago, and at this moment, he seemed to have achieved enlightenment. Gazing towards the capital, his eyes filled with tenderness, he clenched his fists and said, You, wait for me. He finally understood his own heart, no longer wanting to be bound by the rigid precepts of Buddhism, only wanting to be himself and leave this place with the one he loved most. That day, he practiced a two-pure corpse-slaying technique, but instead of expelling his evil thoughts, he broke with convention and expelled his good thoughts. On this day, he completely succumbed to demonic possession. On the day of the imperial marriage, he stood before the wedding procession, and in full view of everyone, carried away the tearful bride. The emperors of the two empires were furious and sent countless experts to hunt him down. Under relentless pursuit from powerful figures, he finally stopped concealing his trump cards and unleashed the power of the devouring demon Gu in full view of everyone. Lacking any compassion, he began a bloodbath against his pursuers. The pursuit left rivers of blood flowing, and countless Gu kings of the two great empires perished in this battle, both suffering severe injuries. Although he escaped the pursuit of the two empires, his beloved died in his arms. He knelt before a desolate mountain, overwhelmed with grief. Recalling this memory, tears streamed down his face unknowingly. He didn't know if they were from the young medicine boy or from Duan Xianwu himself. What do you think of my proposal? At this moment, Qin Minyan entered the cave and spoke, looking at his retreating figure. I want a female cultivator who resembles you, that's my only condition, Duan Xianwu said. Qin Minyan pondered for a short while before saying, no problem, I'll persuade her. Even if she disagrees, it's not up to her. You should stay here and recover. Don't reveal your identity when you participate in the alchemy competition. Duan Xianwu revealed a disdainful smile. No one can see through my disguise, and no one can snatch the championship from me. Is there anything else? If not, you can leave now. Qin Minyan didn't speak again and slowly walked out of the cave, which fell silent again. Meanwhile, fearing that something else might happen here, Long Zhuan headed north, quickly heading towards the Xianfang Empire. At this moment, in the devouring heaven world toad space, Long Zhuan looked at the evil repelling bamboo that had sprouted tender shoots from the soil, and he nodded in satisfaction. Normally, he would have had difficulty getting the evil repelling bamboo seed to take root and sprout. But under the heaven-reaching creation liquid of the medicine Gu, the seed was forcibly forced to sprout, and once the seed sprouted, the survival rate was greatly increased. The medicine Gu is most adept at cultivating spiritual herbs. With its meticulous care, he believed the evil-repelling bamboo would thrive under its protection. However, it occasionally needed the robber Gu to provide nutrients, as the evil-repelling bamboo required lightning as nourishment, something the medicine Gu couldn't provide. He could only trouble the robber Gu for this, and could only release it once the world tree bore lightning fruit. After successfully planting the evil-repelling bamboo on the wooden island, he walked back to the main island via the suspension bridge and found the blade Gu. It was currently feasting on the corpse of a Gu worm. The mantis's diet consisted of various insects, and the blade Gu's armor-piercing ability required consuming all kinds of insects, necessitating its master to collect the corpses of all Gu worms and spiritual insects in the world. Just thinking about how to strengthen the blade Gu's abilities gave Long Zhuan a headache. How difficult was it to collect all the insect species and Gu species in the world? Many powerful and top-grade Gu worms had unique Gu formulas. How could he collect them so easily? During his years running a shop in the city of Sin, he had been frantically collecting various poisons and the corpses of all kinds of goo worms. While he had collected a considerable number of goo worm corpses, the number of powerful ones was limited. There were no shortcuts to collecting top-tier goo worm corpses. It could only be done gradually over a long period, a task destined to be lengthy. Finished eating? Come and transform when you're done. Long Zhuan took out the spirit sealing pearl from his stored ring. Through the communication of his soul power, a powerful sword intent quickly floated out from the spirit sealing pearl. Seeing this carefree sword intent, the blade goo's eyes lit up. It abandoned the half-eaten worm corpse in its hand and quickly flew towards the sword intent. Long Zhuan only saw a silver shadow flash before his eyes, and the carefree sword intent had vanished. The blade goo, having swallowed the carefree sword intent, flew to the world tree and fell asleep on a thick branch. For some reason, many of his goo worms like to make their home on the world tree. Long Zhuan smiled and finally turned to leave. Chapter 370 Research on Gold-Eating Insects. May 31, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshen Shui Wu Bai Nian. 4 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Xianfang Empire, alchemists are already everywhere. Alchemists were originally a rare group, seldom seen, but now, you can encounter one or more alchemists on any street. These alchemists come from all over the country, from various regions. When alchemists from all regions of the western regions gather together, the number of alchemists within the Xianfang Empire is as numerous as dogs. Although the alchemy competition is still several months away, many have arrived early, including a large number of first and second grade alchemists. While low-grade alchemists are unlikely to reach the finals, it doesn't diminish their desire to watch the spectacle. How could they miss such a rare alchemy extravaganza? Among those who arrived early was Long Zhuan. After entering Xianfeng City, he changed his appearance again as instructed by the jade-faced Rakshasa. This time, he adopted a young and handsome face, and since he intended to represent the Long clan in the competition, he used the alias Long Zhuan. Xianfeng City was bustling with activity. Alchemists thronged the streets, and as an extremely wealthy group, their influx naturally boosted the city's economy. The price of spiritual herbs, in particular, skyrocketed. This attracted astute merchants who, sensing an opportunity for riches, transported vast quantities of treasures to Xianfeng City, making it a veritable treasure trove. Long Zhuan couldn't help but sigh, realizing that arriving early was indeed the right decision. He began dispersing his clones, frantically loading anything useful to him within the city. Meanwhile, his main body searched for a trade fair. With so many wealthy alchemists gathered, a trade fair was bound to emerge, and the most valuable treasures would undoubtedly appear there. Guided by his powerful soul force, he approached a pavilion. A sign on the pavilion read Rank 3 Alchemist Trade Fair. No notification was needed. Many Rank 3 alchemists throughout the city, sensing the sign with their soul force, were already rushing towards it. Alchemists are among the most powerful groups in terms of soul force, so sensing this badge wasn't difficult for them. At this moment, the special trade fair for third-grade alchemists seemed to have not yet started. Long Zhuan straightened his clothes and walked inside. Guarding the entrance were a male and a female peak-stage spirit seagull cultivator. Seeing the third-grade alchemist badge on his chest, they immediately showed respect. "May I ask your name, sir?" the male guard asked respectfully. Long Zhuan replied without hesitation, giving his alias. There were many people named Long Zhuan in this world, but a third-grade alchemist named Long Zhuan was highly unlikely. Therefore, no information could be found about this name, and it was obvious to anyone with eyes that it was a fake. He had already decided that if these two guards insisted on probing, he would not attend the trade fair. Hearing this, the two guards indeed looked puzzled. Neither had heard of this person. There are many alchemists in this world, but those above the third rank are few and far between. With proper intelligence gathering, it wouldn't be difficult to understand all the third-rank alchemists in the entire western regions. These two guards had clearly investigated all the third-rank alchemists in the western regions and were quite certain that there wasn't a single third-rank alchemist named Long Zhuan there. They knew he was using an alias. The male guard still smiled and said, "So you're Master Alchemist Long Zhuan. It's an honor to meet you. Please come in. There's still some time before the trade fair starts. There should still be empty seats." Long Zhuan nodded, put his hands behind his back, and walked in with an air of arrogance. Watching the man's departing figure, The male guard pondered for a moment, then quickly wrote the name Long Zhuan in a notebook. Seeing his actions, the female gatekeeper on the other side asked in confusion, "This person is clearly using a false name. Why are you recording it?" The ninth prince wants to take this opportunity to learn about his competitors. "Don't record this irrelevant information." The male gatekeeper shook his head and smiled confidently. "Don't be fooled by the false name. His surname is definitely real. Don't forget the bet between the Phoenix Alliance and the Dragon Alliance. Under these circumstances, unless someone truly has the surname Dragon, no one would impersonate him. This bet must have scared out many reclusive third-grade dragon alchemists. These third-grade dragon alchemists who don't want to entrust their fate to others are definitely not simple. At least they have the confidence to achieve good results. They're worth keeping an eye on." After Long Zhuan entered the pavilion, he saw groups of alchemists sitting together, chatting and laughing. Each of them was a third-grade alchemist of extremely high status and position, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon seeing someone enter, many third-grade alchemists subconsciously turned their heads to look. Seeing that the newcomers were strangers, and their identities and backgrounds were unclear, no one approached them to speak. Long Zhuan, enjoying the peace and quiet, chose to sit down in a secluded corner. As time passed, more and more rank 3 alchemists noticed the plaque and entered the pavilion. Gradually, Long Zhuan's secluded corner was filled with rank 3 alchemists, and the surroundings became noisy. However, Long Zhuan remained with his eyes closed, so no one was tactless enough to engage him in conversation. Finally, accompanied by the tolling of a bell, the trade fair began. Hearing the sound, Long Zhuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with anticipation. This rank 3 alchemist-only trade fair was the highest level one he had ever attended, and he eagerly hoped to find treasures that would greatly benefit him. After the bell rang, a handsome young man walked to the table at the front of the crowd. Looking around, he smiled and said, "This special trade fair for third-grade alchemists is hosted by me. As the host, let me introduce myself. I come from the Radiant Moon Empire, and I am the 9th prince. You can call me the 9th prince. While my talent for cultivation is lacking, I possess considerable talent in alchemy. I dare not claim to be an expert in alchemy, but within the Radiant Moon Empire, I am undoubtedly the #1 third-grade alchemist." His words were laced with undisguised arrogance. Many below showed a hint of apprehension. The Radiant Moon Empire was a superpower easily ranking among the top 10 in the entire western regions, and one of the organizers of this alchemy competition. The title of the #1 third-grade alchemist in the Radiant Moon Empire carried immense weight. This man was definitely a formidable competitor. Long Zhuan glanced at him as well. He didn't care how high this person's alchemy skills were. No matter how high they were, they certainly weren't as high as his. What he was really interested in was what the 9th prince would offer as a trade item. The 9th prince of the Radiant Moon Empire was definitely wealthy, and as the host of this third-grade alchemist trade fair, he certainly couldn't offer anything too shabby. The value of his trade item might be the highest in the entire event, so he couldn't afford to be careless. The 9th prince took in the gazes of everyone below. He wasn't saying these things to show off, he had another purpose. If anyone looked at him with seriousness or apprehension, then those people were basically not worth paying attention to. Their alchemy skills were probably not very good, hence their apprehension of their competitor. Now, he needed to pay more attention to the few expressionless people. These people were probably extremely confident in their alchemy skills and didn't consider him, the 9th prince, a rival at all. He focused his gaze on the person hidden in the corner. This person hadn't even given him a proper look. 9th prince. Since you are the host of this trade fair, why don't you start? As the host, what you bring can't be too shabby. Someone in the crowd, seemingly unafraid of his status, suddenly joked and loudly egged him on. The others also smiled at this. The 9th prince glanced at the man and smiled. "All right. Let's start this trade fair with me." He then took out a bottle containing 2 small golden insects from his storage ring and placed it on the table. He scanned the faces of the crowd below, a hint of smugness in his smile, and said, "I believe many of you have never seen this insect before, so I won't keep you in suspense any longer. This insect is called the gold-eating insect. It reproduces asexually and ranks 21st on the list of top-grade spirit insects. I don't need to elaborate on the value of a top-grade spirit insect ranked 21st. Most top-grade goo insects can't even compare. The gold-eating insect ranks so high because it possesses 3 rule-based abilities. First, it can devour any metal of any hardness and acquire the same hardness as that metal. but this can only be maintained by consuming that type of metal for a long time. Second, the gold-eating insect can unconditionally devour anything less hard than itself. Third, the gold-eating insect is immortal. It can only be killed by physical attacks exceeding its limit. Therefore, the gold-eating insect strength varies depending on the metal it consumes over a long period. If the gold-eating insect consumes the hardest metal in the world and multiplies to a certain size, it will be unstoppable, capable of devouring everything in this world. However, if its master is poor and cannot feed it excessively hard metals for a long time, then the gold-eating insect will be extremely brittle, limited by its own power. It can only devour things less hard than itself. Once its own hardness is insufficient, this top-grade spirit insect might not even be able to defeat a low-grade spirit insect. I have clearly explained the advantages and disadvantages of this top-grade spirit insect. There is no deception. Now, who wants to trade my gold-eating insect? I lack nothing. Anyone interested in the gold-eating insect can offer any treasure, but I will choose to trade with the person who offers the highest value treasure. The highest bidder wins. The ninth prince looked at the alchemists below with a smile, extremely confident in his first trade item. The strength of the gold-eating insect, simply put, is linked to its master's wealth. A rich master makes a strong insect. While the gold-eating insects might have limited value elsewhere, he believed they could fetch an astronomical price among this group of incredibly wealthy alchemists. Unsurprisingly, his words elicited interest from many alchemists below, who were tempted to make a deal, but hesitated. They were certainly not short of money, but the hardest metal in the world was finite, and not something money could buy at will. If the gold-eating insects were fed Zhengjin essence and multiplied to a certain size, giving each insect the hardness of Zhengjin essence, they would indeed be unstoppable. It's no exaggeration to say that if tens of thousands of Zhengjin essence gold-eating insects were cultivated, their combat power would be invincible among their peers. However, the problem was that Zhengjin essence was extremely expensive. Even with the wealth of third-grade alchemists, they could only afford a few pieces at most, far exceeding their ability to feed the gold-eating insects. Moreover, this world doesn't have that much Zhengjin essence. Feeding it to insects would be a complete waste. Zhengjin essence is just an extreme example. Even metals ranked much lower in hardness than Zhengjin essence would be prohibitively expensive for anyone, including wealthy merchants, to feed them to metal-eating insects. Therefore, while the strength of metal-eating insects is related to the hardness of metals, no one dares to feed them the hardest metals. No one can afford it. Theoretically, the highest strength of metal-eating insects is impossible to achieve in this world, even in the ancient times when precious resources were abundant. To cultivate a large number of metal-eating insects, one can only consider metals with intermediate hardness, enough in large quantities, but not too weak. However, choosing the right metal becomes a huge problem. If the metal is too cheap, the insects will be weak. If it's too expensive, it's too costly. Balancing strength and cost is a real headache, causing many to hesitate. Therefore, although many are interested in metal-eating insects, no one has made a bid yet. The atmosphere remained silent for a long time before a plump, third-grade alchemist finally raised his hand and said, "My family owns a Zhuan iron mine. With ample Zhuan iron production, the hardness of Zhuan iron is neither the best nor the worst, making it perfect for feeding the gold-eating insects. I'll offer a top-grade spirit stone. How about giving me these 2 gold-eating insects?" Before the ninth prince could even reply, someone else immediately raised their hand, saying, "The hardness of Zhuan iron is still too low. Giving you the gold-eating insects would be a waste. My family is in the mining business. We can easily collect large quantities of purple gold. Let me have the gold-eating insects. I'll offer 5 king-breaking pills," a young, wealthy female alchemist shouted. With these two speaking, the crowd below immediately became lively, raising their hands to bid. There were indeed quite a few wealthy third-grade alchemists here, and many were genuinely interested in this money-burning machine. Watching the rising and falling bids below, a smile appeared on the ninth prince's face. At this moment, Long Zhuan closed his eyes, his fingers tapping incessantly on the table, pondering the value of the metal-eating insects to him. This kind of heaven-defying insect species, whose strength varied depending on the hardness of the metal, truly piqued his interest. It's important to know that the metal-eating insects aren't goo worms, but spirit insects. Spirit insects can reproduce on a large scale. If he could allow them to consume the hardest metals in the God realm and multiply to a certain number, their potential would be terrifyingly high. The hardest metal in this world is far more than Zhengjin essence. In the God realm, there are countless metals harder than Zhengjin essence. If the metal-eating insects were to consume the hardest metals in the god realm, his army of metal-eating insects would possess the power to slay gods. He saw the shadow of the metal-eating insects from novels in the metal-eating insects. Once a metal-eating insect consumes the hardest metal in the world, its body will become equivalent to the hardness of that metal, meaning its defense is invincible. Furthermore, the metal-eating insects can unconditionally devour anything softer than themselves. If they were to consume the hardest metal, it would mean they could devour everything in the world, leaving nothing uneaten. Such power is truly terrifying. The maximum potential of the gold-eating insects is the same as that of the gold-devouring insects. He felt he might be able to cultivate them into gold-devouring insects. No one dared to let gold-eating insects consume the hardest metals, and no one could evolve them into their theoretically strongest state, even in the resource-rich ancient times. But he felt he might be able to do what the ancients couldn't, evolve the gold-eating insects to their theoretically strongest state. He thought of alloys from his previous life. Could he use his cheat ability to create a new alloy formula from another world? This alloy formula would use only the cheapest metals, but combined, its hardness would rival, or even surpass, the hardest metal in this world. In this way, while others couldn't feed the gold-eating insects the world's hardest metal, he could. He could cultivate them to their theoretically strongest state at extremely low cost. Once such a number of gold-eating insects multiplied to hundreds of thousands or millions, he could control such a terrifying swarm of insects to slaughter gods and Buddhas. Long Zhuan's eyes brightened, and his expression became increasingly crazed. He decided he wanted these 2 gold-eating insects. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 371 7-Colored Gourd Vine. 2024-05-31 Author, Xiangkangshan Zai Shui Wu by Nian. Offer a top-grade spirit fire. Long Zhuan finally stopped hesitating and raised his hand to speak. His words fell silent instantly. All the third-grade alchemists turned to look at him, their expressions conflicted. The top-grade spirit fire was now the most valuable item in the room. Many gritted their teeth, but ultimately couldn't bring themselves to offer a more valuable treasure. The 9th prince slowly smiled. For an alchemist, the most important thing was the flame. The top-grade spirit fire was the highest grade of spirit fire, and he was quite interested. Is there anyone else who can offer a treasure more valuable than the top-grade spirit fire? Is there anyone else? The 9th prince looked around and, seeing no one speak, turned to Long Zhuan and smiled. It seems your top-grade spirit fire is the most valuable item in the room. These 2 gold-eating insects are yours. As he finished speaking, the bottle containing the gold-eating insects on the table slowly rose into the air, flying towards Long Zhuan under his soul power control. Long Zhuan caught the flying bottle, glanced at it briefly, and then stored it in his storage ring. He then took out another bottle containing a top-grade spiritual fire from his storage ring and, under the control of his soul power, slowly flew it towards the 9th prince. The 9th prince happily caught the bottle, quickly opened it, and examined the spiritual fire inside in front of everyone. The moment the bottle cap was opened, the temperature in the room instantly rose, causing the alchemist sitting in the front row to instinctively lean back, his expression changing drastically. He secretly sighed. As expected of a top-grade spiritual fire, the temperature is terrifyingly high. Seeing such a high temperature, the 9th prince showed a slight look of surprise. After checking the intensity of the spiritual fire in the bottle with his soul power, his smile grew wider and wider. He laughed excitedly. Excellent, excellent. This fire is truly excellent. This fire can completely replace my beast fire. With this fire, the quality of the spiritual pills I refine will be further improved, and my chances of participating in this alchemy competition will be much greater. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Long Zhuan and asked with delight, the quality of this top-grade spiritual fire is truly excellent. I wonder what it's called. This kind of spiritual fire was produced on the fire-floating island. He had many similar low-grade spiritual fires, but when it came to names, he had truly forgotten to name this one. There was no time to think it through. He simply copied down a name and said, "This is the purifying lotus demon flame, refined using my unique fire refining formula, purifying lotus demon flame." What a name, truly a name. Such a domineering name certainly matches the power of this flame. The 9th prince carefully put away the purifying lotus demon flame, as if it were a priceless treasure. After his smile faded, he began to take out the second item for trade. The second item was a third-tier spirit silkworm robe, which Long Zhuan only glanced at before losing interest. No matter how good the spirit silkworm robe was, it couldn't compare to his heavenly dream soul armor, and he was too lazy to listen to the ninth prince's introduction. At this moment, he could only respond to the soul transmissions from other third-rank alchemists. Clearly, special flames held a fatal attraction for every alchemist, and many third-rank alchemists were quite interested in Long Zhuan's purifying lotus demon flame, so they all came to inquire if he had any left in stock. The spiritual fire on Fire Floating Island is renewable, and there is still plenty left. Long Zhuan had decided to sell off the spiritual fire he no longer needed to exchange for resources as soon as Fire Floating Island appeared. Now, facing this group of buyers, he naturally accepted all offers. Everyone, I only have one top-grade pure lotus demon flame left, but I have many low-grade pure lotus demon flames. However, there are quite a few people looking for me. Perhaps I should go up on stage later and reveal my treasures, then we can discuss things in detail. Long Zhuan sent this message via soul transmission to the group, finally finding some peace. He didn't have to wait long. The ninth prince took out 3 treasures and stepped down from the stage. Long Zhuan was the second to go up, placing bottles filled with spiritual fire on the table. However, most of the bottles contained low-grade spiritual fire, only one bottle contained top-grade spiritual fire, with only a few mid-grade and high-grade spiritual fire. Seeing these spiritual fires, many alchemists showed burning eyes, some even standing up to examine them more closely. Many alchemists discovered that the spiritual fire on the table was stronger than their own alchemical fire, and immediately considered replacing their own flames in order to achieve a higher ranking in the alchemy competition. Long Zhuan took in the gazes of those below and knew that his pure lotus demonic fire was stronger than most people's alchemical fires, so there was no worry about selling the flame on the table. He had already written down what he wanted to collect on a piece of paper: peerless wine that could transform a wine goo, peerless poison, seeds of earth-grade or heaven-grade spiritual herbs, and a large number of spiritual herb seeds that could only grow in fiery lands. He hung the paper full of materials on the table and smiled at the people below. The materials I need are written down on the paper. Among them, top-grade spiritual fire will only be exchanged for the blood essence of divine beasts, and spiritual herbs of earth-grade or higher. Earth-grade spiritual herbs can be seeds or tree branches that still have a life force. Whoever has the same treasure, the one with the higher value, wins. As soon as Long Zhuan finished speaking, a white-bearded alchemist stood up excitedly and said loudly, I have the seed of the heaven-grade spiritual herb 7-colored gourd vine. I think no one here has a spiritual herb that is more valuable than the 7-colored gourd vine, right? After the white-bearded alchemist finished speaking, he looked around and saw that everyone looked disappointed and silent for a long time. Then he showed a hint of pride. The 7-colored gourd vine ranks extremely high among all heavenly grade spiritual herbs. Only rare treasures with unique attributes surpass its value, and he truly didn't believe anyone could produce one. Upon hearing the term 7-colored gourd vine, Long Zhuan quickly searched his memory for information about it, and soon his heart leaped with joy. The 7-colored gourd vine was indeed a top-ranking heavenly grade spiritual herb, with incredibly powerful effects. It would grow 7 gourds, each a different color, corresponding to one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, or thunder. Placing wine of the corresponding element into the gourd would increase its age, and it had unlimited space. It could hold as much wine as needed, but only liquids. This heaven-defined treasure would be incredibly useful to him. Firstly, the wine goo novice would be in luck. It seems no one here can produce a more valuable spiritual herb than the 7-colored gourd vine. The top-grade spiritual fire is yours. Long Zhuan tossed over the bottle containing the top-grade spiritual fire. The white-bearded alchemist caught it quickly, opened the cap to confirm its authenticity, then laughed excitedly and took out a 7-colored seed from his storage ring, tossing it over as well. Long Zhuan caught the 7-colored seed, glanced at it briefly, and then put it back into his storage ring. Chapter 372 Self-Created Golden Cudgel 2024-05-31 Author, Xiangkangshan Shui Wu Bai Nian. Does this young friend still have any top-grade spiritual fire? Seeing that the top-grade spiritual fire had already been traded away, someone in the crowd asked unwillingly. No, given the rarity of top-grade spiritual fire, I already have 2, how could I possibly have more? But I still have many high-grade and mid-grade spiritual fires, you can consider them, Longzhuan said with a smile. Actually, he still had one top-grade spiritual fire, but he didn't plan to use it for trading, he might need it at the alchemy competition. Hearing this, the man looked disappointed and sat down again. Next, the various qualities of spiritual fire on Longzhuan's table were quickly snapped up. Spiritual fire, placed at the alchemist's trade fair, was indeed easy to sell. Longzhuan collected a large number of treasures, but the only thing he regretted was that he hadn't found divine beast essence blood and peerless fine wine at this trade fair. High-quality wine wasn't unavailable, but peerless fine wine of high quality enough to allow a wine gu to undergo a transformation was extremely rare. Fine wines are categorized into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. The wine needed to transform a wine gu, a type of poisonous insect, must be at least top grade, and even then, it can't be just any ordinary top grade wine. Since he couldn't find top grade wine here, he could only try his luck elsewhere. However, even after all the spiritual fire on the table had been swept away, he still stubbornly said, "Since no one has top grade wine, does anyone have any information about it? I'm willing to exchange it for mid-grade spiritual fire." Upon hearing this, many people's minds started racing. Exchanging a piece of information for a mid-grade spiritual fire was undoubtedly a very profitable opportunity, and someone quickly raised their hand, saying, "I know the whereabouts of a top-grade wine. A piece of information for a mid-grade spiritual fire? Is what you say true?" The speaker was a gaunt old man, looking at him expectantly. Longzhuan laughed, "With so many third-grade alchemists supervising here, how could I go back on my word? I know you wouldn't dare." The gaunt old man chuckled and quickly used soul transmission to tell him about the whereabouts of the top-grade wine. However, Longzhuan's expression darkened after hearing only a few words. To avoid being deceived, he had kept a small opening in his insect-breeding pouch at his waist throughout the transaction, inside which crawled the honesty gu now. The honesty gu was furious and tried to crawl out of the pouch, but Longzhuan quickly stopped it. "Enough. You made up your own information. Do you really think I'm a fool?" Longzhuan said, his face grim. Hearing this, the gaunt old man's expression immediately changed, his eyes showing surprise and doubt. He had indeed intended to use a false message to trick someone into giving him a mid-grade spirit fire, but he hadn't expected this person to see through it so easily. This greatly surprised him, and he was still wondering how his lie had been exposed. However, since his reputation was at stake, how could he remain silent? So he immediately decided to retaliate, roaring, "Fine. You deny everything after hearing about the whereabouts of the top-grade wine, and to save a mid-grade spirit fire, you slander my information as false. What a cunning scheme. So that's why you were willing to trade a mid-grade spirit fire for information. Turns out you never intended to give it away in the first place. You can't be so shameless." The gaunt old man was furious, his eyes red, his finger trembling as he pointed at Longzhuan. His acting was superb. Many alchemists were fooled by his excellent performance, then looked at Longzhuan with suspicion, genuinely believing he was slandering the old man's information as false to avoid paying. Between the strong and the weak, people subconsciously believe the weak. Between sellers and buyers, people subconsciously believe the buyer. This was the case here. Longzhuan was so angry he laughed. Seeing everyone looking at him with suspicion, he knew that if he couldn't prove himself, no one would dare to trade with him anymore. Originally, he didn't want to reveal the honesty gu, but under these circumstances, he clearly had no choice. This is utter nonsense. If I didn't have the ability to judge the truth of information, how could I dare to make this kind of deal? With that, Longzhuan opened the worm-rearing bag, and the head of a honesty gu quickly crawled out, its angry gaze fixed on the gaunt old man. Longzhuan hurriedly pressed the emerging honesty gu back down, preventing others from seeing its full form, then turned to the gaunt old man and sneered, "Now what do you have to say? Do you still doubt that the Jin clan's honesty gu can deceive people?" Unsurprisingly, all the alchemists withdrew their suspicious gazes and looked at the gaunt old man with disdain. The alchemists closest to him moved their chairs further away, ashamed to be associated with him. The truth was now clear, this gaunt old man was trying to swindle treasures with false information. Many alchemists felt a chill of fear. They too had been preparing to use false information to swindle treasures, but this gaunt old man had beaten them to it. They were thankful they had stepped on a landmine earlier, otherwise their reputations would have been ruined. Upon seeing the honesty gu, the gaunt old man instantly stood up, his face ashen. He cursed inwardly. Why didn't he say he had the honesty go sooner? If he had said so earlier. If he had shown me the honesty go sooner, I wouldn't have dared to deceive anyone. I'm really going to be ripped off today. The gaunt old man's face alternated between pale and flushed. Seeing everyone looking at him with contempt, his expression turned incredibly ugly. He knew his reputation was likely ruined today. Unable to bear the stares any longer, he flicked his sleeves and slunk away. I never expected him to do such a despicable thing. I misjudged him. Don't misunderstand, I'm not close to him, HMPH, I knew he had character flaws a long time ago. He's done this countless times. I bet many people who bought his pills have been swindled by him. You can never judge a book by its cover. I misunderstood that young friend. I'm truly ashamed. The group inside began to make sarcastic remarks, their words filled with contempt for the gaunt old man. This was just a minor incident. Just as Long Zhuan was about to leave, a woman's soul transmission entered his mind. Master, please wait. I happen to have information about a top-grade spiritual wine, but obtaining it is a bit difficult. Since you have the trust goo, you can easily determine whether I am telling the truth. Hearing this, Long Zhuan stopped. His gaze seemingly casually drifting towards a beautiful third-grade alchemist in the corner. Speak freely. I only need the information to be true. I don't care about the difficulty of obtaining it or the danger, Long Zhuan replied with a soul transmission, anticipating her next message. Alright. Then I'll tell you. I can tell you with absolute certainty that in 10,000 Monkey Mountain, those monkeys have refined a lot of monkey wine. Among them are the few remaining 10,000-year monkey wines, which Shivan the Monkey King is reluctant to drink. The 10,000-year monkey wine ranks high among all top-grade spiritual wines. It's said that regular consumption has the miraculous effect of slightly enhancing intelligence, perfectly meeting your requirements, but I must remind you, there are fourth-tier spiritual monkeys on 10,000-year Monkey Mountain, and more than one. The 10,000-year monkey wine is the prized possession, extremely difficult and dangerous to obtain. Otherwise, it would have been stolen by humans long ago. If you're considering taking the 10,000-year monkey wine, you'd better think twice, the beautiful alchemist kindly reminded him via soul transmission. Long Zhuan probed his insect breeding pouch with his soul power. Seeing that the trust goo showed no reaction, he knew the news was true and was immediately overjoyed. It seemed he would have to make a trip to 10,000-year Monkey Mountain after the alchemy competition, Long Zhuan secretly decided. Very good, my trust goo tells me your news is true. Here's a mid-grade spiritual fire for you. Long Zhuan took out another mid-grade spirit fire from his storage ring and tossed it to the beautiful goo cultivator. The beautiful goo cultivator smiled and caught it, examined the spirit fire in the bottle, and then happily stored it in her storage bag. Long Zhuan stepped down from the stage, and the third to step up was the beautiful goo cultivator. She walked to the table, took out a fragmented formula from her storage bag, and smiled. This is a fragmented fourth-grade weapon formula, of the highest quality. The name is on the missing part, so it is unknown, but from the diagram, it is clear that this is a staff-type spirit weapon. This weapon formula is missing less than 10% of its part. Weapon formulas are easier to complete than pill formulas. This fragmented weapon formula can be completely repaired by a skilled weapon refiner. To prevent anyone from memorizing the formula, I will only reveal half of it. I want a third-grade pill formula. If multiple people want to trade with me, the one with the higher value of the formula wins. Now, who wants to trade with me? The beautiful alchemist looked down expectantly. However, she was destined for disappointment. After she finished speaking, no one spoke for a long time. It was as if a flock of crows had flown by, creating an awkward atmosphere. She blushed slightly, realizing that her first item had failed to sell, which was quite embarrassing. At this moment, the ninth prince finally broke the silence with a smile, saying, "You've come to the wrong place. I remember you're a master of both alchemy and weapon crafting, right? But this is a special trade fair for alchemists. Everyone here is an alchemist, who would be interested in weapon crafting items. Besides, what you brought is an incomplete formula. Incomplete formulas are difficult to authenticate. A random jumble of materials written on paper can be mistaken for an incomplete formula. Moreover, what you brought is a weapon crafting formula, which is beyond the scope of any alchemist's knowledge. No one can judge its authenticity then. Under these circumstances, who would dare to trade with you?" The alchemists below nodded slightly. Although weapon formulas were useless to alchemists, top-grade fourth-tier formulas were rare. Trading them with a fourth-tier alchemist might yield some good items. What truly made them hesitate wasn't that it was a weapon formula, but that they couldn't determine its authenticity. A moment of awkward silence ensued. Perhaps only Long Zhuan could truly judge its authenticity. Seeing the progress displayed on the formula, Long Zhuan knew it was genuine. He wasn't initially interested in weapon formulas, but seeing the stick drawn on it resembled a golden cudgel, he couldn't help but pause. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. In this world, the appearance of a heaven-defying spiritual weapon could attract a tribulation of lightning. Could he perhaps research and recreate the golden cudgel from his previous life, possessing the same incredible ability to change size, from a tiny needle to a massive enough force to pierce the sky, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, leaving anyone struck dead or crippled? Such a heaven-defying, top-grade spiritual artifact should be able to attract a lightning tribulation, right? If it could attract the ninth tribulation reincarnation lightning, perhaps the tribulation goo could devour the reincarnation lightning and complete its second transformation. Although he uses a knife instead of a staff, the Monkey King of 10,000 Monkey Mountain would probably love the golden cudgel. How about he disguises himself as a fourth-grade weapon refiner and uses the golden cudgel to trade with the Monkey King of 10,000 Monkey Mountain for 10,000 a year monkey wine? A fair and square trade is much safer than stealing, and besides, he has absolutely no ability to steal 10,000 a year monkey wine from a group of fourth-order spirit monkeys. Using the golden cudgel to exchange for 10,000 a year monkey wine might really be a good choice. This move can transform both the tribulation goo and the wine goo, killing two birds with one stone. As soon as this idea popped into his head, Long Zhuan immediately decided to trade this incomplete weapon formula. He also needed to learn from the golden cudgel weapon formula he created, and the top-grade staff weapon formula in the hands of this beautiful alchemist would definitely be of great reference value. Chapter 373 Alloy Recipe. June 1, 2024. Author, Xiang Kangshan, handsome for another 500 years. So Long Zhuan immediately raised his hand and said, I want this formula. I have a grade 3 blood soul pill formula. This pill can temporarily increase combat power by burning blood and soul. Do you need this formula? He had quite a few formulas. Not to mention the ones he created himself, he had plundered many formulas from Master Sun and Master Wei. This blood soul pill formula was one of Master Wei's collections. Hearing that someone was willing to buy her incomplete formula, the beautiful alchemist showed a look of surprise. She thought her incomplete formula would go unsold, but she was lucky that someone was actually interested in it. She happily said, I don't have a blood soul pill formula, but we can trade. With that, she used her soul power to send the incomplete formula to Long Zhuan, and Long Zhuan also tacitly took out a blood soul pill formula and sent it to her with his soul power. The two quickly completed the transaction. The trade fair continued. After the beautiful alchemist finished trading her weapon formula, she brought out several top-grade spiritual artifacts. This time, there was no lull in the atmosphere, and the artifacts were quickly sold. After the beautiful alchemist stepped down, a gray-haired alchemist soon took the stage. Time passed slowly, but Long Zhuan didn't encounter any more treasures that appealed to him at the rest of the fair. Aside from finding many satisfactory items at the beginning, he gained almost nothing in the later trade fairs. Disappointed, Long Zhuan got up and left during the intermission. He planned to have his clone take over. There was still a long time before the alchemy competition, and trade fairs would be held frequently during this period. Long Zhuan decided to let his clone participate in these fairs, saving his main body's time. Since he arrived early, there were still many vacant rooms in the inns of Xianfeng City. Long Zhuan found a room and settled in, then went into seclusion to research the alloy formula before the alchemy competition began. 3 months later, on the main island, Long Zhuan gazed at the 3 alloy formulas in his hand, a hint of pride on his face. He couldn't help being proud. One formula used first-tier metals as materials, capable of fusing into the hardest first-tier metal, which he named Zuanjin. The second formula used second-tier metals as materials, capable of fusing into the hardest second-tier metal, which he named Dijin. The third formula used third-tier metals as materials, capable of fusing into the hardest third-tier metal, which he named Yuanjin. It could be said that the alloys he created surpassed all other metals of the same tier in hardness. What an achievement! His self-created alloys weren't just for strengthening the gold-eating insects, they could also be used in weapon crafting, formations, and puppetry. Once these 3 alloy formulas were released, The weapon crafting world would be revolutionized, and all spiritual weapons in the world would be collectively enhanced by more than one level. This was because the alloys not only possessed the highest hardness among metals of the same tier, but most importantly, they were cheap, allowing for large-scale application. The impact of large-scale use of these alloys in this world was unimaginable. This is merely the impact on the weapon refining world. The array and puppetry worlds will also be revolutionized. The power of arrays will increase, and the strength of puppets will be greatly enhanced, causing a cataclysmic change to the entire world. It's no exaggeration to say that these 3 pieces of paper alone are enough to throw the world into chaos. At that time, many weapon formulas, array diagrams, and puppet blueprints far surpassing the power of this era will spring up like mushrooms after rain. Once these epic-making products appear, they will be enough to strengthen the entire human race by more than one level. Long Zhuan's breathing became slightly rapid. Such an achievement was truly immeasurable. He took out the small bottle containing 2 gold-eating insects from his insect breeding bag, staring intently at them. The 2 gold-eating insects had undergone considerable changes. Their size had increased significantly, clearly indicating they had already consumed countless delicacies in his hands. One of the gold-eating insect's rule-based abilities is the ability to devour metals of any hardness. However, to devour the hardest metals in this world, one must first devour lower-grade metals gradually. One cannot devour the highest-grade 12th-order metals in the initial state. Therefore, the transformation path of the gold-eating insect is to devour the hardest metals. After consuming the first-tier hardest metal, profound gold, the gold-eating insect can be strengthened to the level of a top-grade goo worm. After consuming the second-tier hardest metal, earth gold, it can complete its first transformation. After consuming the third-tier hardest metal, celestial gold, it can complete its second transformation, and so on. Furthermore, because the gold-eating insect's starting point after consuming alloys is so high, its subsequent transformation path can only use the hardest alloy metals, and cannot use any metals known in this world. This requires him to create a higher-level alloy formula each time the gold-eating insect is about to transform. In the past few months, the city's trade fairs have been frequent, and he easily sent his clones to collect the materials for profound gold and earth gold, and successfully refine these 2 alloys. At this time, the 2 gold-eating insects have successfully transformed once. Since the celestial gold formula has just been researched and the materials have not yet been collected, the gold-eating insect's second transformation will still take some time. However, the characteristic of alloy formulas is that the materials are cheap, and it won't take him long to collect all the materials needed to refine celestial gold. This matter isn't urgent, Long Zhuan smiled, tossing the 2 metal-eating insects into an area filled with metal blocks. The insects' eyes immediately lit up with excitement as they crawled over and began feasting on the metal, producing a series of sharp, grating sounds. Their teeth were quite good. These metals were all second tier, the hardest metal, earth metal, yet the insect's teeth didn't break at all. This earth metal was crafted by the puppets, so he didn't need to waste time on it. Once the heaven metal was crafted, he would possess the hardest third-tier metal, and could then replace the puppet shells with heaven metal armor, potentially making them powerful trump cards. Long Zhuan's eyes were thoughtful, growing increasingly excited, before he finally stepped out of the devouring world towards space. Today was the start of the alchemy competition's elimination rounds, and he had almost forgotten the time. With his alchemy skills, his main body wouldn't need to do anything. His clone's alchemy abilities would be enough to help him advance to the elimination rounds. It's no exaggeration to say that his clone could have carried him all the way to the finals, allowing his main body to simply rest at home. However, after understanding the rules of the alchemy competition, he decisively abandoned this idea. The alchemy competition uses a point system. After each round, numerous judges score each participant, with a maximum score of 100. Those who fail to reach the passing score are eliminated. Therefore, although there are many winners in each round, each winner's score is different, and each participant's score is added to the next round. The ranking of the alchemy competition is determined by the total score. Under these rules, Long Zhuan dared not use his clone to cheat. He had to go all out in this competition, without holding back, and strive for the highest score. He would use all his alchemy trump cards if possible, and could no longer hide them. Insufficient points could lead to a lower ranking than the Phoenix Clan alchemists, with unimaginable consequences. Long Zhuan already had a premonition that his full power performance in the alchemy competition would be extremely high profile, attracting everyone's attention and stealing the spotlight. There's nothing we can do about it. Chapter 374 The Elimination Rounds begin. June 1, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshenze Shui Wu Bai Nian. Stepping out of the inn, Long Zhuan looked around and spotted a towering building, heading towards it. The building was temporary, covering a vast area and boasting 5 stories. The number of participants in the elimination rounds was simply too great, easily exceeding 10,000. The central square of Xiangfeng City couldn't accommodate so many alchemists, so the elimination rounds had to be held in this tall building without spectators. Even so, this tall building couldn't hold all the alchemists simultaneously, so the elimination rounds would last approximately 10 days, with all participants competing in batches. Each alchemist's competition day was determined by drawing lots. Yan Fen, with his bad luck, drew the first day directly. Long Zhuan had no choice but to abandon his plan to concoct heavenly gold and head out to compete early. Along the way, Long Zhuan was astonished to find the streets already overflowing with people. Large numbers of alchemists and onlookers took to the streets, completely blocking traffic and creating a cacophony of noise. In some places, chaos had even broken out, making it impossible for him to reach the competition venue anytime soon. He knew this alchemy competition would attract many spectators, but the problem was that the elimination rounds would be held in a tall building that would block everyone's view. What was the point of squeezing in? Even if they managed to get to the closest point to the competition venue, they would only see nothing. Just as Long Zhuan was wondering how to get into the competition venue, a loud shout came from the sky. The city has now lifted the no-fly zone restrictions, but only participants and judges are allowed to fly over the city. Anyone who does not meet these 2 criteria and flies into the sky will be executed. Upon hearing this, the group of alchemists who were struggling to get into the competition venue were overjoyed and immediately took to the air, flying as fast as they could towards the tall building. Few among those below the Gu King level could fly, but this certainly didn't include the wealthy alchemists. Every alchemist participating in the alchemy competition was rolling in money, almost all able to afford a flying boat. Thus, the sky was a chaotic flurry of flying artifacts. Some flew towards the competition venue in boats, others had flying artifacts made from the wings of eagle-like spirit beasts extending from their backs, moving at considerable speeds, while still others rode flying goo worms or spirit beasts, rapidly heading towards the building. In short, each alchemist's flying ability was incredibly diverse, and the sky was filled with figures flying back and forth in a chaotic scene. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose in a certain spot on the crowd, and Long Zhuan subconsciously turned his head to look. What appeared in his line of sight was a beautiful figure in a purple robe, with an innate noble air. However, her eyes held a mischievous glint, revealing a playful and restless nature. And indeed, she was restless, stepping on the heads of the crowd, flying towards the competition venue in a highly conspicuous manner. Those whose heads were stepped on dared not utter a sound of anger, clearly indicating that this woman's identity was far from simple. Long Zhuan subconsciously turned to the person beside him and asked, "Who is this woman? How can she be so arrogant? Isn't she afraid of being beaten to death?" A minor character whose name he didn't recognize glanced at him and said, "You don't even know her? She's Princess Yuiao of the Dragon Soaring Empire. Her name is Long Yuiao, the most beloved daughter of the current emperor of the Dragon Soaring Empire. Without exception, who dares to provoke her? Besides, she's not stupid. She only stepped on the heads of those of low status. Would she dare fly over the Gu King's head? She certainly has the capital to be arrogant. She's the #1 genius of the Dragon Soaring Empire. Leaving aside her terrifying combat power, her alchemy skills alone are divine. Her alchemy skills are considered the best among the 3rd-grade alchemists of the Dragon Clan, making her a favorite to win this alchemy competition. Her high-profile entrance shows she's extremely confident in this competition." Upon hearing this, Long Zhuan glanced intently at the woman's back, making a mental note of this rival. However, it couldn't really be called a rival. They both shared the surname Long, so it didn't matter who won. Just then, another commotion erupted behind him, and Long Zhuan quickly turned around. He saw a fat man in red clothes imitating Long Yuiao, leaping forward by stepping on people's heads. Unfortunately, the direction he was heading was exactly where he was going, and the fat man was about to fly over his head. Long Zhuan's expression immediately changed. How could he possibly survive being stepped on by such a large figure? He's courting death, Long Zhuan cursed inwardly, immediately using the power of his heavenly eye to subtly manipulate someone in the crowd behind him. That person felt his knees inexplicably buckle, and then he collapsed to the ground. The fat man who had just stepped on his hut felt his feet suddenly give way, and he crashed heavily to the ground. The crowd below was also affected, with screams erupting everywhere. To outsiders, it looked as if the fat man was so heavy that those below couldn't support him, resulting in him falling flat on his face after his attempt to show off backfired, eliciting laughter from the crowd. At this moment, a group of Gu Kings dressed in red at the back of the crowd suddenly turned pale. Disgraceful. Utterly disgraceful. Is this Feng Shuang capable of handling anything? An old man pointed a trembling finger at the fat man who was scrambling to his feet in the crowd, his beard bristling with anger. The Feng clan's top alchemist had made such a fool of himself in front of everyone, even they, the elders of the clan, felt utterly ashamed. He could now keenly sense the Long clan Gu King looking this way with a smile. The leading Feng clan Gu King also looked displeased, his expression showing disappointment in this genius on whom his family had placed such high hopes. It's alright. Although Feng Shuang doesn't seem very bright, his alchemy skills are unparalleled. He's truly the number 1 third-grade alchemist in our Feng clan. In terms of alchemy, he's definitely not weaker than that Long Yuio. Besides, I didn't place any hope on him at all. His chances of defeating Long Yuio are only 50-50. Even if he loses, it doesn't matter. I have another plan. The leading Gu King of the Feng clan smirked, revealing a sinister look, and sneered, you can rest assured. This plan is enough for our Feng clan to win the championship of this alchemy competition and plunder half of the Long clan's clan fortune. If the Long clan considers Long Yuio their last hope, then they will undoubtedly lose this bet. Hearing the discussions in the crowd, Long Zhuan finally realized the identity of this fat man. This person was actually the number 1 third-grade alchemist in the Feng clan. He couldn't help but take a closer look at this person. After feeling that the pressure wasn't too great, he took out a handful of spirit tree leaves from his storage ring and threw them into the air. He then leaped into the air, using his star-stepping power to make his body as light as a cloud, stepping on the leaves in the air, and quickly flew to the entrance of the competition venue. A chorus of exclamations rose behind him. Such a flamboyant entrance attracted a lot of attention. Long Yuio also looked at him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. To be able to run through the air on leaves using only physical strength was simply unbelievable to her. Long Zhuan ignored the shocked gazes behind him and quickly walked into the room. Since this alchemy competition was destined to be anything but low-key, he had no intention of hiding his brilliance any longer. After entering the room, he took out a wooden token, which read 3rd floor, number 25, and headed towards room number 25. He already knew the rules of the elimination rounds. Each participant would receive a token with a number after registration. The number on the token indicated the participant's examination room location. Each participant had a separate, enclosed room, ensuring no interference between participants. The first competition would test the refining of spiritual herbs. At the start of the competition, the examiners distribute a type of elixir to each alchemist. This type of elixir is randomly selected by the chief examiner that day. No one knows the assessment content beforehand. The rules are simple. All participants refine the same type of elixir, each with 10 samples and 10 attempts. After refining 10 samples, participants present their highest purity sample to the judges for scoring. The time taken to purify the elixir, the success rate, the dryness and purity of the elixir essence, and the final size of the essence all affect the score. There are 120 judges. The 10 highest and 10 lowest scores are removed, and the average of the remaining scores is the participant's final score. Those scoring above the passing mark of 60 points advance to the next round. Those scoring below 60 points are eliminated, with no resurrection round. This rule is considered fair, preventing bribery of judges to inflate scores or malicious low scores. After finding his examination room, Long Zhuan went inside, sat down, and began to meditate, adjusting himself to his optimal state. This alchemy competition was filled with top-tier alchemists, and he dared not be careless in the slightest. He dared not be arrogant that his alchemy skills were the best in the world, nor did he dare underestimate anyone. He didn't have to wait long. Soon a deafening bell rang out from outside, followed by a series of footsteps in the corridor. An old man soon entered, checked the token Long Zhuan had placed on the table, and after confirming his identity as a participant, placed 10 blue Ganoderma lucidum mushrooms on the table. Then placed a large hourglass upside down on the surface. Clearly, this hourglass was the timer. Since it was a competition, there would be a time limit. If the sand in the hourglass ran out before the medicinal herbs were fully refined, it meant failure. At the same time, the less sand in the hourglass, the faster the time would run out, and the higher the score would naturally be. This is a grade 3 water spirit mushroom, the subject of this examination drawn by the chief examiner. You're quite lucky, you drew the most difficult spiritual herb, the proctor revealed a strange smile, finally pushing open the door and leaving, closing it behind him. Each room was protected by an array, which prohibited the use of storage bags and insect breeding bags, virtually eliminating all cheating methods, so there was no need for the proctor to supervise. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.